Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Strengthening the Defenses. The same process repeated. A golden radiance gathered at Quen's brow, and a drop of dragon blood scorching and infused with the power of an ancient pact seeped forth, merging silently into the dark dragon egg. The suffocating pressure in the chamber slowly lifted. The 4 dragon eggs, now infused with dragon blood, lay motionless. A faint, lustrous glow rippled across their shells, as though sleeping beasts had just drawn their first breath. Janice had held her breath throughout, her violet eyes fixed on the path of each drop of dragon blood. When the final trace of gold vanished into the black-crimson shell, she could not restrain herself. She hurried forward, bending low, her silver hair nearly brushing against the pale purple egg she had chosen. Her fingertips hovered above the cold surface, studying every line and texture, desperate to catch even the faintest sign of life within. "Is it done?" she whispered, expectation in her voice as she turned eagerly to Quen. Quen gave a slight nod, his gaze lingering on the 4 eggs. The silence of fossilized stone had been replaced by a vast, hidden vitality, like molten rock straining to burst free from beneath the shells. "When will they hatch?" Jelena stepped closer, her voice carrying an uncharacteristic urgency. As a descendant of House Valyrian, one of the Dragonlord bloodlines, the birth of dragons was both her yearning and her obsession. She could hardly wait to see them with her own eyes. Quen shook his head, brushing his fingertips across the gradually warming shells. "Hard to say. Perhaps months." He could feel the slow but steady pulse beneath the stone. "That long?" Jelena murmured under her breath. Quen carefully placed the eggs on the heavy wooden table beneath the stone window. Outside, sheer cliffs plunged into the sea, where waves crashed endlessly against black rock. Cold moonlight streamed through the lattice, spilling over the 4 eggs pale purple, silver white, blood red, and black crimson, each glowing faintly from within, like slumbering stars. "From now on, the Dragon Soul Guards will secure this place. No one is to enter," Quen said firmly. Janice frowned. "What if they hatch while we're gone?" Quen thought for a moment. "When I leave, I'll station the Dragon Soul Guards inside. If the eggs stir, they'll report to us immediately." The 3 agreed not to name the unborn dragons yet. They would wait until the shells broke. With that decided, they parted ways. As Quen stepped out of the sea cave, he heard the steady but awkward rhythm of drill commands from the harbour, interspersed with Yoram Mormont's harsh barking. The Knight of Bear Island spotted him, halted the training, and strode over from Fan Bay with heavy steps, his expression as stormy as a grey sky. Since the day he had sworn loyalty and been released, Yora had gone straight to Linus. At first, he feared Quen might break his word, but when he saw her unharmed, his heart finally eased. Even so, her situation gnawed at him like a thorn. Born to nobility in the Reach, Linus had known only wealth and indulgence. Now she lived in a bare stone chamber, served by a single lowly slave. The splendor and dignity of her past life were gone, replaced by fear and despair. To her, every day in Torturer's Deep dragged like a year. She lived in constant dread that one of the pirate lords might take her by force. Her once radiant face was shadowed with sorrow, her spirit withered. The sight of her suffering pierced Yora deeper than any wound to his flesh. To Linus, his arrival was her only lifeline. They exchanged what had befallen them during the past days. Yora still remembered how, before he left, she had clung to him in tears, begging him to take her away from this den of pirates. But he knew well that Quen would never release her. She was the chain binding his loyalty. Still, for her sake, he played the dutiful husband. He swore to her that he would find a way to escape together soon. Yet even as he said the words, he knew how hollow they sounded. Seeing the restrained anger and bitterness etched across Yora's face, a faint, cold glint passed through Quen's eyes. "Sir Yora," he asked, "what do you make of the men's bearing?" Quen had ordered Yora to train the surrendered pirates in batches, but he had given him no authority to command them. That rankled Yora, though there was nothing he could do. Even if he ordered the pirates to strike at Quen, they would stand no chance against the Dragon Soul Guards armed with Valyrian steel at Quen's side. Yora's jaw clenched, his voice hard as stone. Abysmal. A pack of slippery thieves, their heads filled with nothing but plunder and tricks to run. No discipline. No grasp of formations. He paused, a trace of pride and resentment in his tone. I could bring down several myself. Exactly why, Quen replied evenly, I need you, sire, to forge them into men who can actually draw blood with a blade. Yora's throat worked. At last, he gave a heavy, reluctant nod, his weathered head bowing. I will. He turned toward the noisy harbor, his broad back like a bear's yet burdened, weighed down with gloom. Quen watched him go, eyes narrowing slightly. He had never trusted Yora, not for a moment. In truth, this man had always been self-absorbed and ruled by infatuation. First Linus he squandered his house's wealth to win her favor, leaving his family and people to suffer the cost. Then Daenerys he threw himself at her feet, endlessly swearing loyalty, scheming to drive Barristan and others from her side, heedless of whether it endangered her. A man who lived only to please women, who acted rashly without thought, could never truly be loyal to Quen. Bringing him under his banner served many purposes. Training pirates was only one of them. Quen turned from the harbor and summoned Jelena. Together they climbed the steep path up to the summit of Torturer's Deep. The sea wind cut sharp and cold, heavy with salt as it struck their faces. Far below, the deep blue water stretched like endless silk, breaking into white spray against jagged reefs. Facing into the gale, Quen's voice carried clear. Jelena, why do you think we managed to take Torturer's Deep that day? Her silver hair whipped in the wind. After a brief silence, she answered coolly, her words steady. Our success lay in Crabclaw's arrogance. He thought luring us inside would allow him to crush us in one stroke. Had we been without magic, without the Dragon Soul Guards, perhaps he would have succeeded. If he had barred us outside instead of letting us enter, this stronghold's cliffs would have made it unassailable unless you became a dragon yourself. Just so. Quen nodded, his gaze sweeping the reefs below, a natural barrier where the currents swirled dark and treacherous. It shows we must never underestimate these pirates. They've ruled the stepstones for years, they must have their own strengths. With our magic limited, caution is vital. He pointed to the faint black shadows shifting beneath the waves. Without Roro, those reefs alone could undo us. Turning back to Jelena, his tone sharpened with command. In the coming days, I need you to lead the Dragon Soul Guards and a portion of the pirates. Stretch chains across the reefs, sealing the gaps so only one passage remains. And the chain gate at the cracked channel must be rebuilt. The current defense is too crude. We'll raise a stone arch there, with heavy gates and, above them, mounted scorpions. It must become a true choke point. If enemies come, we fall back behind the arch and strike from cover. Jelena listened intently, her violet eyes catching the sea and sky as she fixed every detail in memory. When he finished, she gave a simple reply. Understood. Then she turned, descending swiftly along the cliff path to see the orders carried out. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Taking the Offensive. Half a month later, in the sea-eroded hall of Torturer's Deep, Roro Horus burst in, travel-worn and weary. Inside, only Quen and the ever-present Jelena were waiting. Quen set aside the Valyrian steel sword he had been polishing, his sharp gaze cutting over Roro's sweat-shined face. Roro, why such a delay? Quen asked. Roro drew a breath, wiped his brow, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. Lord, the trip to Spearhandle village wasn't wasted. I brought back the repair materials you asked for and managed to secure some heavy crossbows and catapults as well. He lowered his voice, a smug note creeping in. And there was a real prize. Merchants brought in fine timber from the Seven Kingdoms, perfect for building large ships. The price was right, so I bought up a batch. What's more, I found a few shipwrights from Tyrosh, good craftsmen, who were being hounded over gambling debts. I managed to talk and scare them into coming with me. After gulping from his water skin, he went on. With supplies and men in hand, I followed your orders. I spread the word in taverns and at the docks that Torturer's Deep had a new master. I made it sound convincing, told them we'd just taken over, still sorting through Kago's scraps, drowning in work. A sly grin tugged at his lips. Didn't expect the news to spread faster than the sea breeze. I'd barely sailed out with the fleet when a few sneaky ships started tailing me. They flew Jawbreak Island's tattered banner. Those bastards don't even bother hiding their plundering, wanting the whole world to know they're Kago's mad dogs. Took me no small effort, weaving through reef channels, to finally lose them. Quen tapped the armrest of the rough stone chair with his fingers. You're certain? They were Jawbreak men. I'd know them even in ashes, Roro swore with a hard nod. That scarred face on the lead ship, Kago's own man. So, Kago has his nose stretched this far, already eyeing Torturer's Deep. Quen's eyes narrowed in thought. But the question is, will this mad shark dare to bite? Lord, let me go, Roro urged, his eyes flashing with the thrill of a hunter. East of Jawbreak Island lies Razor Reef, treacherous currents, rocks sharp as knives packed thick. But I know passages not even ghosts could chart. I'll linger there, look like a patrolling fool or a fat sheep strayed from the flock. If that brute Kago can't resist, he'll send ships after me. Once they follow me into the reef. He mimed a closing circle with his hands. That's our slaughterhouse. Quen's brow creased. Kago, is he truly that reckless? The memory of Crab Claw's trap at Torturer's Deep was still fresh. He dared not underestimate pirate lords who had lived their lives steeped in blood. But after a moment's hesitation, he gave his decision. Your plan is worth trying. But we wait until our ships are repaired. He turned to the silver-armored guard at his side. Jelena, you will remain here at Torturer's Deep. Guard it well. Jelena inclined her head silently. With the fine timber Roro had brought, skilled Tyroshi shipwrights, and ample supplies, repairs at the harbour surged ahead. The three captured double-oared war galleys, the Nest of the Crab and her two smaller sisters, Reef Breaker and Abyssal Stranglehold, along with a dozen smaller oared ships, lay in the makeshift docks like wounded sea beasts. Craftsmen directed sailors as they replaced rotting ribs and planks with oak and ironwood, planed down rough edges, carved mortise and tenon joints, and sealed the seams with boiling fish glue and tung oil. The clang of hammers, the rasp of saws, and the shouts of shipwrights filled the days and nights, the air thick with the tang of fresh shavings and oil. For half a month, Quen waited like a crouching beast within Torturer's Deep, prepared for Kago's strike. Yet from Jawbreak Island came no move. Not even a scout ship appeared. The pirates were no fools. To storm Torturer's Deep, they would have to brave the narrow cracked channel and the clifftop defences enough to bleed any attacker white. A siege to starve them out was just as impossible. The warm bay within was a natural fishery, its stockpiles of dried fish piled high. At the cliff's base, rainwater gathered into clear pools, ensuring a steady supply of fresh water. At last, after weeks of relentless work, Quen's fleet emerged renewed. The massive double-hulled warship, the Nest of the Crab, stood tall once again, its masts towering into the sky. Heavy crossbows and catapults newly mounted on its fore and aft decks crouched like steel beasts, radiating deadly menace. The other two war galleys had likewise regained their former might. Even the medium-sized oared vessels, though humble, had been patched, fitted with ballistae and catapults of varying sizes. Crude as they were, they now carried a fierce, rugged air. Quen stepped onto the solid deck of the Nest of the Crab. Roro followed at his back, introducing, "Lord, this is the Nest of the Crab, once Kago's flagship. Now it's yours." "Excellent." Lo Quen's gaze swept across the fleet. Roro, the fleet is ready. Carry out the plan. Yes, my lord. A sharp light gleamed in Roro's eyes. He quickly summoned his 500 hardened pirates to board the fastest, shallowest draft-oared ships. With supplies and water replenished, the ships shot out of Torturer's Deep like arrows loosed from the string, racing toward the Razor Reef east of Jawbreak Island. Lo Quen, meanwhile, led Yoram Mormont, 1,000 pirate infantry, and 500 silent dragon soul guards aboard the main warships and remaining oared vessels, trailing far behind Roro's flotilla. Sir Yora, Lo Quen said to the Bear Island knight beside him, his face still dark, once Roro has lured the fish into the net, we strike from both sides. Leave none alive. Yora gave only a low grunt in reply, his eyes drifting unwillingly toward the direction of Torturer's Deep, toward the bond he could not sever. The sun blazed overhead, its scorching rays baking the sea until the air steamed with suffocating heat, heavy with the stench of salt. Roro's small ships swaggered along the outer edge of Razor Reef, even edging close to Jawbreak Island's patrol lines in open provocation. Sure enough, within half a day, 3 patrol boats flying Jawbreak Island's flag closed in like sharks drawn by blood. They did not attack at once. One vessel broke off and sped away, clearly to carry word, while the other 2 shadowed Roro's ships at a measured distance, neither closing in nor falling back. Time crawled in the tense pursuit, the sea and sky slowly sinking into dusk. Roro followed his planned course, guiding the pursuers steadily toward the jagged maze of reefs where dangerous currents churned. Yet the 2 enemy ships still only trailed, making no move to attack or summon reinforcements. A chill breeze swept across the flagship's deck, and unease spread through Lo Quen's mind like ink clouding clear water. Beside him, Yoram Mormont's brow was furrowed so tightly it seemed knotted. His rough fingers rubbed the hilt of his sword unconsciously, his deep voice carrying the weight of instinct. Something's wrong. They're buying time. Where are their reinforcements? Where is Kago's main force? A thought flashed through Lo Quen's mind like lightning, and a cold dread seized him. Damn it! Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Ambush and Counter-Ambush. He spun around, his voice taut with a sharp urgency. They're holding us here. Kago's main force has likely already gone to strike our stronghold. Yora's face went pale. Linus was still inside Torturer's Deep. Torturer's Deep is easy to defend and hard to storm. Could they really take it? He forced himself to steady, his tone turning analytical. There are only 1,000 men guarding it now. Kago must believe we've emptied our nest, leaving it hollow within. Lo Quen's words came fast. Turn back at once. Full speed. He barked the order toward Roro's fleet ahead. The signal flagman instantly raised the urgent retreat signal. The fleet wheeled about in the night, heavy oars thrashing the sea, carving frantic white wakes as they raced back toward Torturer's Deep. The ocean lay smothered in black ink. Sparse stars pricked the sky, the moon smothered by heavy clouds. Only the lanterns at the bows flickered faintly in the vast darkness, like drifting fireflies. Distant reefs loomed like ghostly shadows, rising and falling with the waves. Lo Quen stood on the stern deck, forcing calm as his mind raced through every possibility of Kago's design. The defenses of Torturer's Deep. Yelena holding command. Kago's cunning. Then a darker thought surfaced. No. His voice cut through the tension. Kago may not be aiming for Torturer's Deep at all. Even with just 1,000 men, Yelena could hold them for a time behind our fortifications. If they attacked and we returned, they'd be trapped in the cracked channel, crushed from front and rear. That would be suicide. A flash of understanding lit Yora's clouded eyes. You mean, their real target is us? An ambush along the way back. Exactly. Lo Quen's gaze slashed across the Black Sea like a blade. Roro, the fastest route home, where's the best ground for an ambush? Roro had already bent over the sea chart. By the faint lamplight, his finger stabbed at a mark. The tidal reefs, my lord. We passed them earlier today. By day, when the tide's high, the waters are deep enough to pass. But at night, when it ebbs. His voice broke off. His old, clouded eyes widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. At low tide, vast reefs break the surface, perfect cover for hiding ships. Just so. A cold smile touched Lo Quen's lips. Clever, shipbreaker. Not as stupid as he looks, waiting for us to sail straight into his jaws. Order the helm, hard starboard. Abandon the main channel. Take us wide, swing around, and I'll strike him from behind. Under Roro's sure guidance, the fleet slipped ghost-like through the night, circling wide to creep upon the tidal reefs from the rear. The tidal reefs. The night lay ink dark. With the tide gone out, the reef bared its jagged teeth. Black rocks jutted like the fangs of some ancient beast, piercing the waves, gleaming faintly wet and cold under the thin light of the moon. Dozens of oared ships of all sizes lurked like venomous snakes, silent in the reef's shadows. 5 great double-decked war galleys squatted like sea monsters. On the towering stern of one, the massive figure of Cago the shipbreaker melded with the night. Bare-chested, he gripped a heavy double-bladed axe, its edge catching now and then with a glint of cold light. Cago, shouldn't they be here by now, muttered a gaunt, leather-armored captain at his side, his voice laced with impatience. Cago's single eye flared in a glare, but his mouth split in a cruel grin, showing yellowed teeth. What's the hurry? Those pups are still tangled by our ships at Razor Reef, running like headless flies. Wait. When they're desperate to get home and sail right into our arms, He hefted his axe. I'll make oars for our fleet from their ship planks. The gaunt man chuckled darkly. That's the brilliance of it. They'll think we've gone to raid their den, and rush back in panic. Never dreaming we're lying in wait along their only way home. Once we sink a few, the rest. His grin widened. The rest will be ours to carve. Even as they whispered, savoring the slaughter to come, a vast shadow stirred from the deep waters beyond the reef. It moved like a phantom, silent and immense. It was Lo Quen's main fleet. Shielded by reefs and night, they had finished their encirclement. Fire! Lo Quen's cold command rang from the stern deck of the Nest of the Crab. The flag-bearer snapped his signal flag downward. Woohoo thrum! A shrill whistle tore through the silence of the night. The catapults, long primed, bellowed with a thunderous roar. Massive stones screamed through the darkness, smashing into the dense knot of enemy ships nestled within the reef. At the same time, the heavy crossbows loosed bolts as thick as a man's arm. Carrying terrifying force, they shrieked through the air, striking true at enemy masts and waterlines. Boom! Crack! Splash! Disaster fell in an instant. A Jawbreak Island vessel's mast was split clean in two by a stone the size of an ox. The collapsing sails and rigging crashed down, crushing the men beneath into pulp. A heavy bolt punched through the waterline of a double-decked galley, sea water surging into the hull in torrents. The reef erupted into chaos, shattered hulls groaning, timbers splintering, dying screams rising and merging into a nightmarish chorus. Cago reeled for a heartbeat under the sudden onslaught, then rage consumed him. Enemy attack! Torturers, deep dogs! They've flanked us! Warriors, hold fast! Ram them, sink them! His lone eye blazed red, blood vessels bursting as he roared like a beast. The raw savagery of Jawbreak Island's pirates exploded forth. Shipbreaker Cago's name had been forged in the ram. Every warship under him bore a reinforced prow, its bronze-tipped ram sharpened like a spearhead, the hulls specially braced for impact. At his bellow, the surviving ships lunged like wounded sharks. Oarsmen roared in frenzy, their blades churning the sea like whirling wheels. The galleys twisted free of the reef, ignoring the danger of rocks, and surged forward with terrifying speed, mad with a suicidal ferocity, straight for Lo Quen's fleet. Their aim was clear: strike the weaker oared ships, tear the formation apart with brute force. On the stern deck, Lo Quen's hawk-like gaze swept over the onrushing enemy fleet, hunting for Kago's flagship. The dragon bone bow was already in his grip, the cold weapon thrumming with a hunger for blood. One arrow if it found that massive figure could end this battle. But then, a thick cloud swallowed what little moonlight there was. Darkness deepened. Enemy outlines blurred, indistinguishable shadows on the sea. Damn it! Lo Quen spat. The black arrows of the dragon bone bow were priceless, he couldn't squander them on blind shots. The enemy fleet surged nearer, rams glinting with lethal promise even in the dark. Lo Quen knew there would be no avoiding it now. The clash would be steel on steel, blood on deck. Yora! Roro! Prepare to board! Fight to the death! His roar cut above the howl of the sea wind. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Boarding Battle at Sea. Bang! 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 The deafening crashes exploded across the sea like thunder. The rams of Kago's fleet slammed into the sides of Lo Quen's forward oarships like siege hammers. Sturdy oak planks groaned under the immense force, shattering, warping, and buckling inward in an instant. One medium-sized galley was struck so hard it nearly snapped in two, sea water pouring in as the hull keeled sharply to one side. The pirates of Jawbreak Island roared with bloodlust, brandishing axes and cutlasses. Like piranhas scenting blood, they clambered up the tilted hulls or swung aboard on hooked lines, swarming onto Lo Quen's ships in a frenzy. The battle flared white-hot at once. The clash of steel, the dying screams, the rage-filled shouts filled the night. Lo Quen's 1,000 pirate infantry, though drilled for half a month under Yora, were quickly hard-pressed against the Jawbreak veterans, twice their number and twice as savage. The lines buckled beneath the brutal assault. If not for the Dragon Soul Guards, their silent, unyielding wall holding the worst of the enemy's charge and cutting men down with Valyrian steel, the defense would already have shattered. Lo Quen drew the Valyrian steel sword at his waist, its cold blade glinting in the firelight. A pack of Jawbreak raiders spotted him as commander and charged with howls. A cold gleam flashed in Lo Quen's eyes. Magic surged within him, flooding into the blade. The ancient runes etched along the spine flared to life, burning crimson. Whoosh! A fan-shaped wall of fire erupted from nothing. Lo Quen swept his sword wide, unleashing the searing blaze like a living thing. It devoured the onrushing pirates in an instant. They had no time to scream. Their bodies twisted and blackened in the flames, filling the air with the stench of charred flesh. The fire raged on, licking up ropes and debris, casting a hellish glow across the terror-twisted faces of nearby raiders. Yoram Mormont, hacking through foes in his heavy armor, faltered mid-swing, staring in disbelief at the sight of Lo Quen's sword, wreathed in flames of annihilation. Lo Quen cut through the enemy like a war god of fire, his flaming blade carving a path of ruin. Pirates burned to cinders or hurled themselves into the sea, shrieking. He carved straight through their ranks and leapt onto the deck of another warship, leaving a trail of burning carnage behind him. As he was clearing the last resistance, a raw, thunderous bellow rolled across the battlefield, drowning out the din. For Jawbreak Island! Kill them all! Lo Quen's head snapped toward the sound. On the deck of a massive double-decked galley, a hulking, bare-chested figure swung a colossal axe like a beast unleashed. Every stroke sent blood spraying, bodies crumpling like stalks of grain before the scythe. Around him, the pirates of Jawbreak Island went wild, howling his name with frenzied devotion. Kago! 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 It was Kago! A cold killing smile curved Lo Quen's lips. The chance was here. Without hesitation, he sheathed the flaming sword and drew the dragon bone bow from his back. Draw! Knock! Pull! The movements flowed like water. His will flared, and flames roared to life along the black arrowhead, burning fiercely. Twang! The bowstring cracked like a thunderclap. A blazing meteor streaked across the night, splitting darkness and sea alike. Death itself flew on its trail, straight for Kago's chest. On the opposite deck, Kago had just split a man in half with his axe, hot blood spraying across his face. And in that moment, a dread deeper than blood, like the gaze of some ancient beast, locked onto his soul. Every hair on his body bristled. His beast-like instincts saved his life in the final heartbeat. Kago never even saw the arrow clearly. Acting purely on instinct, he twisted hard at the waist with startling speed and strength. His left hand shot out like lightning, seizing the gaunt man beside him and yanking him into his path. Splutch! A faint but chilling sound of tearing flesh. The flaming arrow grazed past the outer side of Kago's left arm. The searing heat carbonized and vaporized the flesh in an instant, leaving white bone exposed. Agonizing pain tore a scream from his throat. But when his eyes fell on the man he had pulled in front of him, the scream broke off, replaced by terror and revulsion. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, with smooth charred edges, had burned clean through the man's chest. The blast had incinerated his innards and bones the moment it struck. All that remained were scraps of blackened flesh and jagged rib ends smoldering with faint smoke and sparks, sizzling with the acrid stench of scorched meat. The man's face was still frozen in shock, but his eyes were already glassy, empty. Through the smoking cavity, Kago saw Quen standing tall on the opposite stern deck, bow in hand, death made flesh. He glanced down at his own arm, blackened, burned to the bone, racked with stabbing pain. For the first time, sheer terror drowned the infamous shipbreaker. Retreat! Get the fuck out of here! His roar, sharpened by panic, turned shrill and broken. He no longer cared for the fleet or for victory. He scrambled and staggered toward the cabin, desperate to flee from the bow that had nearly ended him. The sight of their commander fleeing, combined with the charred corpse at his feet, its chest blown open, its eyes staring lifelessly, shattered the jawbreak pirates' will. They scattered like beaten dogs, leaping back onto their ships in a frenzy. Oars bit the sea with frantic strokes as the fleet swung about, fleeing toward Jawbreak Island. Behind them drifted only burning wreckage, bobbing corpses, and the foul reek of smoke and blood carried on the wind. Roro cut down a pirate too slow to escape, wiped the blood from his face, and rushed to Quen's side. Lord! Shall we pursue? Quen slowly lowered the dragon bone bow. Watching Kago's flagship vanish into the fleeing mass, swallowed by the night, he shook his head. He was too far, the waves too rough. Even if he gave chase, his ships couldn't match their speed. And Kago, shaken and terrified, would surely scatter vessels to cover his retreat, leaving no opening. No. Order the men to clear the field. Gather the dead. Salvage what we can. We return to Torturer's Deep. His voice was hard as iron. This debt will be paid sooner or later. The wind keened across the deck, fanning stubborn flames and carrying the thick stench of blood. A carefully laid ambush and counter-ambush had ended in Kago's ruin, and the shipbreaker fled maimed. But in the stepstones, the storm was only beginning to rise. Chapter 47, The Plan. Torturer's Deep. The chill in the sea-carved hall was heavy, the air stagnant. Quen stood before the vast stone wall map, his fingertips drifting absently across the reefs marked tidal reefs. His voice was calm. What were our losses at the tidal reefs? Roro swallowed, his throat working. Lord, though we won in the end, the price was steep. 497 of Torturer's Deep's pirate soldiers were killed, more than 130 gravely wounded, and nearly every man bears some cut or scar. He stole a glance at Quen's stern face before hastily explaining, Lord, Kago excels at ramming tactics. Many of our dead drowned when their ships went under, only to be picked off by his men with crossbows. Quen gave a short nod. The pirate casualties were grim, but they weren't the true loss. He looked toward Jelena. She understood at once, answering in a low, steady voice, 73 Dragon Soul Guards fell. 73. In the corner, Yoram Mormont repeated the number to himself. He had seen countless battlefields, corpses piled like mountains, rivers of blood. Yet the fall of these silent warriors struck him harder than most. Clad in Valyrian steel armor, wielding Valyrian steel blades, the Dragon Soul Guards were the sharpest fangs and strongest shields of torturers deep. Losing 73 of them was worth far more than the near 500 pirates. He snapped his gaze to Lo Quen, wondering how he would answer such a loss to his very core strength. Lo Quen's fingers, tapping against the sea chart, stilled the moment he heard the number. That night, Kago had brought over 30 oared vessels, 5 or 6 of them double-decked warships. In sheer numbers, the gap was staggering. Lo Quen's forces, even counting Roro's men, barely reached 2,000, with only 500 Dragon Soul Guards among them. Kago's pirates had numbered more than 3,000. Even with his ambush turned back on its maker, even with his flanking strike gaining ground, the imbalance of ships and men had cost him dearly. Yora's month of drilling the pirates had done little, they were no real soldiers yet. Without the unyielding resistance of the Dragon Soul Guards, the losses would have been worse still. Lo Quen closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, every trace of feeling was gone, leaving only cold resolve. The ships. Kago fled in disgrace, abandoning 7 galleys still fit to repair. We hauled them back. Roro answered quickly, trying to soften the weight of the report. But our own losses. 4 medium galleys had their keels snapped clean, they're fit only for firewood. The abyssal stranglehold's damage runs deep into her frame, she'll need major work. The nest of the crab and the reef breaker both had their hulls split on one side, their decks a ruin. They'll take time to mend. Lo Quen nodded, then turned. His gaze passed over Roro and Yora, settling at last on Jelena and Janice standing silently in the corner. Jelena, Janice. Let's see the fallen Dragon Soul Guards. Lead the way. Yora's doubts only deepened. He followed in silence, determined to see what Lo Quen intended. Roro trailed after them too, a thread of nameless fear in his gut. He already knew the sisters had the power to call the dead back once before. Deeper within the sea-carved caverns lay a vast, empty stone chamber. 73 bodies of Dragon Soul Guards were laid in perfect rows across the cold floor, covered in rough linen shrouds. The stench of blood and the chill of death hung thick in the air. The cloth could not hide the wounds' horrific gashes, shattered armor. Death had stripped them bare, silent testimony to the brutality of the fight. Lo Quen walked to the head of the line. Jelena and Janice flanked him, one to either side. Begin. Lo Quen's deep voice echoed through the vast stone chamber. Jelena and Janice raised their hands in unison. Their slender fingers flared with halos of light. The temperature in the chamber spiked. Torches along the walls whipped and flickered, throwing grotesque shadows that writhed across the bodies draped in white linen. An indescribable aura spread through the air, as if a fissure to the realm of the dead had been torn open. Yoram Mormont froze, holding his breath, pupils shrinking sharply as he fixed on the nearest shrouded form. Roro staggered back a step in terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He had known the sisters could raise the dead, but this was the first time he had seen the act itself. Beneath the linen, the rigid outlines of corpses twitched faintly, like a slumbering beast being stirred awake. Then the second corpse, the third. At bone-deep wounds, muscle fibers, splintered bones, even fragments of torn organs began to writhe and knit together under the halo's glow, as though pulled by invisible threads. Broken bones snapped back into place with grating cracks, torn flesh fused like molten wax forced to seal. The process unfolded in silence, yet carried a soul-shaking sense of reversal. Minutes later, the halos ebbed like a retreating tide. 73 Dragon Soul Guards rose in unison. Their movements were stiff, inhuman, their gazes colder than before. Their scars remained branded on their bodies like marks of war, making them even more fearsome. Wordless, they turned toward Lo Quen and the sisters, as if they had never fallen. "Fall back into formation," Jelena and Janice commanded calmly. The resurrected guards marched out with heavy, precise steps, their silence absolute. Only Yora's ragged breathing and Roro's chattering teeth lingered in the chamber. A chill shot up Yora's spine, cold sweat slicking the hand that gripped his sword hilt. This raw display of mass resurrection struck him like a hammer blow to the soul. Staring at Lo Quen's terrifyingly calm back, he felt for the first time a fear that clawed up from the deepest reaches of his being. Was this power truly a gift from the gods? Beside him, Roro had gone pale, his legs trembling. At last, he understood why the guards were silent, why they felt no pain, why they fought without fear of death. They were walking dead. And in that shock, his loyalty to Lo Quen spiked into fanatical devotion. Lo Quen ignored their terror. After Kago returned wounded, what news from Jawbreak Island? Roro jerked as if waking from a dream, fumbling out a sheepskin sea chart. His voice quavered with reverence. My lord. Our patrols near Jawbreak Island report that after Kago fled back, his left arm was ruined, just rotting flesh. He's broken in spirit, paranoid day and night. He has fewer than 30 seaworthy ships, all hiding in the main harbor like turtles. Meanwhile, the hidden shipyard on the western side of the island is working frantically under his orders, repairing ships as if mad, desperate to recover strength. Yora drew in a deep breath, forcing down the storm of shock at what he had just witnessed. The Bear Island Knight's resolve and tactical instinct overpowered his fear. "Lord," he said in a rougher, deeper voice than usual, "Kago entrenched in the main harbor holds the terrain advantage. A direct assault will bleed us heavily." He jabbed a finger at the main harbor on the map, then slid it quickly to a smaller mark beside it, the shipyard. But his desperation to rebuild ships, that's his weakness. The shipyard lies apart from the harbor, its defenses weaker. That's where we strike. A feint will do the rest. A feint. Lo Quen's eyes locked instantly on the mark. "Send Roro with a fast fleet," Yora said, pointing at the harbor, miming an attack. "Make it loud, make it look like we've thrown everything into an all-out assault on the harbor. The greater the spectacle, the better. Kago must believe all our strength is fixed there and send every reserve he has to meet it." His finger tapped the shipyard again. "Then you, Lord, lead the true fleet straight here. While his ships are still in dock, we crush them. Take what we can, burn the rest. If the shipyard falls, Kago is nothing but fish on the block waiting for the knife." Lo Quen stared at the mark, the shipyard, the glaring weakness. His eyes hardened. "A sound plan. We'll do it your way." He turned to Roro. "And you must sell the act. Don't let Kago glimpse the ruse." Driven by fear and fanatic zeal, Roro thumped his chest, eyes flashing with cunning and malice. "Rest easy, Lord. Bluffing's what I do best. I'll scare Kago so bad he'll piss himself," with his eyes fixed only on the harbor. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Feint to the east, strike to the west. Time slipped by in the shipyard of Torturers Deep, where the air reeked of tung oil, rust, and tension. Craftsmen toiled day and night, their hammering never ceasing. A month later, the fleet stood renewed. The abyssal stranglehold, once battered and broken, now loomed proudly in the main berth. Its fractured keel had been braced with ironwood and clamped with massive bronze plates. Rotten ribs and planks were replaced with fresh oak, fitted tight as if grown in place. The hull was sheathed in layers of tung oil-soaked linen, forming a tough, waterproof skin. The deck had been relayed and polished smooth, sails swapped for heavy new canvas, and every rope replaced, taut and strong. 7 newly captured galleys had been added to the ranks, their prows tipped with polished bronze rams gleaming with cold menace beneath the torchlight. The repaired ships, their scars hidden beneath careful patchwork, looked ready to kill. Night descended like spilled ink, draping Torturers Deep in shadow. The shipyard did not quiet, it roared louder, driving toward its final push. Torch-bearing craftsmen rushed about with last inspections and reinforcements, while sailors hauled barrels of fresh water, salted meat, hardtack, bundles of arrows, crossbow bolts, and stone shot aboard. The air rang with the clang of steel, the thud of boots, and the bark of harsh orders. Excitement and dread thickened the night, the kind of heavy stillness that always came before battle. In that darkness, Horus led his decoy fleet out first, their sails vanishing into the horizon with a clamor meant to be heard. As their noise faded, Torturer's deep harbor fell into brief silence. But it was not the silence of calm, it was the last held breath before the storm broke. Shrouded in the midnight mist rising from the sea, Quen led the true fleet from the harbor in silence. With Yoram Mormont at his side, he guided the warships toward the hidden shipyard on Jawbreak Island's western shore. Jawbreak Island, main harbor. A weary sentry rubbed his bloodshot eyes, squinting at the pale horizon. The wind off the sea carried salt and a chill of foreboding. He had been freezing on that cursed watchtower all night, cold gnawing into his bones. Since Kago had returned, maimed and raving, his temper was like a dog with its teeth ripped out and tail trampled, violent, unhinged. He had ordered the lookouts to watch without rest. Torturer's Deep could strike at any moment. Damn it, that Torturer's Deep bastard gives me the creeps. He spat phlegm over the railing, muttering bitterly. Stories of Quen, the new master of Torturer's Deep, spread like plague through the harbor. Survivors of the Tidal Reef's battle told them in lurid detail flaming swords, a great bow that fired burning arrows, and silent soldiers clad in steel, moving like towers of iron. The thought alone chilled the blood. Then his drowsy eyes flew wide. On the horizon, sails swelled, growing larger by the heartbeat. Enemy attack! His scream tore the silence apart, his hoarse voice sharp as broken glass. He hammered the rusted bronze bell beside him, sending its clangor through the harbor. Clang! 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 The shrill alarm shattered Jawbreak Island's night. The docks exploded into chaos. Pirates stumbled half-dressed from their shacks, still reeking of drink, shouting curses as they scrambled for weapons. Kago's lieutenant came running, still tugging up his trousers, and snatched the spyglass from the lookout's hands. Through the lens, a fleet surged straight toward the harbor. On the lead ship's sail, clear in the torchlight, was the familiar figure of Horus. That wily old fox brandished a curved blade, pointing toward the docks, with ranks of armed pirates thronging behind him, blades gleaming as they roared. It's the main force of Torturer's Deep. They're attacking. The commander's voice carried the faintest tremor as he spun on his heel, roaring at his panicked men. Sound the highest alarm. Ready the ballistay. Move, damn you, move. Jawbreak Island's main harbor erupted like a hornet's nest struck with a stick. Pirates swarmed the defenses in chaos. Heavy ballistay were shoved onto the battlements, while archers scrambled clumsily up the low walls. Far out at sea, Roro stood on the stern deck of his medium galley, squinting at the mounting chaos in the harbor and the shrill clang of alarm bells. A sly, satisfied grin spread across his face. He leaned toward his first mate. Pass the order, every ship, make some noise. Beat those drums, blow those horns, wave every bloody flag you've got. Closer now, just a little closer, stay right on the edge of their range. Boom! 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 Woo woo woo! The deep thrum of war drums and the piercing cry of horns carried across the sea as the banners of Torturer's Deep whipped and snapped on every ship. Roro's fleet pressed toward the main harbor with threatening force, yet cunningly held just within the edge of the enemy's heavy ballistay range. They shifted formation again and again, posturing as though ready to charge at any moment. At Roro's command, his loudest sailors stood at the bows, hurling insults at the shore. Kago, you one-armed cur! Come out and die! Scum of Jawbreak Island! We've come to collect your worthless hides. Lord Quen will drink from Kago's shark head. The curses, riding the beat of drums and horns, carried clearly to the walls. Pirates howled in fury, but fear kept them crouched behind their fortifications. A few ballista bolts shrieked through the air, splashing harmlessly into the sea well short of Roro's ships. Ha! That's it! Keep at it, curse 'em out! Roro slapped his thigh in delight. Unlike the uproar of the main harbour, the bay sheltering the shipyard lay quiet beneath its shroud of mist. Hidden from the main channel, this was Kago's last hope. The alarm from the harbour had clearly reached them. Several war galleys cast off from the docks and rowed hard toward the commotion. The rest, battered and crippled, lay beached in the crude yard where yawning craftsmen worked by lamplight, hammering sluggishly. On the outskirts, 2 weathered patrol boats kept watch. In the cramped cabin of one, the captain gnawed a piece of rock-hard salted meat, chasing it with sour wine. He'd lost badly at dice the night before, and his mood was foul. "Captain, something's happening." The shout came trembling from the masthead lookout, thick with disbelief and fear. "Damn it, quit your screaming!" The captain cursed and dragged himself out, eyes bleary as he followed the sailor's pointing finger. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. It wasn't a trick of the mist. It was the dark wall of a fleet, their sails filling the horizon. Torturers' Deep's fleet? But, they're supposed to be at the harbour. His voice cracked into a shriek, the meat falling from his hand unnoticed. He remembered the tales whispered about Torturers' Deep's new master. The flaming sword. The fire-tipped arrow that had torn off Kago's arm. "Turn it about! Gods damn it, turn it around! Back to the shipyard, warn them!" His voice broke as he bellowed. "Signal the alarm! Enemy attack! Torturers Deep! We've been fooled! Their target isn't the harbour, it's the shipyard." The 2 patrol boats bolted like startled hares. Oarsmen, driven by blind terror, strained until their veins bulged, trying to wheel the ships around. Up the masts, sailors scrambled to raise the black danger pennant and light the beacon fire. But it was already too late. Chapter 49, Marla the Salt Widow. The bay where the shipyard lay was broad and exposed, lacking the jagged defences of Torturers' Deep. The 2 small vessels from Jawbreak Island fled frantically under the looming shadow of Lo Quen's fleet, only to be torn apart in an instant by a storm of crossbow bolts and precisely aimed stones. Lo Quen had been lurking offshore for some time, watching as several oared ships departed the dockyard to reinforce the main harbour. Roro had clearly succeeded in drawing Kago's attention. It was time to strike. Land. Lo Quen's command thundered across the flagship's deck. Pirate infantry roared as they boarded skiffs, surging ashore like a black tide. But what truly froze hearts with dread were the Dragon Soul Guards marching behind them, silent and unyielding as stone. Once ashore, they locked into a tight, disciplined square, their Valyrian steel weapons flashing with lethal light. Shipwrights still bent over repairs, sailors on watch, even a few low-ranking pirate captains, all of them blanched at the sight. Their courage broke instantly, sending them fleeing in panic without the slightest attempt at resistance. The Dragon Soul Guards advanced like machines of war, hunting down the fleeing pirates. Valyrian steel blades carved through leather armor and wooden shields as though they were paper. Spears drove through bodies one after another, harvesting lives with every thrust. Those who survived screamed in terror, scattering like rats, their formation shattered, their will to fight gone. Lo Quen himself did not hurry ashore. He stood tall upon the stern of the nest of the crab, overlooking the battlefield. His eyes swept across the dockyard, searching for stragglers. When a larger Jawbreak Island warship attempted to break free of the docks to rally a counterattack, Lo Quen dispatched his oared ships to cut it off. The boats surged forward at his command, hemming the vessel in. Bolts and stones rained down on it, the hull split open, the deck caved in, and even the mast snapped in half. The falling timber crushed men beneath it before they could even react, spraying the planks with blood. With the harbour cleared and the beach secured, victory seemed all but assured. But just as Quen's main force pressed inland, chasing down the broken remnants, disaster struck. From the mouth of the bay, where the waters had lain calm, a forest of sails burst into view without warning, far more than the remnants of Cago's fleet could account for. Pale banners whipped in the wind, marked with the image of a twisted sea serpent coiled around a skull. Weeping Reef Island. The Salt Widow, Marla. At their head surged the Widow Queen, a flagship even larger than the nest of the crab, its prow carved into the shape of a monstrous sea serpent ram. Behind her followed a vast fleet, no fewer than 30 or 40 ships of varying size. They struck at the precise moment when Quen's forces were most scattered and their formation weakened by the assault on the docks. They had been lying in wait. Now their lines unfurled with swift, deadly precision. "It's a trap!" Yoram Mormont's grim voice carried from the shallows. He knew we'd come for the shipyard. Withdrawing the ships was bait. Cago has joined forces with the Weeping Reef. Marla's fleet tactics left no doubt. They made no move to ram the shore or grapple for boarding. Instead, exploiting their sheer numbers and superior maneuverability, they spread wide and closed in, forming a massive tightening noose. Then came the storm crossbow bolts and catapult stones, falling like a hail of death upon Quen's ships still trapped at sea. The sturdy oak planks of the nest of the crab splintered under a barrage of stones, shards flying in all directions. The reef breaker's hull was pierced clean through by a massive ballista bolt, sea water rushing into the breach. Sailors struck by splinters screamed as they toppled into the sea. On the beachhead, the landing force that had just secured the advantage was suddenly plunged into peril. Cut off by the sudden appearance of a vast fleet, they stood exposed on the open shore, turned into living targets. Arrows from the Weeping Reef pirates whistled down in deadly volleys, felling men one after another. From the stern deck, Quen watched his warships buckle under the siege, saw the beachhead troops forced into a desperate fight with their backs to the water. His mind grew sharper, colder. He saw the truth of it instantly. The fleet at sea was split and encircled, the troops on shore pinned down. The deadlock had to be broken. And the only way to break it was to strike at the enemy's command. Marla. "Pass my order. All ships rally to me. Form a defensive ring around the nest of the crab. Dragon Soul Guards, hold the beachhead, do not yield an inch. All soldiers aboard retaliate with the bally stay." Quen's voice cut through the chaos and the screams, carrying clear to every ear. The warships of torturers deep heaved toward the flagship, drawing together for cover, their hulls shielding one another as arrows and stones poured down from the enemy. On shore, the Dragon Soul Guards once again proved their worth as instruments of war. Ignoring the storm of arrows, they lifted their heavy shields in silence, shielding the pirate infantry behind them. Locked into a tight phalanx, their Valyrian steel weapons rose and fell, each strike unleashing a spray of blood, hacking down Weeping Reef pirates who tried to storm ashore in skiffs, cutting them down in the shallows. Yoram Mormont fought like a maddened bear, sword cleaving through foes as he led from the front. Side by side with pirate soldiers and Dragon Soul Guards, he held together a line that bent but did not break. But Marla's numbers were overwhelming, her followers famed for their brutality. Shrieking like banshees, they charged in wave after wave, heedless of losses. Several skiffs broke through the barrage, and Weeping Reef pirates leapt ashore, howling as they clashed with the soldiers of torturers deep in vicious melee. The battle devolved into a brutal deadlock, every heartbeat spilling blood. Quen's gaze cut through the smoke, the screams, and the carnage, fixing on the towering stern of the Widow Queen. There, a figure stood unmistakable. A powerful woman, tall and broad-hipped, her bronze skin bared beneath rough leather armor. On her head sat a helmet made of skull, in her hand a great curved scimitar that gleamed as she barked commands, orchestrating the slaughter. The Salt Widow Marla. She stood on her flagship with supreme confidence, her face lit with cruel delight as she watched the beachhead drenched in blood. Now! A cold fire blazed in Quen's eyes. He wasted no breath, no thought. Reaching behind him, he drew the dragon bone bow. The ashen frame shimmered with copper runes that seemed to drink in the light, radiating a power that made the air itself shudder. He pulled forth a single arrow, black as ink, its tip glimmering with eerie starlight. His will surged. Magic poured into the bow. VMMM. A strange hum rippled outward from the dragon bone bow. Swirling sigils and runes came alive, flaring blood red as fire coiled silently around the black arrow. Quen's arms strained, muscles taut as he drew the bow to a perfect full moon. The bow creaked under the strain, ready to snap. Thrum! A detonation beyond the reach of human hearing split the battlefield, hurling its scream across hundreds of yards of sea in an instant. In that moment, time itself seemed to stop. Chapter 50, An Arrow Through the Heart. Everyone who saw it froze for an instant. On the stern of the Widow Queen, Marla, her scimitar raised high, suddenly went rigid. The cruel, savage grin on her face froze where it was. She lowered her head in disbelief, staring at the center of her broad, powerful chest. There, at the height of her heart, a gaping hole the size of a bowl had appeared, its edges glowing faintly with embers, the air thick with the stench of roasted flesh. Her expression locked into one of sheer shock and incomprehension. The last spark in her eyes guttered out like a candle in the wind. The scimitar slipped from her grasp and struck the deck with a sharp, despairing clang. A heartbeat later, her body, stripped of its core strength, collapsed like a boneless husk. She fell silently onto the icy deck as flames kindled across her form, spreading swiftly until they consumed her whole. The battlefield fell silent, as if muted. Lady Marla, stammered a nearby Weeping Reef captain, his voice shaking uncontrollably. They. Salt Widow, she's dead. Another pirate gaped at the burning hole in Marla's chest, terror flooding his face. It's him. The new master of Torturers Deep. He killed Marla with fire sorcery. Panic erupted like a plague, sweeping from ship to ship across the Weeping Reef fleet. Their commander, slain in such a horrifying, unstoppable fashion, shattered the very core of their will. The ferocity and cruelty that had bound them together crumbled in the face of absolute power and nameless terror. What had been a surging tide of attack collapsed in an instant. The Weeping Reef pirates fell into chaos and dread. Some ships spun and fled outright. Others collided. Some even turned on each other, fighting for a path of escape. The once mighty fleet dissolved into a boiling frenzy of panic. Counterattack! Crush them! Quen seized the moment, his roar like thunder. The words lit a fire in the hearts of Torturers Deep's soldiers, unleashing all the fury they had pent up. The warships bellowed with deafening roars as oarsmen summoned their last strength. The vessels surged forward like beasts breaking free of chains, slamming into the enemy's disordered ranks. Arrows and stones rained down like a storm of vengeance. On the beach, the troops roared like unleashed tigers, their battle cries shaking the air as they hunted down the fleeing Weeping Reef pirates, driving them into the sea or cutting them down on the blood-soaked sands. In an instant, the battle turned. The Weeping Reef fleet collapsed completely, shattering into scattered fragments racing to flee this cursed sea. When the last ship flying the Weeping Reef banner disappeared in panic over the far horizon, the shipyard beach and surrounding waters had become a vision of hell. The sea was stained dark red with blood, strewn with severed limbs and splintered timbers. The air reeked of blood, charred flesh, and death. Quen allowed no pause for rest, not even a glance at the slaughter he had wrought. He gathered his battered but unbroken men, ordering the captured shipwrights and pirates of Jawbreak Island and Weeping Reef locked away in the holds. Then he tasked Yora with tallying the ships taken in battle. The heart of the shipyard was theirs. Several oared vessels, battered to different degrees, lay in the docks or stranded on the shore. Heaps of oak and ironwood planks, barrels of tung oil and fish glue, coils of rope, and piles of bronze nails and iron fittings were stacked in untouched corners and warehouses, precious stores for rebuilding and strengthening the fleet. Just then, a light galley cut through the mist from the main harbour. On board was an officer of Roros, his face a blend of panic and exhilaration. Before the boat had even steadied, he was scrambling up onto the nest of the crab. "Lord, there's chaos at the main harbor," the officer blurted, breathless. Quen's brow furrowed. He had ordered Roro only to harass at the harbor's edge, feint an assault, and withdraw if Kago's men sallied out. If the plan was followed, nothing should have gone wrong. "Explain. What about Roro?" "Not Lord Roro, my lord." The officer hurried to clarify, swallowing nervously. "It's the jawbreak pirates, they've completely fallen apart. At first, when our fleet appeared, they rang the alarm so loud it shook the sky. The walls were crammed with men, ballistae were rolled out, they looked ready to fight to the last. Lord Roro had us stick to the plan, shout, wave banners, beat the drums, act like we were about to launch a full assault from just beyond their range." He paused, disbelief etched across his face. But then, half an hour later, the fortress suddenly caught fire. The flames spread fast, black smoke pouring into the sky. Stranger still, the pirates on the walls, bows drawn, ready to defend, dropped their weapons the moment they saw the fire. They panicked, screaming, and rushed back into the fortress. The walls were abandoned entirely. Lord Roro thought it too suspicious to act rashly, so he sent me at once to ask your command. Should we move into the main harbor? It's wide open now, and eerily silent. Quen's eyes narrowed to sharp points. Internal strife? Or a trap? He shook his head. Not being there himself, he couldn't yet judge. "Send word to Roro, keep strict watch on the harbor, no landing without orders. We sail for the main harbor immediately." His tone was iron. "Signal the fleet, abandon clearing the wreckage in the shipyard. Weigh anchor and set course for Jawbreak Island's main harbor." Jawbreak Island was a long, narrow mass stretching north to south. Its main harbor sat at the island's southernmost tip, nestled within a naturally sheltered bay. To the north rose a short but steep limestone hill, from which a small stream wound its way into the bay. Atop that hill clung Kago's seat of power, Jawbreaker Fortress. It was less a fortress than a stone stronghold of decent size, a low wall of rough limestone blocks, barely 6 or 7 feet high, snaked along the slope to enclose a modest area. Inside stood the pirates' main quarters, warehouses, and Kago's tower. The fort had little depth, its strength lay in the steep incline it sat upon. Any attacker would have to charge uphill, fully exposed to defenders' bolts and hurled weapons. At the foot of the hill, to the south, stretched Jawbreak Island's main harbor, where Kago's last fleet had been anchored. When Quen's warships appeared outside, Roro's fleet closed in at once. Roro clambered swiftly aboard the nest of the crab, skipping pleasantries as he pointed urgently toward the harbor. "Lord, look! Not a soul left inside." After the fortress caught fire, all of Kago's men ran back in. Quen fixed his eyes on the sight before them. In the harbor, ships of all sizes rocked gently with the tide, mooring ropes slapping hollowly against their sides. No guards, no sailors, not even a skiff was manned. The docks lay deserted, littered with weapons, helmets, and gear abandoned in the scramble. But up by Jawbreaker Fortress, the view was starkly different. Thick columns of black smoke billowed from within its low walls, rising into the not yet bright sky. Even from afar, the stench of burning wood carried on the wind. Flags hung limp and crooked atop the battlements, with not a man in sight, only smoke pouring ceaselessly from behind the walls. Faint shouts and the clash of metal drifted from within, muffled by the hillside and distance, too unclear to make sense of. The entire main harbor seethed with a strange, unsettled chaos. Chapter 51, Infighting. Only now did he dismiss the possibility of an empty fort ruse. That night at Torturer's Deep, Crabclaw had already seen through Quen's plan, yet still let him and his men enter before launching an ambush. First, Crabclaw was confident the ambush would be enough to kill Quen and his followers. Second, Quen had brought only 5 ships into Torturer's Deep, giving him no advantage in numbers. But the most critical point was that Crabclaw had no idea Lo Quen possessed a dragon bone bow capable of loosing flaming arrows. Unlike Crabclaw, Cago had already tasted the bow's fury. He knew all too well what awaited anyone caught in Lo Quen's sights in open ground. With command of the main harbour fleet and the fortress's strong defences, there was no chance he would abandon such advantages by throwing open the gates. The only explanation was that something had erupted within the fortress, something far beyond his control. Lo Quen judged the situation instantly. Cago is either dead or has lost control. This is a gift from the gods, we must not waste it. Assault the fortress at once. Speed was everything. He had to strike while Jawbreak Island was still in chaos, crushing Cago's last foundation of power with overwhelming force, leaving no chance to regroup. At Lo Quen's command, the oars bit into the water as the fleet surged toward the main harbour docks at full speed. The pirate infantry, well drilled, quickly formed ranks under their officers' shouts. Siege rams were unloaded from the transports. Crude but serviceable scaling ladders were shouldered by the pirates. The Dragon Soul Guards once again led the charge. Silent and relentless, they stormed up the steep slope below the fortress, their massive bodies pounding through gravel and soil with the steady rhythm of machines. Several ladders were thrust into place against the lower, more level stretches of wall. Climb! At their officers' bellow, the pirates of Torturers Deep roared wildly. Daggers clenched in their teeth, they began to scramble upward. When Lo Quen's forces smashed through the crumbling gates, the Dragon Soul Guards and Torturers Deep pirates poured in like a flood, sweeping into Crackjaw Fortress, now shrouded in smoke and fire. The scene inside was hell itself. Narrow alleys and the so-called square were strewn with corpses in common pirate garb. Blood ran together with mud, and the smoke-filled air was choked with the reek of iron and gore. Some scattered pockets still fought on, but most either cowered like frightened quail in corners, trembling, or wandered in shock with vacant eyes. The battle's heart was at the fortress's summit outside Cago's tower. The closer they drew, the louder the clash of steel and the more savage the carnage. The ground before the tower was heaped with bodies, the blood covering the stones like a crimson carpet. Two pirate bands were locked in a desperate struggle. One group, smaller in number, barely 20 men, had formed a semicircle with their backs against the burning tower's base. Every one of them was drenched in blood, battered with wounds, yet their eyes blazed with the madness of cornered beasts. At their center stood shipbreaker Cago. His condition was pitiful. His bare chest was caked with blood and soot. The filthy bandages over his shoulder stump were soaked through with blood and pus, reeking of rot. His face was ashen, his eyes sunken, flickering with a mixture of terror and rage. In his right hand he gripped his signature heavy double-bladed axe, but his swings trembled with exhaustion and the agonizing drag of his severed arm. He roared like a beast, driving on his last diehards. "Hold! Kill that traitor Hal, and I'll grant him an island." Their attackers numbered a little more, about 30 men, and struck with brutal ferocity. At their head was a lean, hard-eyed middle-aged pirate. His right hand was gone, replaced with a gleaming iron hook that dripped blood. In his left hand he wielded a curved scimitar. His body bore many wounds, but his spirit blazed unbroken. This was the traitor Cago had named Hal the Iron Hook. "Cago, your doom is upon you. For our fallen brother's kill." Hal's voice was hoarse, laced with searing hatred and the desperation of a final stand. He swung his iron hook to knock aside a slashing blade, then drove his scimitar deftly into the ribs of one of Cago's guards, a strike as ruthless as it was efficient. The men beside him unleashed the last of their strength, hurling themselves against Cago's faltering line. The battle had reached its breaking point. Hal's side pressed the advantage, but Cago and his remaining diehards fought back with the savagery of the doomed. Lo Quen's arrival was like ice water poured into a boiling cauldron. The heavy tread of the Dragon Soul Guards and the cries of the Torturers Deep pirates drew every eye on the battlefield. For a heartbeat, the ferocious clash froze. Cago's lone right eye snapped toward the entrance. The instant he recognized that familiar figure, his pupil shrank to a pinprick. Terror consumed him utterly. "It's that eastern brat from Torturer's Deep." Cago let out a shrill, despairing scream. Forgetting even Hal before him, he instinctively turned to flee into the burning tower. But in that fatal instant, as his mind faltered and his movements lagged, Hal's gaze flared with a predator's light. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Hal hurled his scimitar straight at Cago's face, forcing him to flail awkwardly with his axe to deflect it. In the same instant, as Cago's balance wavered, Hal struck. His iron hook, coiled and ready, shot forward like a viper from its lair. With the fury of vengeance and the resolve of one ready to die, he drove it into the side of Cago's neck. Gah! Cago's scream broke into ragged gasps, his lone eye bulging with pain and suffocation. The hook sank deep between neckbone and windpipe. Blood, scalding hot, burst from the wound in a torrent, gushing from his mouth and nose. Cago's dying strength hurled Hal forward, but Hal only grinned in savage triumph. Planting all his weight behind the iron hook, he wrenched it back with brutal force. Snap splat! The sickening crack of bone and tear of flesh rang out. Cago's massive head tore free, ripped from his neck by the iron hook. Blood sprayed down like rain, drenching Hal's face in crimson. The headless body swayed stiffly, blood spurting from the stump in a fountain, before toppling with a heavy splash into the spreading pool. After a few spasms, it lay still. The severed head dangled from the hook, eyes bulging, mouth frozen half open in a soundless scream of terror and rage. Before the tower, silence fell. Both Hal's men and Cago's last loyalists stood stunned, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of what they had witnessed. Even the roar of the flames seemed to fade. Hal sucked in ragged breaths, each one thick with the stench of blood. Struggling upright with his left hand, he kept his right arm raised high, the hook still clutching Cago's dripping head. Ignoring the corpse at his feet, his bloodshot eyes burned with grim resolve as they locked on Quen through the haze of smoke and firelight. Hal's voice cracked as he shouted, "Cago butchered our brothers on this island, feeding some to the sharks. Under his rule, Jawbreak Island was doomed. I, Iron Hook Hal, ended his reign with my own hands. His head is yours, Lord." He thrust the hooked head forward. In the firelight, the grotesque trophy swung, blood still dripping from the ragged stump of its neck. Hal dropped heavily to one knee in the clotted blood, bowing his head low. With both arms extended, he presented the severed head in a posture of submission. "I swear allegiance to you and offer the remnants of Jawbreak Island. This head is proof of my loyalty. I beg your mercy, Lord, grant us the chance to prove our worth under your command." At his words, his surviving men snapped from their shock. Weapons clattered to the ground as they dropped to their knees one by one, foreheads pressed to the blood-soaked earth. "We surrender. Forgive us, Lord. We pledge our service." Cago's last few followers stared at their leader's severed head, then at the encircling dragon soul guards and torturers' deep pirates closing in with silent menace. Whatever fight remained in them crumbled away. Exchanging weary glances, they let their weapons fall and knelt in defeat. Chapter 52, Occupying Jawbreak Island. Thick smoke coiled above the square as flames leapt across the tower and nearby buildings with a crackling roar. Quen's gaze swept over the kneeling Hal and the familiar severed head in his hands. He looked again at Hal, kneeling in a pool of blood, his entire body drenched. A heavy silence pressed down like a boulder on every man forced to his knees. Only the crackle of fire and the mournful wail of the sea wind through the ruins broke the stillness. Quen pondered. Hal had not intended to surrender at first. Only when surrounded by his forces had he yielded, bowing to necessity. Still, at a time when he was in need of men, having someone familiar with the waters of the Stepstone's pledge service would prove useful for future conquests. Quen's voice carried authority. "Very well, Hal. You've done well. I accept your allegiance and that of your brothers on Jawbreak Island. He did not reach for the repulsive head, nor did he give it a second glance. Turning slightly, he ordered the man beside him. Sir Yora, hang this head on the highest, most visible point of the fortress. Let all of Jawbreak Island see that the age of Kago the shipbreaker has ended. Yes, my lord. Yora's reply was low, his face expressionless. He stepped forward, drew a spare length of coarse hemp rope from his belt, and swiftly looped it around Kago's hair and jaw, tying a firm knot. Then, carrying it as though it were no more than a bundle of goods, he turned without emotion and walked toward the tallest flagpole beside the tower. Kago's head swung in his grasp, blood dripping to the ground in a broken crimson trail. Lo Quen's gaze returned to Hal. Hal, you and your men will be temporarily placed under Roro's fleet. Assist him in stabilizing Jawbreak Island's outposts, tallying supplies, and gathering surrendered men. Should you harbor other thoughts, I'll hang your head beside Kago's. He left the threat unfinished, but as his icy gaze swept across Hal and the crowd kneeling behind him, a chill pierced every spine, rising to the crown of their heads. It was as if the invisible scythe of death hovered at their throats. The Dragon Soul Guard's cold stares pinned them like steel. Never, my lord. My iron hook is at your command. Hal pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling with both fear and the elation of survival. He knew he had won his first gamble, but from this moment on, he was bound irrevocably to the chariot of his ruthless and powerful new master. There was no turning back. As Kago's bloodied head was raised high on the tallest flagpole of Jawbreak Fort, swaying in the sea wind and morning breeze, it declared to the entire island the end of the old age and the arrival of a new order. Jawbreak Island, once the dreaded lair of pirates feared by every merchant ship, was now under Lo Quen's command. And his reputation spread with wings, carried on the bloody news deep into the stepstones. After seizing Jawbreak Island, Lo Quen immediately summoned Yelena from Torturer's Deep. By then, Roro had completed the tally of pirates. Seated in what had once been Kago's tower hall, Lo Quen looked down at Roro, Hal, and Yoram Mormont. Roro spoke with delight. My lord, the count is finished. A total of 2,500 pirates have surrendered on Jawbreak Island. In addition, the island's storehouses hold immense wealth worth over 200,000 golden dragons when measured in the coin of the Seven Kingdoms. 200,000? Adding this to his funds from Torturer's Deep, and subtracting Roro's spending in Spearhandle Village, he now held nearly 700,000 golden dragons. Enough to build a fine fleet, and he already commanded the ships of both Torturer's Deep and Jawbreak Island. Oh, about Weeping Reef have we sent men there yet? Lo Quen remembered how, after he shot Marla dead last night, the remaining Weeping Reef warships had scattered like frightened birds. This time it was not Roro who answered, but Hal. Lord, no one knows the waters of Weeping Reef better than us on Jawbreak Island. I've already ordered our brothers to assist Lord Roro's fleet in taking it. If those bastards resist, we'll crush them. Our feud with Weeping Reef runs deep, with hundreds of disputes over the years. Kago was abandoned by all because he tried to collude with that salt whore of Weeping Reef. She pretends to support Jawbreak Island, but in truth, she would plunder us at every turn. We Jawbreak men will never ally with a salt whore. The venom in Hal's words was bone deep, and the pirate chieftains standing behind him all voiced their agreement. Lo Quen was surprised. He hadn't realized the enmity between Jawbreak Island and Weeping Reef was so bitter, more like sworn enemies reminiscent of the Brackens and Blackwoods of the Riverlands. That being the case, perhaps Marla's raid last night hadn't been aimed solely at him. Jawbreak Island's shipyard could have been a target as well. Otherwise, why hadn't they moved to stop him before his landing, instead of waiting until he had rampaged ashore to make a belated show of force? A clever scheme, but it had ended with Lo Quen's arrow. Roro, what's the situation with Jawbreak Island's fleet? Lo Quen turned to him. After securing the island, he had ordered Roro to register every ship. Roro, unable to contain his excitement, reported, there are 26 oar-driven ships left, including 5 double-decked warships still fit for use. A smile touched Lo Quen's lips. He was now one of the great powers of the Narrow Sea. With the 3 ships from Torturer's Deep, the number of double-decked warships rose to 8. Ordinary single-deck warships numbered 35. On top of that, he had bought 30 merchant sailing ships in Volantis. Though their design made them ill-suited for oar power, his 5 swan ships were each armed with heavy crossbows. In all, Lo Quen now commanded 48 vessels ready for war. He addressed the men. With Marla dead, Weeping Reef is leaderless. Taking the island after our victory should be no trouble. But our true enemy is not Cago or Marla, it is the man who calls himself the Prince of the Narrow Sea, Saladorson. Only by defeating him can we truly rule these waters. Roro, you and Sir Yora will go to Spearhandle village to buy repair materials and as many heavy ship weapons as possible. If there are shipwrights seeking employment, you may hire them outright. At these words, a trace of unease flickered across Roro's face, but he quickly masked it. Yes, Lord. When the others had dispersed, Roro returned alone to the hall. Lowering his voice, he asked, Lord, why send me with Sir Yora to Spearhandle village? Are you not concerned? Roro was shrewd and keenly observant. He had long since noticed that Yora was not truly loyal to Lo Quen. More than once, he had urged Lo Quen not to trust a man with a divided heart, but every time, Lo Quen had only smiled and shaken his head. This time, Roro could not help but raise the warning again. Lo Quen no longer concealed his reasoning. Roro, you've been with me long enough to know my ways. If there were no advantage, would I have kept him at my side for so long? Sending you with Yora to Spearhandle village has a purpose. He leaned close and whispered a few words into Roro's ear. Roro's expression shifted at once, worry giving way to a smile. Lord, I understand. Chapter 53, Saladorson. Evening. The Jawbreak Island fleet was returning from Weeping Reef Island. Hal brought word that Marla's pirates had fled by ship. Before leaving, those bastards had carried off most of Weeping Reef's wealth, leaving the Jawbreak Island fleet that went to claim it empty-handed. Lo Quen felt his heart sink. The pirates had either escaped to the edges of the Stepstones, or, they were heading to Bloodstone Island to seek aid from Saladorson. He was certain they would join forces with Salador and march against him. The real storm was brewing. Time was shorter than he had expected. To face the enemy, he would have to plan ahead. Lo Quen left Cago Fortress on Jawbreak Island, his steps heavy as he passed pirates clearing away the battlefield's wreckage. These former Jawbreak Island marauders now played the clumsy role of cleaners, cowed into submission by his cold rule and the silent threat of the Dragon Soul Guards. Charred beams, shattered weapons, and hardened clots of blackened blood were shoveled away. At the harbour pier, Lo Quen stood with his boots on planks stained dark with blood and bleached pale by seawater, staring out at the deepening twilight on the horizon. He had already settled on a reorganization plan earlier that day. The 2,500 pirate soldiers of Jawbreak Island would be merged with the 1,500 survivors from Torturer's Deep. Roro was given command of 1,000, while Hal would lead 500. Of the rest, Jelena would command 2,000 and Janice 500. He had once kept Jelena at Torturer's Deep, fearing a sudden strike from Cago. Now that both Cago and Marla were dead, Jelena could be freed to take on primary combat duties. By the time she reached Jawbreak Island, night had already fallen. She arrived worn and travel-stained. Even aboard ship, Jelena had already heard the news that the island had changed hands. Her cold, composed features showed no ripple as she said, "Congratulations, my lord. The situation in the Stepstones is now clear. Once Saladorson is removed, you will have full control over the Narrow Sea." Lo Quen nodded. True. But Salador is no fool. He has sailed the Narrow Sea for many years, and the strength he's gathered should not be underestimated. Jelena's gaze lingered on his face. My lord, why not simply strike at the head? She paused, then went on. Instead of meeting Salador in open battle, we could strike at his stronghold and kill him. These past months have shown me that the pirates of the Stepstones are nothing but a rabble. Unlike the great houses and kingdoms, who are bound by oaths and honor, pirates collapse the moment their leader is gone. Yelena was quick to learn. Since leaving the ruins of Valyria, she had absorbed much from Quen about the cultures and histories of Westeros and the Free Cities. That's a sound idea, Quen said, but I can't exactly storm the enemy camp alone, can I? Her violet eyes locked onto his. My lord, you could become a true dragon. Quen shook his head slightly, his gaze turning distant. Yelena, your sword is sharp, but your vision must reach farther. The Stepstones hold decisive weight for both sides of the narrow sea. They control the trade routes, linking two continents. Once we unify them, countless eyes will be fixed on this place. The Iron Throne, the 9 free cities, and others besides. If I must spend vast amounts of magic just to deal with these pirates, how will I have enough left to face those greater powers? He walked to the end of the pier, staring into the black vastness of the sea, and continued, if I show my trump card now, both shores of the narrow sea will unite to destroy us, scheming to bring me down with scorpion bolts. Aegon Targaryen conquered the 7 kingdoms except Dorne with only 3 dragons and a few thousand men. But in those days, the 7 kingdoms were separate realms, each at war with the other, their interests divided. That disunity made conquest possible. Now, the 7 kingdoms have been one realm under the Iron Throne for 300 years. They have lived together, intermarried, and fought side by side in wars against foreign foes. At this moment, as a foreigner, if I were to conquer Westeros, I would face a unified regime, the Iron Throne, not the fractured 7 kingdoms Aegon faced. Quen's voice was deep and powerful. Yelena, tell me, how much magic would I need to face this? 100,000 or 1,000,000? How many dragons? 3, or more? No. Time is on our side. Our young dragons will soon hatch. They will grow stronger day by day. Magic will one day return to the world and free us from our limits. What we can do now is use our limited magic to create extra gains before the hatchlings mature and before magic returns. Clearly, Salador is not part of that plan. He turned, his eyes flashing with a cold, resolute light. Yelena, trust me. I've been waiting for one opportunity, one that matters, and it will come when we take the Stepstones. Yelena was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Lord, I have always trusted your judgment. Quen nodded and fell silent. His deep gaze returned to the boundless darkness, as though already piercing the thick sea fog to see the clamor and plots unfolding on Bloodstone. Bloodstone, at the stronghold of Saladorson. The air here was the exact opposite of the grim stillness after the battle at Jawbreak Fort. Lamps burned bright. The hall buzzed with life, heavy with the scents of roasting fat, spices, sweat, and ale. A great feast was underway. More than a dozen long oak tables were crammed with people, the surfaces were piled with heavy wooden platters. Chunks of beef stewed with beets, turnips, and parsnips simmered in rich gravy. Roast chicken stuffed with fruit browned to a crisp. Onions caramelized and glazed with meat juices sent up an intoxicating sweetness. Most striking were the suckling pigs at the center, their skins crackling with oil, shining a deep golden red. Pirates hacked at hard black bread with crude knives, greedily mopping up fat and juices, devouring it all. Chewing, swallowing, and the clink of cups and plates filled the air. At the highest point, behind the lordly high table, Prince of the Narrow Sea Saradusan sat like a true king. He wore an outer robe woven with silver thread that shone so bright it dazzled, the sleeves so long they nearly trailed on the floor. Emerald, monkey-shaped buttons carved from jade flashed extravagant green in the lamplight. His carefully curled silver-white hair was topped by an ornate, fan-shaped green velvet cap, stuck through with a few peacock tail feathers that trembled as he spoke. With triumphant satisfaction he raised a glass of Dorn wine, dark as blood, his voice booming over the hall's noise. "Brothers! Tonight, Bloodstone welcomes honored guests." He pointed toward a group of figures at the hall's entrance who looked utterly out of place. Some 20 or 30 of them ragged, bearing fresh wounds, stood with faces hollowed by fear, exhaustion, and burning hatred. They were Marla's last remnants, having fled here in disgrace. "They come from Weeping Reef's loyal followers of the valiant Salt Widow Marla," Salador's voice seethed with incitement and grief. "They bring atrocity. An eastern sorcerer has crept into the stepstones. With foul witchcraft he took torturers deep, slaughtered the Kago of Jawbreak Island, and by devilish means murdered our fearless ally, Marla, before all eyes." The hall fell silent at once, only the sizzle of fat falling into the brazier broke the hush. Every pirate's eyes fixed on the survivors from Weeping Reefs. The raw terror and hatred on their faces were proof enough. Salador slammed his cup down, crimson wine splashing out. This evil sorcerer's ambition will not stop. Weeping Reefs was only the beginning. Even Jawbreak Island could not sate him. Now his eyes are on our bloodstone, on the whole stepstones. He wants to turn us all into souls lost to his dark sorcery. He drew in a long breath, his voice exploding like a wave. "I, Salador San, the Prince of the Narrow Sea you chose, will not allow this. The stepstones are our home, the Narrow Sea our hunting ground. We will not let an eastern sorcerer and his black arts run wild here. I declare." He raised his cup high again, a cunning, dangerous light in his eyes. "We will form a united force. With steel and fire we will wipe this evil sorcerer and his army from the stepstones. We will bring back his head and hang it atop Bloodstone, so all who live along the Narrow Sea can see the fate that awaits those who dare challenge us." Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Movements in Tyrosh. At the heart of Tyrosh stands a magnificent palace of dazzling colors. The entire structure rises like a colossal reef fortress from the deep sea, built from countless massive slabs of sturdy grey-white marble. Each stone, meticulously polished, gleams with a bright, radiant luster. The people of Tyrosh are obsessed with color. At the palace's corners, lintels, and bases, master craftsmen have set mother-of-pearl, deep lapis lazuli, and shimmering stained glass, like treasures left behind by frozen waves. It is not only the Archon's bedchamber and seat of power, but also the crystallization of Tyrosh's oceanic soul. Within the vast main hall, the ruler of Tyrosh was now consumed by the storm of the stepstones. The Archon, past 50, was short and stout, his bloated body nearly swallowing the great chair beneath him, a throne in all but name. Its frame was dark hardwood, sheathed in priceless silk and velvet, soft as a cloud. But he did not enjoy its luxury alone. Several young, alluring mistresses lounged against him like languid cats, pearl-bright nails grazing his lavish robes, their warm breath laced with cloying sweetness brushing his ears. Yet the Archon's thoughts were far from these pleasures. His astonishingly thick hair and beard, dyed a striking azure blue, quivered beneath his furrowed brow. His eyes, hard as sapphires iced over, swept across the officials bickering below. Beneath soaring domes and columns inlaid with mother-of-pearl and colored glass, the advisors in their brocade robes quarreled fiercely, flushed and red-faced, over whether Tyrosh should now intervene in the turmoil of the stepstones. The clamor echoed across the polished serpentine floor, its surface carved with crocans and ships and softened with thick myrish carpets. "Enough!" The Archon's roar cracked like thunder, silencing the chamber at once. He seized a heavy silver goblet at his side and hurled it down. It struck the rich myrish carpet with a dull thud, bouncing and rolling until it lay still, its carved seahorse glinting in the wavering candle light. A maid in a sheer silk gown glided forward, gracefully lifting the cup and swiftly replacing it upon the ebony table inlaid with ivory and mother-of-pearl with a fresh, equally lavish goblet for her enraged lord. The hall fell deathly still, broken only by the slow curl of costly incense smoke rising from the censer. Gazing at his silenced advisors, the Archon's fury threatened to spill over. At that moment, the palace's great bronze doors gilded and carved with the sigil of the three-headed god swung open. A figure strode inside. He was stocky, but most striking was his wild, seaweed-like mane of green hair and beard. "My dear brother, where have you been?" The Archon's scowl gave way at once to joy. His bulky frame even leaned forward. "The gods bless your timely arrival. Quickly, give me counsel. That eastern upstart who appeared from nowhere in the stepstones has nearly devoured all the pirate dens, and now his blades are pointed at Tyrosha's very gates. How should we respond?" His voice brimmed with reliance. Though the Archon ruled Tyrosh, since his rise to power he had drowned himself in wine and women, leaving governance to a sprawling bureaucracy of officials. But his green-bearded brother remained his most trusted advisor, always by his side with counsel. A maid swiftly brought over a chair draped in bright green velvet, no less sumptuous than the Archon's own. Greenbeard sat with unruffled composure, taking a silver goblet from another maid. It brimmed with crystal-clear pear brandy, its crisp, fruity fragrance rising into the air. He drank leisurely, savoring the mellow taste on his tongue before speaking. "I've just escaped another tedious farce. That beggar king held yet another of his ridiculous court banquets. By the gods, the place was worse than the cheapest brothel in our port. A few merchants who knows where they crawled from hawked their wares, and they dare call it a restoration council? The so-called banquet offered sour wine, bread hard as stone, and the dancing ladies of the court reeked of dockside perfume." His contempt rang out unmasked, echoing through the vast hall. On any other day, the Archon of Tyrosh might have joined his green-bearded brother in mocking that beggar king. But now, all his thoughts were burdened with the stepstones. Greenbeard noticed the Archon's troubled expression and shifted the subject, his voice low and steady. "My lord need not worry. Though that Easterner has seized many islands, he's made no move against Spearhandle village, which remains under Tyrosh's control. I was just there a few days ago. His men placed several large orders, and thanks to him, our coffers are overflowing." The Archon rubbed his plump fingers in unease, making Bluebeard's beard twitch. "I fear this Easterner may one day set his sights on Tyrosh." "Set his sights?" Greenbeard let out a short laugh, a sly smile curling his lips. "By the three-headed god, he'll never have the time or the nerve. Don't forget, his biggest problem right now is Saladorson. That old fox has rallied the remaining pirates of the Narrow Sea to face him head-on. Nearly 100 ships armed with heavy crossbows alone enough to give the Easterner hell." The Archon sucked in a sharp breath, then frowned in realization. "By the gods, how could Salador muster such strength?" "You mean the Lysane have stepped in personally?" "Exactly." Greenbeard chuckled darkly, his eyes glittering with calculation. "That foreigner knows nothing of the stepstones. We Tyroshi rule the northern chain, while Lys props up that old octopus Salador to hold the western reefs. This golden waterway is the lifeblood of the free cities. If he wages war on Salador, he makes an enemy of Lys itself. It's suicide." The Archon still looked uneasy. "But, what if Salador loses?" Greenbeard's smile hardened, cold and cruel. "Then we'll let those arrogant Easterners taste the might of the Tyroshi fleet. If war truly comes, aside from our unmatched paddle-sail warships, we can throw gold at it, hire every sail fleet plying the Narrow Sea. Gold, after all, is something we have in abundance." He added the words with weight. At last, the Archon's taut nerves eased. His heavy body sank into the soft cushions, his mistress curling into his embrace. Very well, very well. Let the Easterners and the Lysane fight to the death. We'll reap the spoils." Greenbeard's gaze lingered on the Archon and his mistress, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. "Best if they both bleed themselves dry, leaving corpses piled high. Then..." His voice dropped to a whisper, like the hiss of a sea serpent. "The entire sea will bow beneath the banner of Tyrosh." His eyes passed over the Archon's vacant gaze, already fixed on his mistress's full bosom, leaving only cold disdain in his heart. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Iron Throne's Attention. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Keep of King's Landing, a different kind of heavy, stifling atmosphere filled the small council chamber. This hall, the symbol of supreme authority in the Seven Kingdoms, was nothing like the gaudy splendor of Tyrosh. Its grandeur was stern and weighty, steeped in the dust of history and the chill of power. Beneath their feet spread vast Myrish carpets, rich in color and intricate in pattern. Soft and silent underfoot, they swallowed every stray sound. In one corner stood a towering wooden screen from the Summer Isles, carved with exotic birds and beasts so lifelike their feathers and scales seemed to shimmer with warmth in the candle light. The walls were draped with priceless tapestries from Norvos, Qohor, and Lys, depicting the war of conquest, the legends of the gods, or elaborate geometric patterns silent witnesses in the dim hall. Most striking of all were the twin Valyrian stone sphinxes flanking the heavy oak doors. Carved from marble black as night, their forms were fluid yet powerful. Only their eyes broke the smooth lines, two great garnets, blood-red and gleaming coldly in the flickering candle light. At the head of the long table, the seat that symbolized the Iron Throne's true master sat empty. In place of the king, a drunken wastrel lost to brothels and the hunt, sat the aged hand of the king, Jonaran, great lord of the Eyrie. Years had carved deep lines into his face, and fatigue all but seeped from his slightly stooped back. Forcing himself awake, he worked through the mountain of scrolls piled on the table, each one a reminder of the kingdom's crushing debts. Around the long table sat the 5 core members of the small council. Jonaran lifted his bloodshot eyes to the man seated across from him. A short, plain-featured man, but with a sharp, lively gaze. His grey-green eyes always seemed to carry the shadow of a smile. A small, neatly trimmed beard framed his chin, and streaks of silver ran through his dark hair, oddly deepening the mature charm of his handsome face. Peter, Jonaran's voice was heavy with weariness, his brow furrowed. Has the envoy from the Iron Bank been sent away? Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, reacted at once. He nodded, wearing his usual inscrutable smile. Yes, my lord. Their ship left Blackwater Bay at first light. Gods above! Before the words had left his mouth, a clear, lightly mocking voice cut in. It came from a strikingly handsome young man seated to Aran's left. His long black hair brushed his shoulders. He wore a dark green velvet doublet, perfectly tailored and embroidered with 12 golden Baratheon stags. It was Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and Master of Laws. Lounging lazily in his chair, he drawled, "Here we are, great lords of the realm, members of the small council, yet we must bow and smile to those bravacy stinking of coin. At times I truly think we've become beggars on the street corners of King's Landing, fretting all day about tomorrow's bread and the king's banquet expenses." His tone was half in jest, half sharp with scorn. Beside him sat a man with a face dark and stern as cast iron. At Renly's words, his features hardened further, a frost settling over them. "Renly, perhaps you should keep such jests for the times when his grace himself attends the council." This was Renly's elder brother, Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone and Master of Ships. Renly did not bristle. Instead, he flashed a wider smile, his white teeth gleaming. "My good brother, you and his grace are both my brothers, and near enough in age. I thought you must have exchanged countless opinions on such troubles in private by now." Stannis's pale lips twitched, as if ready to snap back. But Jonaran's weary, pleading gaze fell on him, joined by the eyes of the others at the table. Stannis swallowed the words rising in his throat, giving only a sharp snort through his nose. His gaze cut like a blade across Renly's fine velvet doublet. Jonaran watched the king's 2 brothers, so different in temper, fall into another silent clash. He sighed inwardly. Clearing his throat, he drew their focus back to the council's true matter. "My lords." His voice rang heavy in the vast, ornate chamber. "His grace may have no time for the crown's finances, but as members of the small council, we must face reality. As of today, He paused, sweeping the table with his tired eyes. The crown's total debt has reached 5 million golden dragons. The number landed like a stone in still water, plunging the hall into suffocating silence. Everyone knew who had hosted one lavish tournament after another. Who had squandered gold on feasts and revels, bleeding the treasury dry and burying the realm in staggering debt. Jhonaran felt the unspoken blame and helplessness saturating the silence. A deep, consuming weariness threatened to overwhelm him. He forced himself to stay composed, searching for some glimmer of hope. My lords, in the days ahead, certain unnecessary and overly lavish expenses must be cut back drastically. As for His Grace, his voice grew strained. I will find a way to counsel him. My Lord Hand, a voice sweet as honey cut in. The speaker was a bald man seated beside Jhonaran. His face was pale and rounded, his body plump, his silk robes bright and gaudy. Every gesture carried the scent of powder and perfume. Varys, the master of whisperers, laid a soft, damp hand lightly on Aran's arm. I fear our king is not accustomed to contradiction. When someone dares advise him don't do this, you shouldn't do that, or this must never be allowed, oh dear, the effect is usually no different than urging him to do it all the faster. You've seen it yourself, every grand tourney is like a spoon cast of pure gold, scraping yet another piece from our already empty treasury. A flicker of discomfort passed over Jhonaran's face. Without comment, he drew his arm back from Varys's overly familiar touch. Varys, he said, changing the subject, what intelligence have you to report? Unruffled, as though prepared for this very moment, Varys smiled sweetly and slipped a rolled parchment from the perfumed sleeve of his robe. Well, some curious tidings out of the sisters, he said slowly, his voice carrying clearly through the hushed hall. Fishermen claim to have sighted krakens off the Bight. Pfft! Renly Baratheon burst out laughing, shattering the heavy air. Lord Varys, he said, his handsome face full of mockery, surely you don't mean the Greyjoys have hacked their way through the next swamps and sailed their longships straight into the narrow sea under our noses? Varys's dark, knowing eyes turned to Renly, though his saccharine smile did not waver. The Lord misjudges me. I speak not of iron-born waving axes, but of the true creature itself. They say its waves swallowed a whaler from Essos whole. Renly only shrugged. A kraken? Gods above, Varys, I'd sooner believe a Targaryen dragon has risen from the grave. At least beneath this very castle lie no small number of their fossilized bones. Still smiling, Varys glanced down at the parchment again, his tone unchanging, disquieting. There is more. From the stepstones comes news perhaps more worthy of your lordship's concern. A sorcerer from the distant east has, in but 3 or 4 months, swept aside entrenched pirate bands, taken several islands, and now stands on the brink of war with Salador San himself. Jhonaran's brow furrowed tighter. The shadow of debt had not yet lifted, and now new threats seemed to loom just beyond their shores. An eastern sorcerer, he asked, his voice low. From where? Varys rolled the syllables on his tongue, sickly sweet. Yiti. Yiti. The very name seemed to freeze the chamber. Faces shifted at once. Even Stannis, who had sat in cold silence till now, raised his head. Yiti, a land farther than Qarth, more ancient, more mysterious, a realm of legend said to be paved in gold. Grand Maester Pycelle, who had seemed half asleep until then, stirred and spoke in his slow, wheezing voice. As far as I know, Yiti lies thousands of leagues away. What business could an Easterner have, coming all this way across the narrow sea, to meddle in our quarrels? Varys did not answer him directly. Instead, he lowered his eyes again to the parchment, as if checking the details once more. My lords, I carry tidings still more troubling. It is said this sorcerer commands an army 1,000 strong. Each soldier armed in full plate that appears to be forged of Valyrian steel, wielding blades of the same, and fighting with savage ferocity. But most chilling of all, His voice dropped to a whisper. My informants swear again and again, these soldiers are not living men. They are corpses, raised from their graves and bound by some dark and ancient Eastern sorcery. By the seven, Varys. Renly's laugh rang out once more. Your sweet little birds must have flown astray this time, crashed headlong into the doom of Valyria, and come back choked on volcanic ash to fill your ears with such nonsense. From across the table, Peter Baelish smirked, his tone sly as he interjected, or perhaps they strayed beyond the wall and lost their wits to the old forest's bogeyman. Varys lifted his perfumed hands in a gesture of mild injury. Ah, my lords, how cruel you are to wrong me so! When have I ever misled the small council with false tidings? His expression sobered. These reports come from a knight in exile, a man in dire straits. He claims the sorcerer has taken his beloved wife hostage. To save her life, he has bent the knee and served the sorcerer, though his heart remains true to the safety of the Seven Kingdoms. It was he, while carrying out a mission for the sorcerer, who risked all to slip this message out, tidings that may well decide the fate of the realm. Tisk, 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 heart set on the Seven Kingdoms. Renly shook his head, disbelief written across his handsome face. What a shining, noble, heart-stirring excuse! Let's see, who might this poor, exiled knight forced to serve a sorcerer be? Aha! His eyes suddenly lit with realization, sharp and clear as they fixed on Varys. Could it be that fellow from the north last year? The one who dared to traffic slaves, was sentenced to death by the upright Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, and then fled in panic. The sickly sweet smile on Varys's face didn't falter. If anything, it seemed as though he had been waiting for this very question. The great lord truly lives up to his station as keeper of the realm's laws. You guessed correctly. He admitted openly, my source is none other than the former lord of Bear Island, Sir Yoram Mormont. Great Lord Jonaran felt a headache rising. Cutting off the argument before it could flare again, he asked the most pressing question, the very one Grand Maester Pycelle had raised earlier. Varys, did Sir Yora say what this Easterner's true intentions are? This was the real danger the small council had to guard against. Worry deepened on Varys's face. He nodded heavily, his voice grave. That, my lord Hand, is precisely the intelligence Sir Yora risked his life to deliver. He swept his gaze across the chamber, speaking each word with deliberate weight. That Eastern sorcerer seeks to emulate the Ninepenny Kings. His ambition is to use the Stepstones as a foothold, gather his strength, then invade and conquer the continent of Westeros beneath our feet. Great Lord Aron's face went ashen. 5 million gold dragons in debt already pressed upon him like a mountain. Now a powerful eastern force had appeared in the narrow sea, right at their doorstep, and their goal was to conquer the Seven Kingdoms? It was misfortune upon misfortune, disaster upon disaster. Grand Maester Pycelle spoke again, his voice trembling as he clutched at a thread of hope. My lord, perhaps your source is mistaken? Or forced into delivering false information? Varys instantly returned to his look of absolute certainty. Grand Maester, I cannot believe Sir Yora would dare deceive the small council in so grave a matter. He is, after all, a knight personally anointed with holy oil and raised to his station by our King Robert himself. Stannis, who had been silent until now, broke the tense quiet with a cold laugh. A knight? A traitor who sold slaves for coin and trampled the laws of the Seven Kingdoms in broad daylight? Such a man speaks of honor. The swirl of arguments, doubts, mockery, and the chilling talk of invasion left Jonaran drained, his thoughts tangled into knots. He pressed his throbbing temples and made his decision. Enough! The Hand's voice rang with a commanding authority that brooked no dissent, silencing the chamber. This matter is of the utmost importance. I shall report it to His Majesty the King when the time is right. He turned to Varys, his command sharp and clear. Varys, use every channel at your disposal to monitor the Stepstones. Pay close attention to the struggle between that Eastern sorcerer and Saladorson. I want the results at once. Until then. His weary gaze swept across the council. Further discussion is suspended. This meeting is adjourned. Varys bowed slightly, that sickly sweet smile once more curling across his lips. As you command, my lord hand. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Battle Plan. Over 10 days and nights had passed since Quen's iron-fisted assault on Jawbreak Island. The salty sea breeze still swept across the rugged isle. The air no longer carried the clamor and stench of pirates but instead the fresh scent of timber, the sharp tang of tung oil, and the steady rhythm of hammers striking ship planks. Roro and Sir Yoram Mormont had returned from Spear Handle village with rich spoils. A dozen heavily laden flat-bottomed barges, their hulls sunk deep into the water, slowly entered the crude dockyard on Jawbreak Island's western shore, a natural bay only slightly reshaped for the task. Supplies piled high as mountains, sturdy oak and pine beams, barrels of pungent tung oil, coils of tough flax rope, thick rolls of linen sailcloth, and dozens of Tyrosh shipwrights. Quen stood on a towering reef at the dock's edge, overlooking the busy scene below. Sunlight broke through thin clouds, scattering glittering reflections across the sea that lit his calm, water-still face. He had merged the costly Tyrosh craftsmen with Jawbreak Island's original pirate shipwrights. Under Roro's coordination, they worked ceaselessly, day and night, to repair the warships battered in the naval battle. In the shipyard, the craftsmen toiled like ants stripping broken planks, replacing rotted ribs of the keel, hammering in red-hot nails, and sealing seams with hemp soaked in tung oil. Quen knew Saradusan could descend upon them at any moment. Every ship repaired was another stake in his claim to survive the stormy sea. As for Weeping Reef Island, the looted pirate lair, Quen did not dismiss it. He ordered Hal to select 100 elite men, led by several seasoned former pirate captains of Jawbreak. With ample supplies and crossbows, they fortified themselves in the island's stout watchtower. Their mission was clear: to watch the surrounding waters, act as the forward eyes for the Grey Gallows archipelago and the eastern approaches of Bloodstone, and to keep stray pirates from seizing it for Salador's use. Only days ago, through the well-informed Tyrosh merchants of Spear Handle village, Quen learned that Saradusan was frantically rallying the Stepstone's scattered pirate remnants. The Prince of the Narrow Sea was clearly enraged by the meteoric rise of Quen, the eastern sorcerer, and felt threatened as never before. He was determined to risk everything in one decisive battle. In preparation, Quen had long since ordered Roro and Hal to send swift longboats and oared skiffs to scout like ghosts through the broken seas east of the Grey Gallows and Bloodstone, where reefs and shoals shattered the waters into a maze. Yet strangely, the dreaded swarm of pirate ships never appeared. The waters held only ordinary merchantmen and scattered pirate skiffs. Salador's vast fleet seemed to have vanished into thin air. The silence was unnatural, like the suffocating pressure before a storm. It tightened Quen's nerves with each passing day, suspicion quietly gnawing at him. He refused to believe Salador would simply abandon the fight. This stillness felt like nothing but the calm before the tempest. He dispatched his most trusted men, disguised as merchants, time and again into Spear Handle village to gather news. Finally, they returned with a key piece of intelligence reeking of conspiracy. The Lysane. Quen's brows furrowed into a deep scowl. He fixed his gaze on Roro, who had come to report, and spoke in a low, cutting tone. You mean Lys has directly stepped in sponsoring Salador's warships? How many? Roro shook his head, his expression grave. Lord, the Tyroshan Spear Handle are tight-lipped. They reveal nothing about the exact numbers or ship types. They only let slip this much: Lys has invested heavily. Their goal is clear: using Salador as their blade to cut you down, the unstable factor, and seize absolute control over the trade routes across the western and central stepstones. Quen paced in silence as the damp sea wind whipped across his face, tugging at the black hair on his brow. He murmured the names Lys and Tyrosh, and a cold, knowing smile curved his lips. Interesting. These two daughters wage their open and hidden wars, yet see me as nothing but a pawn. The truth came to him at once, the Tyrosh had leaked this intelligence deliberately. Not out of goodwill, but as a clear ploy to set tigers against each other. They wanted him and Salador, backed by Lys, to clash. At least Lys had put real coin into Salador's hands. But Tyrosh? They sat on a mighty fleet and vaults of gold, yet confined themselves to selling timber and tung oil in Spear Handle village. They watched from the mountain as the beasts fought, waiting for him and Salador to bleed each other dry before swooping in to claim the spoils of the sea. Humph! Quen let out a quiet, unreadable chuckle, his fingers tapping lightly against the cold stone windowsill. Seems I underestimated Tyrosh. The waters of the stepstones run deeper than I thought. His tone carried no trace of anger or admiration, only a deep and wary vigilance. Roro spoke with deep concern, interrupting his thoughts. Lord, the issue now is that regardless of how many warships Lys has provided, Salador's fleet has already grown significantly stronger. If we choose to meet them head-on in open waters. He hesitated, his words turning unusually cautious, even tinged with a faint bitterness. Our chances of victory are not promising. Behind those simple words lay the near-hopeless gap in strength. The pirates already knew these treacherous waters better than anyone. Now, with Lys lending them formidable naval power, Quen's few newly repaired paddle sail ships and hastily commandeered merchant vessels would be like eggs thrown against stone before an enemy both superior in numbers and equipment. Quen turned, his deep eyes steady, showing no hint of panic, only a cold gleam of clarity. Who says we must clash head-on in open waters? Roro, you and I both know our true strength lies in the Dragon Soul Guards. In heavy armor, blades in hand, they are an unbreakable wall on land, sweeping aside armies. But on a cramped, rocking ship. Through repeated battles, most of all the brutal night fight at the tidal reefs, Quen had come to fully grasp the guards' strengths and their fatal weaknesses. These silent warriors had unmatched defense and strength beyond ordinary men. In close quarters boarding combat, a single Dragon Soul Guard could suppress 10 pirates. Yet the harsh reality of naval warfare shackled their power. The narrow decks left them little room to fight, and the flimsy gangplanks during boarding allowed only a few to cross at a time, robbing them of their overwhelming advantage in formation. If that were the only problem, it might be managed. But worse was how the cunning pirates had adapted. No longer would they foolishly rush to fight these armored warriors hand to hand. They had learned. Kago's tactics had proven it. At the tidal reefs, the pirates of Jawbreak Island used their swift ships to ram the exposed flanks of Quen's vessels, splintering keels and hurling men into the icy sea. Then, from a safe distance, they rained down heavy bolts and even stones from catapults. The guards' famed armor turned against them under such relentless fire. Once overboard, they became helpless sinking targets stripped of all combat power. If the waters that night hadn't been shallow enough for rescue, the losses would have been devastating. Unless... Quen's gaze moved from Roro to Hal, who had been listening in silence. Unless we can drag the fight off the open sea where they hold absolute dominance and into ground where the Dragon Soul Guards can truly shine. Islands. Beaches. Or a trap where they have no choice but to meet us blade to blade, stripped of their ranged advantage. Roro's hand stroked the stubble on his chin as he thought, then his eyes lit with sudden clarity. Lord, do you remember Kago's ships? They all had bronze rams on their prows. If we could. A ram. Quen's mind flared to life, racing ahead on Roro's thought. Mount them on merchantmen, use their bulk and inertia to strike? But merchant ships are too slow, too clumsy. With the wind at their back, maybe. But against the wind, they'd be little more than targets. And even if they struck true, they'd only smash the enemy's sides and decks. To shatter a keel in one blow? Unlikely. He paced, words spilling faster, as if locked in a storm of thought with himself. Then, like lightning splitting the night, a word flashed through his mind: fire. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Janice's Discovery. Fire rides the wind. Quen stopped abruptly, eyes blazing with sudden clarity. He had overlooked the oldest and most effective way the weak could triumph over the strong at sea. Across the vast scroll of history, every miracle of naval warfare that entered legend had used fire as its blade, consuming mighty foes in flames. Roro, Quen's voice rang with exhilaration, as though a veil had been lifted. If we wait for the right wind, strip those heavy merchant ships down to bare weight with only helmsmen aboard, then pack their holds with tinder dry hay, grease-soaked rags, even tung oil from Spear Handle village. Send these fire ships running with the wind, straight into the heart of Salador's clustered fleet. Once they strike and ignite, fire feeding on the wind fanning the fire, can you imagine the sight? Roro and Hal's eyes lit up at once, as if they already beheld the inferno. Hal licked his cracked lips, his voice carrying the cruel edge of a pirate. Burn them to cinders. Those Lysane ships' sails, ropes, tarred hulls, their perfect kindling. Once alight, no one could save them. But his tone shifted, hard and pragmatic. To unleash their full power, we'd need to draw the fleet into a strait or bay where they can't spread out or maneuver. Force them into a crush, colliding, trapped. Then none would escape. Quen's face broke into the most confident smile since the war began. His gaze swept over the two men. And who better than seasoned sailors like you, who've prowled the stepstones for years, to know where the natural traps lie? Where can we drive Salador and his Lysane allies so tightly that even with wings, they could not escape? He clapped Roro's shoulder, then turned to Hal. Gather every captain who knows these waters. Now! We'll choose a grave Salador will never forget. That night, in a stone chamber hastily turned into a war room, lamps burned bright. A rough sea chart lay spread across a great wooden table. Quen, Roro, Hal, and several veteran pirate captains familiar with reefs, currents, and narrow straits huddled around, voices rising in heated debate. Charcoal traced routes and marks across the parchment. One site after another was proposed, then struck down. At last, a name heavy with peril and promise was chosen, again and again. Bone-gnawing channel. A narrow passageway hemmed in by jagged volcanic islets, swift waters, reefs thick as teeth. Its mouth allowed only a few ships to pass abreast, yet within lay a deceptively open pocket. If Salador's fleet could be lured inside, then cut off with fire ships at the mouth and set ablaze, the balance of victory might be shifted. The details were refined without pause. How many fire ships, how to disguise them, the moment to ignite, the covering vessels, the Dragon Soul Guard's ambush on shore, every piece had to align. By the time the plan was fixed, pale dawn light already touched the sky. The next morning, Quen did not remain on Jawbreak Island to oversee. He left the repairing of ships, the outfitting of fire ships, the drilling of sailors, and the watching of Grey Gallows waters to steady, reliable Roro and Hal, seasoned in pirate war. He himself, with Yelena at his side, boarded a swift-oared longship and returned to Torturer's Deep. Though Jawbreak's fortress was broader, more comfortable, with finer walls and lodgings, Quen had never moved his core men and treasures there. To him, Torturer's Deep remained safer, its labyrinthine sea caves, perilous landing points, and perfect secrecy unmatched. More than that, it guarded what could never be lost: dragon eggs, ghost grass, a colossal block of black stone, and precious tomes carried from the ruins of Valyria. Janice had stayed there, day and night, tending experiments on ghost grass and poring over those cryptic texts. His sudden return came from an urgent message she had sent through the Dragon Soul Guards. Her study of the Black Stone had uncovered something astonishing. The longship cut through blue waters, winding between jagged reefs, until the grim cliffs of Torturer's Deep loomed into view. As soon as they landed, Quen and Yelena moved swiftly through the guarded cave passages, straight to the vast cavern Janice had remade into her laboratory. The chamber was dim, lit only by a few whale oil lamps casting pale yellow halos. The air was thick with brine, the bitter scent of plant sap, and the must of parchment and old ink. Janice sat with her back to the entrance, bent over a rough stone table, reading by lamplight from a tome so heavy it could have served as a shield. Her long, silvery hair was tied simply at her nape, though stray strands fell against her pale neck and ears, glinting softly in the light. Her face was calm and intent, violet eyes racing across the page, long lashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks. In that cold, dark cavern, the glow of her focus made her strikingly beautiful. Sensing a familiar presence, Janice lifted her head. When she saw Quen's tall figure at the doorway, joy burst unrestrained in her eyes, like a lantern flaring a light in the gloom. "Lord!" She set the book aside and hurried forward, her voice carrying a faint, barely restrained excitement. "It's such a relief to see you return safely." The battle at Jawbreak Island. Quen smiled warmly and waved a hand. "It went more smoothly than I expected. We gained much, which is why I was delayed." He moved to the stone table, his eyes falling on the massive tome Janice had just set down. Its cover was bound in some unknown black leather, the edges badly worn. The spine bore faded gold thread stitched into flowing, intricate runes that seemed almost to shift, radiating an indescribable air of age and mystery. "Is this your new discovery?" "Yes, my lord." Janice lifted the heavy tome with great care, as though it were a priceless relic, and solemnly placed it in his hands. "Please look here, and here." She opened the book, pointing to passages written in deep red ink, her neat, crowded notes filling the margins. According to this treatise on the secret origins of Valyria, in the distant age before the Valyrian freehold was founded, the ancestors of the Valyrians mastered a forbidden blood magic ritual of immense power. Quen accepted the tome. It felt unnaturally heavy and cold in his grasp. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing at the passages she indicated. The words were in ancient High Valyrian, dense, archaic, laden with symbolism and metaphor barely legible even to him. Janice spoke softly at his side, her voice trembling with a scholar's excitement. "The ritual is described as a sacrifice to the stars, meant to gain a power beyond mortal reach, until at last, the stars themselves descend upon the world." "The stars descend." The words struck Quen like thunder. His heart jolted. At once, he remembered the frenzied woman shouting in the harbour of Volantis. Archmaester Marwyn had said she was a priestess of the cult of starry wisdom. And if the bloodmage of Tyria had spoken true, then the ancestors of Valyria, the emperors of the great empire of the dawn, those named for the colours of their eyes, had been the ones to perform such forbidden rites. But what was it they had sought in their sacrifices? What did the stars descending truly mean? A source of great power? Or some catastrophic doom? Quen's fingers absently brushed the cold, rough parchment as his thoughts surged, speculation and doubt crashing against one another. Could the doom of Valyria itself be tied to this mad pursuit of the descent of the stars? Sensing his shock, Janice pressed on, her words trembling with excitement. "My lord, the key lies further. To fuel a blood ritual of such scale requires vast stores of magic. The text makes clear this magic does not come from nothing, but is infused through a special method into the core of the rite, this very black stone. That means..." Her violet eyes glimmered with insight as she turned to the cavern's depths, where the massive stone loomed in silence. "This black stone is itself a vessel, capable of holding magic in unimaginable measure." Quen followed her gaze. In the dim lamplight, the monolith's surface seemed deeper, its natural runes breathing faintly in the shadows. Janice drew a steady breath and voiced her boldest conclusion. "Even more remarkable, the text claims this stone possesses powerful powers of purification and refinement. It can draw in chaotic, unstable magical energy from its surroundings, even cursed currents of blood magic, like those that tore loose in Valyria after the doom, and cleanse them, transforming the chaos into pure, stable magic that sorcerers can safely wield. No impurity, no curse, no violent surge of energy resists it. All is refined into pure essence. This stone has stood in Valyria for thousands of years. The power it has gathered within may be beyond all imagining, though for now, we cannot access it. Quen's chest hammered as if struck by a warhammer, his heart pounding furiously. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The Theft of Ghost Grass. Magic. This was the foundation of his strength, the key to his sorcery. Yet in this age before the red comet split the sky, when the world's magical energy lay in a low tide, the magic within him was limited. Every spell of even modest scale had to be measured with care, lest he drain himself dry. That constant restraint was his greatest hidden worry, a chain holding back both his power and his plans. If Janice's theory was correct, if this black stone truly contained immense reserves of magic, refining it into pure energy stored within, like a vast magical reservoir from which he could draw it, well, then he could break free of this age's shackles. No more carefully counting the cost of every spell. No more fear of exhaustion. He could spend magic as freely as breath. He pictured a future battlefield. No longer would the Dragon Soul Guards be forced to endure the brutal disadvantages of naval combat. Instead, he would take the form of a dragon, unleashing torrents of dragon fire to burn all to ash Salador's fleet, Lyssa's armed merchantmen, even Tyrosha's warships reduced to blackened wrecks adrift upon the sea. That would be overwhelming power. Quen's fingers brushed the massive black stone that seemed to swallow the light, its surface cold and sticky to the touch. Yet the system gave no response. He frowned. If the stone truly held magic, the system should have been able to absorb it. What was wrong? Studying the mysterious markings etched across its surface, he recognized traces of blood magic. Perhaps, he thought with a sigh, it was that blood magic which blocked the system's absorption, requiring some means of activation. He turned to Janice. Then the question is, how do we begin the process? How do we draw magic from the stone? Pointing to the runes and ritual passages in the tome, he asked, does it describe a method? Janice's excitement dimmed, replaced with a flicker of frustration. That, my lord, is the greatest difficulty. The book's instructions are vague, written in metaphor and symbolism. After all my study, the only certainty I've reached is that the method must involve the stone's natural runes, and some form of resonance. But the exact procedure, I cannot yet decipher. She rubbed her brow in weary annoyance. I tried channeling magic into the black stone, hoping to awaken the blood magic within it, but it gave no response. Quen watched her tired, but still fierce with determination as his mind turned rapidly. Unlocking secrets of magic at this level was beyond what Janice alone could achieve in the short term. He needed a true master of magical theory, one versed in ancient rituals and the workings of power. A face rose instantly in his thoughts. Archmaester Marwyn. The man he had met briefly in Volantis. A citadel scholar who had spent 8 years in Asai, who had once instructed the witch Miriam Azdur, and who had delved deeply into the many branches of magic. More importantly, he scorned the citadel's grey sheep who denied magic's existence. Marwyn was a practitioner, not just a theorist. 3 or 4 months had passed since their meeting. By now, he should have returned from Volantis to Old Town. Quen made his decision in that moment. When the war with Salador San was finished, he would set sail for Old Town himself and persuade Marwyn to come to the Stepstones. Here were Valyrian tomes, the Black Stone, and soon living dragons. For a scholar obsessed with the ultimate mysteries of magic, this place was a treasure beyond price. Marwyn would have no reason to refuse. Janice, Quen said firmly, his voice full of approval, you've done exceptionally well. The value of your research surpasses even the naval battle outside. This may be the cornerstone of our path to true power. There was no exaggeration in his words. Once the Black Stone's secrets were unlocked, Salador's fleet and even the balance of power across the Stepstones would seem trivial. To ease her burden, and to check on another vital matter, he suggested they inspect the progress of the ghost grass. Janice readily agreed. The 3 left the library cavern, following a damp passage to a smaller cave near the coast where faint daylight filtered in. It had been turned into a ghost grass experimental field. But the sight remained discouraging. The ghost grass, carefully transplanted into the soil of Torturer's Deep, showed pale, twisted roots drained of life. Its leaves withered and curled, dull and ashen, radiating only death. No matter how many methods Janis tried, these strange plants from the land of doom withered once removed from the cursed soil of Valyria. They could not survive. As Janis crouched to record the latest failed batch in her logbook, her eyes drifted toward the dry stone rack in the corner of the cave, where the remaining specimens were stored. Her hand froze. Her violet pupils narrowed sharply. No! Her cry rang out in the silent cavern, sharp and urgent. The count is wrong. How could there be one bundle missing? Quen and Shyvana instantly followed her gaze. On the stone shelves, the ghost grass lay neatly stacked, their twisted roots coiling together, faintly glowing with an eerie light. Quen's memory was flawless. He remembered with certainty, to awaken the 4 dragon eggs, he had consumed 900 bundles of ghost grass, leaving exactly 100 intact. Janis's experiments afterward had used only 6 bundles, carefully recorded in detail, testing vitality under different conditions, exploring possible cultivation methods. That meant 94 bundles should remain. But now, the shelves held only 93. Someone stole the ghost grass. Quen's voice dropped to a freezing edge. His gaze shot toward the 2 dragon soul guards standing motionless at the cavern entrance like carved statues. Driven by blood magic, these puppet warriors possessed razor-sharp senses, tireless vigilance, and absolute loyalty. Theoretically, no one could enter this heavily guarded core without their notice. Shyvana frowned deeply. Closing her eyes, she reached through the blood magic link binding the Flame Knight and the Dragon Soul guards. Moments later, she opened them and shook her head with certainty. Impossible, my lord. The guards registered no disturbance. No intruders were detected. Janis's face grew tense, shadowed with confusion. I'm certain, my lord. When I checked yesterday evening, there were still 94 bundles. Unless... A flicker of disbelief flashed in her violet eyes. Unless the one who took it used magic enough to bypass the guard's perception entirely. Quen caught the shock in her expression, and a buried memory tore back to life. Among the slaves he had purchased in Volantis were several from Yiti. At the time, he had sensed faint traces of magic from 1 or 2 of them, though it was so weak he dismissed it. Later, when none of them displayed unusual behavior and with other matters demanding his attention, he let it slip from his mind. But now, it seemed those slaves from distant Yiti were far from ordinary. Quen's lips curved into a cold smile. So, they've finally shown their hand. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Princess of the Yellow Emperor Dynasty. Deep within Torturer's Deep, far from the noise and lamplight of the main cavern, a hidden grotto sprawled in damp darkness, its passages twisting like a labyrinth. There, 3 men and 3 women moved in silence, feeling their way forward with held breath. The only light came from the torch raised high by the middle-aged man leading them. Its flickering yellow flame barely cut into the blackness, casting a dim glow on the slick, moss-covered path beneath their feet and the jagged stalactites looming above. Your Highness, this way, mind your step. His voice was low, pressed down by a tension hard to miss. He angled his body past a sharp rock outcrop, thrusting the torch into a narrow gap ahead. Following close behind was a frail young maiden, her face disfigured by hideous scars. She faltered, unease clear in her trembling voice. Must we truly flee like this? The man who bought us, perhaps he. The middle-aged man stopped short, turning toward her. Torchlight caught the deep lines of worry in his eyes. Princess, forgive my bluntness. He may hail from Yiti as we do, but he hides far too many dreadful secrets. The ghost grass, the black stone they call back the days of Carcassa. Every moment we remain at his side increases the danger of exposure. This is our last chance. We cannot look back. The scarred maiden's brow furrowed in pain. But where can we run? My uncle's hunters never relent. That Yiti man commands an army, his strength growing so quickly, perhaps he is our only hope to oppose my uncle or even reclaim Yiti. Hope. The man's reply was bitter, heavy with despair, as if her naive thought had pierced him. Your Highness, be clear. Yiti kneels under the God Emperor's rule, and Carcassa groans under your uncle's iron hand. Even if we returned, no throne would await us, only cages and the headsman's axe. Our claim to rule lives only in the hearts of a few pitiful loyalists in Carcassa. Beyond the hidden sea, it is worth nothing. The scarred maiden shook her head stubbornly, clinging to her last fragile belief. But this Yiti man is different. He holds the ghost grass and the black stone. He must know something or be searching for their secrets. Otherwise, how could he possibly? Her words cut off as sudden chaos broke. Clang! 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 A dense, icy chorus of metal striking metal rang from the depths of the cavern. No! The man's face blanched. He ripped the short blade from his belt in an instant. The other two guards closed ranks, shielding the scarred maiden and the other women behind them. But they were already too late. Whoosh! The crushing dark of the passages ahead and behind split apart as countless torches flared to life. In their glare, silent figures stepped from the shadows. The Dragon Soul Guards. They closed in, pinning the fugitives where they stood. Despair washed over the six like a flood. Torturers deep. The great sea-carved hall. Whale oil lamps burned dimly, staining the vast space in hues of yellow and shadow. Quen sat high upon a roughly carved stone seat. Shyvana occupied his right, her sharp gaze fixed forward, one hand on her sword hilt. To his left, Janice watched with violet eyes, her expression a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. In the center of the hall, the air pressed heavy. 6 fugitives knelt, forced down by the unyielding hands of the Dragon Soul Guards. The middle-aged man and his 2 escorts were bound fast with coarse hemp rope, their faces marked with fresh bruises and blood, clear signs of the struggle they had put up before capture. The scarred maiden and the 2 other women had only their wrists tied. Quen's icy gaze swept slowly across the group, his voice echoing against the stone walls of the hall. Now, tell me your true identities. From the slave square of Volantis, you slipped into my ranks. Why? And why did you steal my ghost grass? A suffocating silence filled the hall. Quen gave the faintest signal to a Dragon Soul Guard standing closest to the middle-aged man. Clang! With a piercing metallic screech, the guard suddenly raised his Valyrian steel longsword. In an instant, the blade locked onto the head of a young guard beside the middle-aged man. The sword ripped through the air with inhuman speed and power, coming down mercilessly. Stop! I'll talk! At the last possible instant, the middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he roared. The blade halted just an inch from the young guard's throat, its icy edge slicing several strands of his flying hair. The guard collapsed to the floor, drenched in cold sweat, the shadow of death suffocating him. Quen's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man, cold and unshaken. The man gasped, struggling for words. Lord, we truly are from Yiti, like you. Only we were struck by war, fell into slavery, and were exiled abroad. Quen's brow furrowed with disgust. He didn't bother to reply, his gaze flicking back to the sword-wielding Dragon Soul Guard. Please don't harm them. I'll speak the truth, all of it. A clear voice rang out. It was the scarred girl. Quen lifted his hand, and the guard's sword froze again in mid-air. The scarred girl drew a deep breath, her voice trembling yet clear. We are not natives of Yiti, nor of Ling. Our homeland is Carcassa. Carcassa. Quen's eyes sharpened like needles. The name stirred old fragments of memory. A city suspended beyond the known world, deep within the Dawn Mountains of the Far East, on the southern shores of the Hidden Sea. It lay outside the domain of Yiti's current nominal ruler, the Azure God Emperor, and was held instead by a powerful sorcerer who proclaimed himself the 69th direct descendant of the Yellow Dynasty. The Yellow Dynasty, an ancient realm that had ruled Yiti for centuries before the Azure. The ugly girl's voice grew heavy. We joined your ranks to escape pursuit from my uncle, the usurper sorcerer who now rules Carcosa. Her words painted a bloody scene. My father was Carcosa's last rightful lord. But a few years ago, one night, that demon my uncle, corrupted by power and dark magic, murdered him in the cruelest way, seizing his title. He then locked me in a dark tower, waiting for the moment he chose to end my life. His greed and cruelty forced us to flee. With the sacrifice of a few loyal guards and maids, I barely escaped that cursed city. Wandering west, I disguised myself as a slave in Volantis, until I met you. Her gaze lingered on Lo Quen, troubled and searching. Lo Quen stared back at her. Your surname is Chai. The imperial line of the Yellow Dynasty bore the name Chai. The ugly girl nodded firmly. Yes. My name is Chai Yi. The middle-aged man beside her straightened his back and declared loudly, before you stands the rightful heir of Carcosa, the sole legitimate ruler of Yiti, the princess of the Yellow Dynasty. Enough! Lo Quen's cold voice cut through his fervent proclamation, a flicker of disdain in his heart. Before absolute power, such hollow titles were laughable. He looked at the man's face, flushed with rage and humiliation, and said flatly, I remember you. Your name is Luo Wen, isn't it? Luo Wen clenched his teeth and nodded stiffly. It is, my lord. I beg you, show mercy and release our princess. Last night's mistake was born of madness. We are willing to apologize, to compensate you fully for the loss of Ghost Grass. We only ask that you spare her life. His tone was low, pleading. Apologize? Compensate? Lo Quen let out a cold, derisive laugh, as if hearing the world's most absurd joke. If betrayal and theft could be erased with apologies and payment, what need would there be for swords and law? You trespassed into my forbidden grounds, stole my secrets, and were caught by me. That is the unshakable truth. Now you are no princess, no retainers, only prisoners beneath my feet. Release you. He shook his head slowly, his gaze as dark and deep as an icy abyss. Impossible. With a thud, Chai Yi dropped to her knees on the cold stone floor, her voice fierce with resolve. Lord, if you would show mercy and help me kill my usurping uncle, the kinslayer who murdered my father, I would do anything for you. Lo Quen looked down at the princess kneeling like dust before him, his eyes without the faintest hint of pity. For a promise as empty and uncertain as yours, I should travel 10,000 miles to make mortal enemies with a sorcerer I've never met, whose power is unknown. Princess Chai Yi, your promise is worthless to me. Can it win me Yiti's crown? At his words, Chai Yi trembled violently. After a moment of suffocating silence, she said, Lord, I know you've long tried to cultivate ghost grass. I can tell you a secret about how ghost grass can truly grow in abundance. At that, Lo Quen's eyes finally flickered with a trace of emotion. Chapter 60, Submit or Die. Speak. Lo Quen's voice was like ice. Chai Yik drew a deep breath, clinging to this chance like a lifeline. Cursed plants like ghost grass cannot take root in ordinary soil. In the valleys of the Shadowlands, vast stretches of ghost grass grow wild. Carcosa lies nearby. My uncle, a sorcerer steeped in black magic, often sent men to harvest ghost grass there. He even tried cultivating it in Carcosa, but every attempt failed. But one day, after purging my father's faction and leaving countless corpses rotting outside the city walls, the withered seedlings of ghost grass began to grow after drinking in the blood. Ghost grass only grows at the price of death. Lo Quen's pupils tightened. Her words exploded in his mind like thunder. In an instant, scattered clues connected. Why did ghost grass grow only in the valleys of the Shadowlands and the ruins of Valyria? The doom of Valyria, billions dead in a heartbeat. Was that flood of death not the richest soil ghost grass could ever ask for? And what scale of death had once swept across the Shadowlands, now thick with ghost grass? Yik caught the shock and contemplation flickering in Lo Quen's eyes and knew her gamble had struck true. She quickly cast out a heavier card. "And your black stone, Lord?" Lo Quen's gaze sharpened to a piercing edge. "You know of my black stone?" Yik nodded, her voice trembling. "Because my uncle, the usurping sorcerer of Carcosa, also has one, an immense black stone almost identical to yours." Boom! A jolt of shock thundered through Lo Quen's chest. An identical stone? Impossible! His had come from the ruins of Valyria. How could that sorcerer of Carcosa hold one as well? Where did his black stone come from? Lo Quen's voice dropped low. Yik didn't dare hold back, speaking quickly. "It is a long tale. When my father still ruled the Hidden Sea, my uncle was already obsessed with forbidden sorcery. He traveled to Asai, learning dark arts from the Shadowbinders. Later, he performed vile experiments on living civilians in Carcosa. My father, enraged, banished him to the Grey Waste. We all thought he perished in that desolation, but..." Her voice quivered with pain. "A few years ago, one night, he returned. He wore a tattered yellow robe, a pale mask covering his face. And most terrifying of all, he carried with him a colossal black stone, near identical to yours. His power had become monstrous. That very night, with the vilest of black magic, he murdered my father." Tears of hatred welled in her eyes. "After that, the demon built a vast palace beneath the Hidden Sea, consuming countless lives in its construction. He sank that black stone into its deepest waters. From then on, he spent nearly every day within that cold, lightless palace, the stone his constant companion, delving into arts that blasphemed the gods. The people of Carcosa live in constant terror." A storm like never before raged through Lo Quen's thoughts. The yellow-robed sorcerer had returned from the Grey Waste, sinking his black stone beneath the sea, hiding away in the depths to study. It all pointed to a chilling truth, that sorcerer too sought to unravel the secrets of the black stone. And his method submerging it in water was wholly different from the approach Lo Quen and Janice pursued. Was water some kind of medium? A trigger? What secrets lay within the black stone? Where had they come from? Why were they split between two distant lands? And what had the yellow-robed sorcerer gained? Questions swarmed his mind like a hive of hornets, buzzing relentlessly, dragging his understanding of the black stone into darker depths. Forcing his thoughts down, Lo Quen fixed his eyes on Yik and asked the final question. "Then how did you steal the ghost grass unnoticed, under the Dragon Soul Guard's watch?" Yik seemed ready. She raised her bound hands and struggled to pull back a ragged sleeve, revealing skin in stark contrast to her disguised face, smooth and pale as ivory. On the inside of her slender wrist was bound a ruby, perfectly round and dark as congealed blood. "Through magic, Lord?" Her voice was faint, almost weak. "This ruby was enchanted with great power by a Shadowbinder of Asai. By invoking it, I briefly transformed into Lady Janice's likeness." Her eyes flicked toward Janice, seated beside Lo Quen. "It was only through her form and aura that I slipped past the guard's senses, entered the storeroom, and took a bundle of ghost grass." Her words explained the faint magical ripple Lo Quen had sensed in Volantis. The gem's power had been at work. Lo Quen froze. In the original tale, Melisandre too had wielded such sorcery. He pressed further. "And what did you need ghost grass for?" "To replenish magic as well." Yik nodded. "It's no secret in the further east that ghost grass holds power. A little more magic helps this gem last longer." She finished, drawing a deep breath and focusing her mind. The ruby on her wrist suddenly flared, spilling out an eerie crimson glow. The light rippled outward like waves, wrapping her whole body. As it faded, it was as if a crude disguise had been stripped away. The hideous scars and sallow, roughened skin vanished like smoke. In its place was a face so beautiful it stole the breath. Her skin was fairer than snow, delicate as if it might break at a touch. Her features were perfection itself, like a divine masterpiece, brows and eyes as if painted, a straight, elegant nose, lips the natural red of cherry blossoms. But it was her eyes that shocked most of all. No longer the dull brown of her disguise, they now gleamed like the purest amethyst, carved from crystal, standing in striking contrast to the cascade of black hair that framed her face. In that moment, she seemed less like a mortal and more like an otherworldly spirit drawn from the scrolls of an ancient age, a vision of beauty at once pure and regal. This was the true face of Princess Chayik of Carcosa. Lo Quen's gaze lingered on those violet eyes, touched with curiosity. Such eyes were vanishingly rare in the further east. Sensing his doubt, Chayik spoke softly. Lord, in the history of the Yellow Dynasty, one of its god emperors once wed a Dragonlord of the Valyrian freehold. Since then, descendants with Valyrian traits have occasionally appeared in the bloodline of the Yellow Dynasty. Lo Quen rose slowly from his throne, hands clasped behind his back. He paced before the kneeling prisoners, each step pressing hard against the taut nerves of Chayik and Lo Wen. Only the echo of his footsteps and the crackle of fire filled the hall, the air heavy with suffocating tension. It is a pity, Lo Quen halted, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Even after all you have confessed, I still cannot release you. The hearts of Chayik, Lo Wen, and the others plunged into despair once more. Lo Quen's voice was merciless. Before you are two paths only, submit to me, or die. What? Lo Wen could no longer restrain his fury. He struggled to rise, only to be forced back down by the dragon soul guard behind him. The princess revealed the key to cultivating ghost grass, and the earth-shaking secret of the usurper's black stone. Is that not enough to buy our freedom? How can you betray us so? Betrayal. Lo Quen's lips curved faintly. When did I ever promise that revealing secrets would win you freedom? You know too much of mine already. Do you think me foolish enough to leave such a fatal weakness at my back? Chayik's body trembled, her violet eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. She looked at Lo Wen, raging helplessly beside her, then at the cold man on the high seat. Her father's brutal death, the fall of Carcosa, the torment of her long flight, and now this death pressing at her throat. Countless images flashed wildly in her mind. At last, the hatred buried deep within her heart, the hatred that had carried her to this moment, overcame all shame and resentment. Her voice rang with heartbreaking resolve as she stilled her guard's futile struggle. Her violet eyes locked on Lo Quen, as if etching him into her very soul. I choose to submit. A wise choice. Lo Quen's face showed not the slightest ripple, as though the outcome had long been decided. He descended the stone steps and stopped before the kneeling princess. Her tear-streaked face was still radiant, her violet eyes tangled with fear, humiliation, and a trace of defiance. Open your mouth. Lo Quen's voice left no room for refusal. Shaking with fear, Chayik hesitated, but obeyed, parting her lips. Lo Quen raised his left index finger, his will flickering. A thick, scorching drop of blood welled forth, pulsing with immense magic. Under her terrified gaze, he let that searing golden dragon blood fall into her open mouth. The cold, crushing force of the pact surged through her body with that single drop, striking at the very core of her soul. Chayik shuddered as if struck by lightning. A burning torrent, primal as life itself, swept through her limbs and bones, scouring her consciousness. It was as though her soul had been cast into a furnace, branded with an eternal mark. Deep within, on the book of contracts ignited in golden flame, Chayik's will trembled as she signed her true name. Buzz. In Lo Quen's mind, the system panel flickered. The number of flame knights rose to 3. Good. The contract I forged now runs deep in your soul. From this moment on, your life, your will, your very being exists only to serve me. His gaze turned to Luo Wen and the other guards, their faces pale with despair. As for you, for your princess's safety, I advise you to swear loyalty as well. Her life is bound to me now. Should I sense even a breath of betrayal, the dragon blood pact within her will show her what it truly means to beg for death. His words crushed the last trace of resistance in their hearts. It was as though their very spines had been torn away. With bone-deep resentment and numb resignation, Luo Wen and the others slowly lowered their heads. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, The Nest Emptied. After spending several days in Torturer's Deep, Quen returned to Jawbreak Island with Jalana and Chai Yik. Having become a Flame Knight, Chai Yik could now command 500 Dragon Soul Guards with her magic. Torturer's Deep lacked enough corpses for her to raise, but Jawbreak Island still held many that had yet to be burned. As soon as they arrived, Quen and Chai Yik went straight to the corpse storage. Chai Yik looked over the cold bodies as her magic spread outward from her like a tide. The stacked corpses suddenly convulsed, as if gripped and lifted by some unseen giant hand. Bones snapped with a sickening crack as they were forced upright. In the suffocating silence, 500 corpses completed their horrific transformation from decay to life, rising to their feet in perfect unison. Chai Yik's face turned pale as paper, her body swaying slightly. Such a mass resurrection was a crushing strain on her newly gained powers. Yet when she beheld these silent warriors, a flicker of awe still crossed her eyes. The Valyria armor and weapons prepared long beforehand were picked up and donned by the Dragon Soul Guards one by one. Chai Yik stared at the Death Legion she had forged in an instant. She felt the cold bond that tied them to her soul, the shock of it all nearly stealing her breath. They were no longer lifeless corpses, but true instruments of war, fearless blades that belonged to her and Quen alone. She clenched her fists unconsciously, her nails biting into her palms. With this, the total number of Dragon Soul Guards under Quen's command reached 1,500. 300 elites remained at Torturer's Deep, while 1,200 now garrisoned Jawbreak Island, becoming the strongest foundation of the pirate stronghold. Meanwhile, the army of the living was also taking shape under Yora's training. Beyond the 500 elite pirates under Janus guarding Torturer's Deep, Jawbreak Island now held 1,000 pirates under Roro, 500 hardened pirates under Hal, and 2,000 directly commanded by Jalana. Together, the Dragon Soul Guards and pirates numbered a staggering 4,700. But this growing army brought Quen not only power, but also crushing pressure. Each day, maintaining this vast war machine was like pouring gold into a bottomless pit. Warships needed constant upkeep, dragonbone reinforcement, new sails. Ballistae and catapults devoured costly timber and metal. More than 4,000 mouths needed food, cheap ale and salted fish were the bare minimum to keep morale from crumbling. Weapons had to be replenished. Quen even clenched his teeth and paid for sturdy leather armor for pirates who had once worn only linen. When these rough men first donned their matching gear, a faint sense of military discipline flickered through the once chaotic ranks. After a few months, his treasury of some 700,000 golden dragons had shrunk to just over 550,000. Dust filled the air over the training grounds. Jalana wielded a blunt practice sword, her movements sleek and predatory like a panther, her long hair whipping with each fierce slash and swift dodge. Her opponent was Chai Yik. Strength isn't everything. Jalana's voice was clear, steady, sharpened by years on the battlefield. Look at your footwork, it's too heavy. Her sword point darted like a viper, striking precisely at the opening Chai Yik left beneath her guard. The controlled thrust made Chai Yik grunt and stagger back. Chai Yik bit her lip, sweat trailing down her temple. The Flame Knight's contract was reshaping her body, slowly but surely. Strength stirred deep in her blood like molten rock beneath the earth, every heartbeat sending a stronger surge through her veins. But that power needed honing skills forged by tireless training to truly control it. Jalana's teaching was sharp and efficient, imprinting blood-tested battlecraft into Chai Yik's muscles, stroke by stroke. Jalana pressed forward again, her blade flashing down like rain, forcing Chayik into retreat, parrying frantically. A sudden low sweep knocked her balance, sending her sprawling forward, Yelena's sword point poised firmly at the back of her neck. Chayik gasped, lying in the dirt. Her eyes held no defeat, only burning determination. She pushed herself up, brushed dust from her lips, and said firmly, "Again." Not far away, in another yard, Sir Yoram Mormont hurled a burly pirate to the ground, drawing laughter and crude cheers. The former lord of Bear Island now wore an expression of severe focus. He barked corrections, fixing the pirate's clumsy grips and chaotic formations. These outlaws might have fought often, but true discipline and coordination were still foreign to them. Lo Quen stood with arms crossed at the edge, his gaze calm. Months ago, when he first met Yora, it had taken dozens of moves to bring him down. Now, the knight who had once won Westeros's great tournament and remained battle-hardened even in exile could not last 3 rounds against him. Yelena's relentless, hands-on guidance had transformed his swordsmanship at a staggering pace. With every swing of the sword, it seemed to slice the air itself, precise and deadly. The sea breeze carried its salty tang across the training ground, lifting swirls of dust. Lo Quen watched intently as Yora drilled a group of pirates in a simple shield wall advance. Clumsy crashes of wood and iron mingled with coarse shouts and curses. Roro and Hal came hurrying up, arriving almost at the same moment behind him. The sly grin that usually lingered on Roro's face was gone, replaced by a tense, weighty look. Hal's brow was tightly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing at the hilt of the blade on his hip. "Lord!" Roro lowered his voice. "Our eyes on Bloodstone report Salador's fleet has moved." Lo Quen turned slowly, the wind tugging strands of black hair across his brow. "They're sailing here." "Yes." Roro nodded sharply, his tone urgent. "Nearly 100 warships, a black mass blotting out the horizon. Their sails fill the sky. They've left Bloodstone's harbor and are headed straight for Jawbreak Island." Lo Quen gave a grave nod. "We proceed according to plan." His gaze swept over Roro and Hal. "All ships, fully supplied. All hands to stations. Prepare to weigh anchor." "Aye." The 2 men answered together, eyes flashing with suppressed battle fire and a trace of unease. They turned and sprinted away, and almost at once the dock erupted with shouts and orders. At that moment Chayik approached, her face still glowing with the sweat and flush of training. She looked at Lo Quen's taut profile, then at the sudden storm of activity breaking over the dock. After a brief hesitation, she asked softly, "Lord, are we going to war?" Lo Quen's gaze settled on her face. The Princess of Carcassus still possessed a beauty that stole the breath, but the eyes that once held only the sorrow and confusion of a fallen kingdom now glimmered with something steadier resolve. He nodded, his voice firm as steel. "Yes. The key to conquering the Stepstones lies in this battle." Chayik's heart stirred. These past days she had watched Lo Quen steadily bring order to chaos, how he consolidated resources with precision, trained soldiers with ruthless efficiency, and forced even the wild pirate chiefs into obedience. A daring thought began to take root. If Lo Quen could conquer the Stepstones and gather greater power, might he also help her reclaim Carcassa and perhaps even restore the long-fallen Yellow Dynasty? The thought clung to her mind, refusing to fade. Yet she also knew Lo Quen's nature would never allow such a plea unless. Her gaze lingered on the sharp line of his jaw. Her lips parted slightly, as if words were about to spill forth. But in the end, 1,000 thoughts sank into a single silent sigh, her secrets hidden beneath lowered lashes. Lo Quen seemed entirely unaware of her inner turmoil. His whole being was fixed on the storm to come, as clear, precise commands continued to flow from his lips. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Bone-Gnawing Channel. The ICC in the faint light of dawn was a heavy lead grey, the surface veiled by a low mist like a ghostly shroud, blurring the line between sea and sky. Through that dim, hazy backdrop, a vast fleet surged forward, nearly 100 oared warships of varying size advancing in formation, like ancient sea beasts crawling across the waters. The steady rise and fall of oars struck the waves with a dull, rhythmic splash, tearing apart the ocean's slumbering calm. At the front cut the Valyria, undisputed flagship of the fleet. Its towering prow, like the fang of a great beast, split fog and waves alike. On the bow, Salladhor Saan stood tall. He wore a fine velvet coat of deep burgundy, with high boots bleached bright and dazzling. Silver thread embroidered twisting vines along the edges of the leather. The sea breeze ruffled his carefully groomed beard and carried faint echoes of commands shouted by sailors farther off. At his side, a pale and gaunt young man stood with a slight stoop, his face stretched into an obsequious grin. His high, sharp voice piped up. "Honored lord, that arrogant eastern sorcerer will surely soil himself the instant he lays eyes on our fleet blotting out the very sky. 100 warships! Who in the narrow sea could possibly rival your might?" This was Veritas, a eunuch advisor favored by Salladhor. A self-satisfied smile tugged at Salladhor's lips. He tilted his head, casting Veritas a sidelong glance. His confidence radiated like a palpable force. Flee? Even if he sprouted wings and flew back to his Essos nest, I'd drag him back, chain him to the reefs of bloodstone, and let seabirds peck out his eyes. By the gods above, they will witness my resolve. This trickster from the east is doomed. A little behind him stood another of his eunuch advisors, a plump-faced middle-aged man whose expression was shadowed by unease. This was Mizomar. He rubbed his hands together before speaking carefully. "Lord, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but the reports say this eastern man does have some uncanny means. Venturing so deep, should we not take greater caution? The bone-gnawing channel is narrow and winding, filled with hidden reefs. If sorcerers..." Veritas's shrill voice cut through Mizo's words like an awl. He gave a derisive snort, his contempt undisguised. "Mizo, don't tell me you've been frightened by old wives' tales. However wicked the sorcerer, a knife across the throat sends him to meet his false gods. Tricks and shadows, nothing more charlatans fooling the simple. Before Lord Salladhor's fleet, they're less than nothing." Salladhor let out a booming laugh, rich with superiority. He swept his arm wide as though he could already see victory banners flying above Jawbreak Island. "Veritas is right. These so-called sorcerers are nothing but..." "Lord!" A sharp cry cut him short. The three turned to see a small rowboat slicing through the waves, racing toward the Valyria. At its bow stood Quen Sathments, captain of the Shayla's dance. His weathered face was carved deep by wind and salt, his sunken eyes usually keen, now filled with urgency. He scrambled nimbly up onto the flagship, not wasting a heartbeat on courtesies, and blurted out between breaths. "Lord! A scout ship reports enemy sighting near the entrance to the bone-gnawing channel. 4, maybe 5 ships patrol craft under that easterner's command." A sharp light gleamed in Salladhor's eyes. Far from alarm, his face lit with the thrill of the hunt. "Good. After them. Those must be his pickets at the gorge mouth. His fleet is small sink 1, and he is weaker for it. Signal the order, full speed, pursue." But Quen's brow was slick with sweat. "Lord, we must not rush in. Ahead lies the bone-gnawing channel. It's so narrow only 2 or 3 ships can pass abreast. The seabed is jagged with volcanic reefs, sharp as knives, with swift, treacherous currents. Worse, it twists and winds like a maze. I fear the Easterner is laying a trap, drawing us in on purpose." Veritas hissed like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Quen! A few rickety ships and already our brave captain quails? A trap? With what? That Easterner commands barely a few dozen tubs. You shame yourself with such fear." The smile drained from Salladhor's face, replaced by a dark scowl at his authority questioned. His gaze bored into Quen, then shifted to the mist-wreathed entrance ahead, where jagged reefs loomed in and out of sight. His tone was cutting, absolute. Pursue. That Easterner's fleet isn't even half the size of ours. He has neither the means nor the courage to ambush us in the bone-gnawing channel. Signal the fleet change formation, close on them. He was certain that sheer numbers alone could crush any trickery. Quen saw the stubborn certainty on Salador's face and felt his heart sink. A cold despair seized him. He cast a venomous glare at the smug Veritas behind Salador, cursing him inwardly. Mizo Mar, who had kept silent until now, finally stepped forward, his voice edged with pleading. Lord, Captain Quen's concerns are not without reason. Even if we pursue, we should at least leave ships to guard the strait. If that Easterner proves cunning and sends vessels around to cut off our retreat, we'll be trapped in a true death trap. Blocked ahead and pursued from behind, the fleet won't be able to maneuver in such narrow waters. The consequences would be disastrous. Veritas answered with a sharp, scornful laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. Mizo, it seems you left your courage back on Bloodstone. An Eastern sorcerer, living off tricks and shadows, worthy of Lord Salador's fear? Ridiculous. A joke. Salador's expression grew as dark as the sea before a storm. His cold gaze swept over Mizo's round, tense face, past Quen's anxious eyes, and finally settled on Veritas's fawning, certain smile. Annoyance and anger, stoked by repeated objections, hardened in his eyes. He slashed his hand through the air, his voice as sharp as ice breaking. Enough. Since you insist so much, Mizo Mar, so be it. Mizo's heart clenched, his face draining of color. You will remain with Quen's Shayla's dance, holding position at the mouth of the channel. Salador's tone was iron. I will lead the main fleet into the bone-gnawing channel myself and crush those reckless Easterners. Let's see what tricks they can manage. A chill rushed through Mizo, as though an icy hand had clamped around his heart. The contempt and mistrust in Salador's voice struck like a lash. He opened his mouth to try once more, but Quen shot him a look so tangled and heavy that the words caught in his throat. In the end, everything he might have said was swallowed in a single heavy sigh. The matter was decided, there would be no turning it back. Quen and Mizo returned to their boat in silence, rowing toward the Shayla's dance, moored alone at the edge of the immense fleet. The three-banked warship, built for speed, looked small and helpless beside nearly 100 heavy warships. As Mizo stepped onto her deck, he turned and looked at the great shape of the Valyria, Salador's flagship, slowly vanishing into the fog-choked channel. His heart clenched like it was caught in a frozen fist. Quen, he said bleakly, Lord Salador won't hear a word of warning now. It's all that fool Veritas. If we really are trapped inside the strait, what good will our little force be? Quen gripped the cold railing, his knuckles bone-white. He stared at the maw of the bone-gnawing channel, its jagged black reefs jutting like teeth, thick mist curling between them, the crashing currents groaning against the stone. His bitter sigh rasped in his throat. Mizo, you know what Lord Salador is. He's always seen the stepstones as already his confidence bordering on arrogance. To deal with this Easterner, he's poured in his whole fortune, borrowed soldiers from Lys, and strong-armed the other stepstones factions into joining him. He needs a great, crushing victory to cement his authority, to prove his strength to every ally. Do you really think he'd listen to us now? Mizo watched the massive fleet slide forward like a bloated serpent, inching into the narrow, treacherous throat of the channel. A heavy foreboding weighed down his chest. Then all we can do, he said hoarsely, is pray. Pray that Easterner is only bluffing. Pray there's no ambush waiting in that cursed bone-gnawing channel. Pray. Quen gave a crooked smile uglier than a grimace. His eyes swept the misty sea with a sharp glint. The gods! I fear they've already closed their eyes. As the two spoke in low, uneasy tones, a lookout suddenly let out a scream, his voice cracked with terror. Gods! Is that a kraken? Quen and Mizo lurched toward the rail. They followed the lookout's pointing arm. In the fog beyond the channel's mouth, a vast, shadowy shape was slowly rising. Its outline twisted and wavered with the drifting mist, forming and breaking apart, like some colossal kraken stirring from the deep. Quen seasoned eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. A rush of icy dread froze his blood. He almost roared the words. "Damn it, we're under attack!" He spun around and bellowed at the messenger. "Quick! Send the fastest skiff into the strait. Tell Lord Salador that enemy ships are blocking the entrance. Their numbers." His eyes locked again on the dark shapes looming ever larger, his voice rasping like sand on stone. 10, 20, no, 25 of them. Mizo saw it too. A fleet was indeed bearing down on the strait, driven by a faint but favorable morning wind. But as the last shreds of mist peeled away and the ships came fully into view, confusion spread across Mizo's face. "Quen, no. Look again. Those are merchantmen. Broad-bottomed, square-rigged cargo ships. Has that Easterner lost his mind? Dragging merchant ships into battle? Sure, the wind's with them, but they're clumsy and without oars. Once they enter Bone-Gnawing Channel, with its reefs and whirlpools, they won't even be able to maneuver. How could they possibly match our oared warships?" Quen narrowed his eyes, his gaze hawk-sharp as it swept the oncoming vessels. When his eyes caught the bows of the leading ships, his heart dropped and his face darkened further. "No, Mizo. Look at their prows. They've mounted rams." He drew in a sharp breath, his voice edged with disbelief. Is he trying to imitate shipbreaker Kago? Ship against ship? But Kago used nimble, solid-oared warships. These merchant hulls are soft pine. At most they'll smash a hole in our planking before shattering themselves. They'd never touch our keel. What in the seven hells is he playing at? Mizo stared at the 25 merchantmen advancing like a wall of timber, his bewilderment outweighing his fear. Then, do we intercept? They may outnumber us, but they're still lumbering cargo ships. Our Shayla's dance is faster, and with the strait to our advantage. Quen's brows knit tight, his gaze flicking between the ungainly merchant ships and his lone warship. He closed his eyes in torment, then opened them, his voice heavy with resignation and anger. Intercept? With what? We've only one ship. Charging them is suicide. Let them through. I want to see what these floating coffins can do against Lord Salador's fleet. And so, under the troubled, baffled eyes of Quen and Mizo, the 25 merchant ships with cruel rams affixed to their bows drifted past Shayla's dance. One after another, like mute, lumbering beasts, they slipped unhindered into the bone-gnawing channel, its entrance dark and narrow as a giant's throat. The fog soon swallowed their hulking forms, leaving behind only the heavy flap of canvas in the wind and the mournful crash of waves against stone. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Fireships. Within Bone-Gnawing Channel, the scene was pure hell. The gorge walls rose like towers, built of slick, black volcanic rock coated in slimy moss, pressing in menacingly on the narrow waterway. Jagged reefs jutted up like the fangs of some monstrous beast, tearing the already limited passage into a maze of splintered channels. Sunlight broke into scattered shards against the cliffs, falling down sparingly. Mixed with the cold, ever-present mist, it shrouded the gorge in a suffocating gloom, heavy with unseen danger. The current crashed against the reefs, echoing with a wail like the cries of countless lost souls trapped in the abyss. Salador's vessel had surged ahead from the center of the fleet to take the vanguard. From the high stern castle, Salador peered through an expensive Myrish lens, straining to pierce the grey haze ahead. Through the mist, he glimpsed several vessels darting into a narrow channel, enemy patrol ships, the same kind sighted earlier. After them! Don't let them get away! Excitement roughened Salador's growl, his voice booming in dull echoes along the constricted waterway. At that moment, a light rowboat fought its way out of the fleet's rear ranks. A sailor scrambled aboard the Valyrian, half collapsing as he gasped for air. "Lord! Captain Quen reports urgent news: enemy ships at the strait mouth. 25 merchantmen, all fitted with rams, sailing straight into the channel." Salladhor froze, then absurdity twisted into a mocking grin. He slammed the lens down and burst into a roaring laugh. "Ha! Merchantmen? With rams? Has that Easterner gone mad from hunger, or has my fleet driven him insane? To pit salted fish haulers against Salladhor-san? It's an insult!" Veritas shrieked in eager agreement beside him, his sycophantic laughter as shrill as a night bird's cry. A cruel gleam lit Salladhor's eyes, predator sharp like a shark scenting blood. "Just what I needed to limber up. Order 30 warships from the rear to turn and surround those witless merchantmen. Crush them, and let their wooden coffins feed the fish." He could already see it, clumsy merchant hulks splintering and sinking under the charge of his warships. The order spread quickly. At the fleet's rear, more than 30 pirate ships of varying sizes crewed mostly by vassals grumbled, but the sight of those slow, lumbering merchantmen, little more than floating targets, stoked their greed. Tempted by easy prey, they began to turn. Under their captain's curses, the oarsmen strained, driving their prows through the murky water toward the 25 merchant vessels. Cruel, contemptuous grins spread across pirate faces as though the spoils were already theirs. But just as they drew close enough to glimpse figures moving on the merchants' decks, the unexpected struck. On each of the 25 merchant ships, the sailors from Jawbreak Island exchanged brief glances. Without hesitation, they hurled their burning torches into the holds and leapt into the sea. Below decks, piles of dry timber, rags and nets soaked in tung oil, and barrels of cheap grease erupted in flames. Boom! 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 It was as though 25 sleeping volcanoes had erupted at once inside the narrow gorge. Flames roared skyward with destructive fury. Orange-red tongues of fire licked greedily at masts, rigging, and hulls. Pillars of black, choking smoke twisted upward, staining the narrow sky crimson, painting the whole channel in blood-red light. Burning scraps of sail, like giant firebirds, shrieked as they scattered on the updraft. The flames cast wild, leaping shadows across the black cliffs and reefs. The pirate ships grinning, ready to board, were struck as if by an invisible hammer. In an instant, every smile froze. "Fire! Fire ships! Gods damn it! Turn! Turn, you fools, run! They're coming right at us!" Screams tore through the gorge, shrill and broken, shattering the rhythm of oars and water. Terror spread like plague across the 30 pirate ships. Orders, loyalty to Salladhor, the promise of plunder, all of it was burned away in the face of the firestorm, leaving only the raw instinct to survive. Every vessel, large or small, weather willing or not, spun in panic like a startled school of fish. Oarsmen roared with desperate effort, driving their oars with a frenzy born of terror, fighting to escape the inferno that had consumed the channel. Worse still, the 25 burning hulks now rode the downwind. The high cliffs funneled the gale into a screaming wind that shoved the flaming ships forward like an unseen giant's hand. Even as their sails crumbled to ash, momentum and wind together hurled the blazing hulks faster than any oared ship could flee straight into the middle ranks of Salladhor's fleet. Trailing black plumes of smoke, they charged like burning harbingers of doom. The rear squadrons of Salladhor's fleet, slowed by the narrowing channel ahead, had no chance to escape. When the towering flames lit the entire gorge and the screams from behind reached their ears, panic tore through every ship like a tidal wave. Aft! The stern's on fire! The fire ship's ramming us! Run! Clear the way up front! Move, damn it! 7 hells! We can't move, the channel's too narrow. The ships ahead, still unaware of what was happening, froze in terror as their own allies came barreling down on them in blind panic. In an instant, the narrow channel became a death trap. No escape. Crash. Crack. The stern of a medium warship was torn open by the prow of a friendly vessel fleeing in terror. Splinters flew, and sea water poured in like a flood. Damn you! Are you blind? The sailors on the stricken ship howled in shock and fury. But their cries were drowned by another oared ship, maddened by the sight of the fire ships. It swung sideways in desperation, its hull grinding hard against the reefs. A sickening crack echoed as its keel snapped clean through. Boom! One of the burning hulks finally caught the last small pirate vessel. The impact sent both ships shuddering violently as flames surged across their timbers like ravenous demons. Pirates screamed, hurling themselves into the freezing black water, splashing down like dumplings into a pot. The chain reaction of death spread uncontrollably through the channel. Panic drove the ships in the rear to force their way forward, desperate to escape the firestorm behind. But the lead ships could not advance, the channel was too tight, the flagship had given no order to accelerate, and some had even slowed to avoid hidden reefs. The channel roared with chaos, the thunder of hulls colliding, the shrieks of splintering timbers, curses and screams of men thrown overboard. The gorge became a vast echo chamber amplifying their terror. The frenzy swept forward like a tidal wave, faster than any order could ever travel. On the Valyria, Salador's arrogance had already drained away. The massive flagship heaved beneath his feet, not from the sea, but from panicked allied ships smashing into her stern again and again. What in the seven hells is happening? Salador bellowed, clutching the stern rail to keep his footing, his voice cracking with shock and rage. Lord! The ships behind us have gone mad, they're ramming straight into us, an officer cried, his face ashen. Bastards! Stop them! Who dares strike the flagship? Salador roared, veins bulging across his forehead. But before the words were gone, another colossal impact slammed into the stern. Boom! The Valyria lurched forward as though the Kraken itself had bitten deep into her hull. Men sprawled across the deck, rolling helplessly with the jolt. Salador staggered, nearly pitching overboard, until Valyria seized him in a crushing grip. Lord! Gods, look ahead! A lookout shrieked in despair. Salador's head snapped up. Through the smoke, before it smothered his sight entirely, his heart froze. Less than half a mile away, the channel's narrow throat, barely wide enough for a few ships abreast, was sealed tight. A rough count showed no fewer than 40 vessels. Most were solid oared warships, their raised rams gleaming with a cold light in the swirling haze. Their masts loomed like a forest, their silhouettes like a wall of stone, barring every path forward. On their decks, shadowed figures stood shoulder to shoulder, armed with bows, crossbows, axes, and swords, their murderous intent radiating across the water. An icy despair seized Salador, rooting him where he stood. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Salador's Doom. He opened his mouth, struggling for breath. Valyria had already collapsed to the deck in terror, his trousers soaked, the stench acrid and foul. Engage, fight! Salador forced the words out through clenched teeth, hoarse and rasping, every syllable torn from his throat. But in this death-ridden sea of fire and panic, his command was pitifully faint. The Valyria shuddered as another panicked allied ship slammed into her stern, the hull groaning under the strain. From the rear came greater chaos. The 25 burning hulks had finally ploughed into the already frenzied center and rear of the fleet. Fanned by the wind and fed by oil, the flames spread as though alive. One warship after another caught fire, sails blazing like torches, masts snapping with thunderous cracks before crashing down into the inferno. Smoke billowed in choking clouds, blotting out the sky. The narrow channel had become a boiling cauldron. Pirates scorched by the flames shrieked as they hurled themselves into the freezing currents, only to be swept away in an instant. In their frenzy to escape fire and collision, ships rammed and shoved each other harder still, some even smashing allies aside and driving them onto the deadly reefs. Board them! Force the grapple! Break through! Salador's eyes blazed red, like a gambler gone mad. Waving his sword, he bellowed until his voice broke. It was the only move left to him, his final desperate gamble. But the answer was not the pounding of oars. It was the shriek of death from ahead. Whoosh! 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 Bolts thick as a child's arm, their barbed tips glinting, and stones the size of millstones tore through the smoke from the wall of ships before them. They slammed into Salador's vessels crammed tight at the front. Thud! Crack! A medium warship's flank was smashed by a boulder, its thick oak planks splintering like kindling, a gaping hole torn wide as sea water gushed in. Squelch! Ah! One massive bolt ripped through three pirates pressed along the gunwale, skewering them like candied fruit before nailing them to the deck in a spray of blood and viscera. Boom! Another stone slammed into a ship just ahead of the Valyria. Its mainmast snapped with a report like thunder, crashing down with its rigging to crush the sailors below into pulp. Quen had never intended to board. He stood cold and unmoving on his quarter-deck, his gaze cutting through the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. His orders rang out clear and sharp. All heavy ballistæ and catapults fire into the densest part of their fleet. The gap of a few hundred yards was a chasm the Salador fleet could never cross. Quen's fleet obeyed with merciless precision. Bolts whistled, tearing through the air. Stones traced arcs of ruin, reaping lives and smashing hulls without pause. The ships clustered at Salador's front had no chance to strike back. They burned, shattered, and sank. The Valyria, battered again and again by allied ships crashing into her stern, rocked and tilted like a dead leaf in a storm. Each strike came with the groan and crack of timbers splitting apart. Lord, the stern keels cracking. A bloodied officer staggered onto the stern castle, his voice breaking in despair. Salador's face had drained of all color, his lips trembling. Any trace of composure was gone. Only one thought remained: escape. To shore. Now! Get the boats to shore, he screamed, his voice ragged and broken. But the command was needless. His men, consumed by terror, were already leaping into the icy sea like dumplings into a pot, swimming desperately toward the slick, mossy rocks along the cliffs. Survival drowned out all else. His loyal guards dragged and shoved him into a small boat, barely big enough for a handful of men. The oarsmen rowed like madmen, forcing the craft through drifting wreckage, burning slicks of oil, and the bodies of the drowning. Frigid sea water splashed over them, stinking of blood and charred flesh. Salador turned back. His once mighty fleet, the foundation of his rule over the stepstones, was nothing but a graveyard adrift in fire. Smoke swallowed the sky. Flames writhed and devoured. Ships broke apart and capsized. Screams, explosions, and the crackle of fire blended into a dirge of the end. It felt as if a cold hand clutched Salador's heart and tore it apart, bleeding him dry. Half a lifetime's wealth and power all gone in an inferno. The small boat finally scraped onto a strip of rocky, uneven mudflat at the base of the cliffs. Salador stumbled ashore, drenched and filthy, icy mud flooding his silver-trimmed boots. He staggered upright, staring at the devastation. Pain and fury raged so fiercely within him he nearly fainted. But just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, a new horror arose. From the towering, jagged shadows of the black reefs on either side, a piercing, inhuman scream erupted without warning. The sound was sharp and brief, filled with the terror of imminent death, drowning out the ragged breathing of the survivors on the mudflats. Salador and his guards snapped their heads around like startled rabbits. From the seemingly lifeless shadows of the reefs, countless figures surged forth, clad in dark Valyrian armor. Their movements were perfectly in step. In the haze of smoke and firelight, the Valyrian steel swords in their hands gleamed with a chilling, merciless light. They came in overwhelming numbers, flooding across the flats in an instant. These silent warriors were the dragon soul guards Quen had hidden here. They burst out from the darkest corners like flawless instruments of slaughter, descending upon the pirates who had only just crawled ashore, dazed from terror, some still unarmed. Squelch! Squelch! The sound of blades slicing flesh and shattering bone fell thick as a sudden storm. Screams rang out in waves, turning the small stretch of shore into a slaughterhouse. The dozen hardened veterans guarding Salador roared like trapped beasts, drawing steel in a final, desperate stand. But their blades struck the rippling dark armor of the Dragon Soul Guards only to throw off sparks, leaving not the slightest mark. Every swing of a Dragon Soul Guard's sword claimed a life with precision. On land, they were unstoppable. In strength, speed, and defense, they were leagues beyond the pirates. The guards fell like brittle stalks, swallowed whole by the silent tide of death. The screams ended abruptly, leaving only the wet crunch of steel through flesh and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. In only a few breaths, not one of Salador's men was left standing. The stench of blood choked the air. He stared in horror as the silent Dragon Soul Guards advanced step by step. Terror gripped his heart so tightly it nearly burst. It's over. The thought thundered in his mind like a death knell. Before he could react, a flash of steel burst across his vision, swelling in his fear-dilated eyes. Squelch! A dull, wet sound, like a ripe melon splitting open. The world tilted and spun. The last sight his eyes beheld was his own headless body, clad in a velvet coat of deep wine red, toppling forward into the blood-soaked mud. His tall, bleached leather boots, traced with silver vine work, twitched once before sinking into the muck and gore. His once ambitious head, frozen in a mask of shock, terror, and bitter regret, rolled among the black reefs only to be crushed under the blood-stained boot of a Dragon Soul Guard. Prince of the Narrow Sea, Salador San, was dead. The last scattered pirates, still resisting, saw their lord once to them a god, invincible fall in an instant, his body and head parted. Whatever will to fight remained guttered like a candle in the wind, and went out. Clang! Clang! Weapons hit the ground one after another. The survivors, pale as corpses and trembling like leaves, dropped to their knees in the freezing mud and blood, raising their shaking hands. We surrender! We surrender! Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Proposal of Kingship. The blood and fire of bone-gnawing Channel had drifted away on the sea wind, yet the ripples of victory still shook the step-stones. After sweeping away the last pockets of resistance within the gorge, Quen's fleet surged unstoppably against Salador San's stronghold Bloodstone Island and the neighbouring Grey Gallows. The island garrisons put up only token resistance before raising their banners in surrender. At the highest point of Bloodstone Island stood the fortress Salador had once taken pride in. Now, atop its tower, his head crudely preserved hung from the flagpole, swaying gently in the breeze. Hollow eye sockets stared blankly down at the island he had once ruled. The head that once lorded over the narrow sea now served as the starkest proclamation of the new order. The age of the Prince of the Narrow Sea, along with his mighty fleet, had sunk into the depths of bone-gnawing Channel. Inside the tower's great hall, shafts of light fell through narrow arrow slits, casting mottled patterns across the stone floor. The air was thick with the tang of salt and dust. Quen sat upright in a high-backed chair draped with coarse bearskin, with Roro and Hal flanking him, their sharp eyes sweeping the chamber. At the center stood two men, disheveled and uneasy. Karain Sathments and Mizo Mar. When Quen's fleet emerged from the gorge and came upon their wandering warship, Karain had wasted no time. He lowered Salador's banner without hesitation, surrendering at once. Now they stood before the victor, awaiting judgment. Captain Karain. Mizo. Quen's voice was calm but carried clearly through the empty stone hall. You were counted among Salador's most trusted men. Then why, at that fateful moment in bone-gnawing Channel, did your Shayla's dance not follow your master? Karain lifted his head, glanced at the pale-faced Mizo, and drew a deep breath. His voice came rough, edged with bitterness. My lord, it was not cowardice. Salador would hear no counsel. He paused, then went on. The bone-gnawing channel is narrow, strewn with reefs, and its currents fierce. Both Mizo and I warned him of the risks, told him it might be a trap laid by you. But Salador, blinded by arrogance, insisted your strength was too meager for such an ambush. To his ears, our warnings were the whining of cowards. He accused us of weakening morale, scolded us both, and sent us to watch at the gorge entrance. Quen listened in silence. He had not expected Salador to be so blinded by arrogance. Through these surrendered men, he understood why his ambush had gone so smoothly. A commander who ignored even the desperate counsel of his closest captains was doomed the moment he set foot in the channel. It had not been a simple tactical mistake, but a fatal flaw rooted deep in his nature. Salador's time is done. Quen's gaze swept over Quen and Mizo before settling on the swaying head outside the tower window. His tone was flat. You two, as his closest men, by rights should be cast into the dungeon to await judgment. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. Quen's back straightened instinctively, while beads of sweat slid down Mizo's brow. Judgment, here in the lawless stepstones, usually meant gallows or being thrown to the sharks. But Quen's tone shifted. Yet you chose unconditional surrender, sparing needless bloodshed. More than that, at the channel's mouth, you did not bar my merchant ships from entering. That act was not only without fault, but a service. So I ask, will you serve under my banner? Quen and Mizo's hearts leapt. They exchanged a quick glance. They had let those fire ships through believing no single vessel could have stopped them. Yet deep down, they had also grown weary of Salador's obstinacy. Now Quen had named their choice a decisive act, one that tipped the battle. Those fire ships had indeed been the spark that set Salador's fleet ablaze and triggered its collapse. By casting their decision as merit, Quen had branded them with betrayal yet also bound them with it. From this moment, they could no longer stand apart, nor easily turn to another master. The stepstones, the whole of the narrow sea, would see them as Quen's men. Any other power sheltering them would risk his wrath. Quen understood at once. The conflict on his face gave way to calm acceptance, even relief. He dropped to one knee, his voice loud and steady. My lord, Salador was arrogant, blind to reason, and favoured only sycophants. He had long since lost all loyalty. I, Quen Sathments, swear to serve you. I will steer your ships through every storm, until death takes me. Under Salador, his bluntness and distaste for flattery had left him isolated. Though gifted with unmatched skill at sea, he could barely hold on to his captaincy. He had long watched lesser men rise through flattery while he remained stagnant. Now, in Quen's strength and the order he imposed, Quen glimpsed the possibility of something new. My lord, Mizo Mar also wishes to serve you. After Quen declared his loyalty without hesitation, Mizo too seemed to find his resolve. Casting aside his doubts, he pledged himself as well. For both men, the stepstones were the only place left to them. And now that the entire sea lay under the rule of the Easterner before them, what choice remained but submission? Quen gave a slight nod, his face betraying little. Very well. Remember the oaths you swore today. You may withdraw. For now, you will serve under Roro. He will see to your ships and men. The two men, relieved as if pardoned, bowed deeply and left the hall at Roro's signal. The heavy stone doors closed slowly, shutting out the light and noise beyond. Only Quen, Roro, Hal, and a handful of Dragon Soul guards standing motionless in the shadows remained. The suffocating tension eased with the departure of the outsiders. Roro's face lit with unrestrained excitement. He stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. My lord, the victory at Bone-Gnawing Channel was beyond compare. Counting those inside the gorge, those outside, and the men surrendered on Bloodstone and Grey Gallows, we've taken a total of 5,500 prisoners. Salador's fleet, though most of it burned or was wrecked, left behind 75 ships of various sizes still fit for repair. And more than that, in the cellars of Salador's fortress, we found his treasure hoard. By rough count, the golden dragons, silver stags, plate, and gems are worth at least 400,000 gold dragons. 400,000! It was a staggering sum, and a flicker of satisfaction passed through Lo Quen's eyes. The fortune could not have come at a better time. Just then, Shyvana entered the hall, fresh from completing the troop reorganization. "What of the prisoners?" Lo Quen asked, turning his gaze on her. Her voice was cool, precise. "My lord, as ordered, all 5,500 have been broken from their original formations. Every officer Salador appointed, great or small, has been stripped of command and detained. The soldiers have been thoroughly mixed by island and former faction, and folded into our ranks." She paused, then added, "There was some unrest, but the Dragon Soul Guards put it down quickly. A few ringleaders were executed. The rest are quiet now." Lo Quen nodded. "Break them apart, mix them in, place loyal men, make an example. This was the surest way to absorb a host of surrendered troops and keep them from uniting in rebellion." "Good. Roro, send the captured ships into the docks at once. Repair what you can. Those too badly damaged, break down for parts. I want them seaworthy again as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord," Roro answered at once. Those 75 ships, though battered, once restored would greatly swell Lo Quen's naval strength. Shyvana continued with the details. "Troop distribution is as follows: under my command 2,000 original pirate soldiers, plus 3,000 reorganized captives, for a total of 5,000, with 400 Dragon Soul Guards attached. Under Roro 1,000 original, plus 1,000 captives, totaling 2,000. Under Hal 500 original, plus 1,000 captives, totaling 1,500. Under Chai Yi 500 reorganized captives, plus her original 500 Dragon Soul Guards. In addition, the Torturer's Deep is garrisoned by Janice with 300 Dragon Soul Guards and 500 pirate soldiers. Janice has also transferred command of another 300 Dragon Soul Guards to you as your personal guard. Altogether, my lord, your forces now exceed 10,000, 1,500 Dragon Soul Guards and more than 9,500 pirate soldiers." Even Hal, usually composed, drew a sharp breath. 10,000! In the chaotic history of the Stepstones, never had such a force been seen. True, the pirate soldiers lacked the training and discipline of the standing armies of Westeros. But sheer numbers alone were power, especially here, where the narrow sea was ruled by raiders and reavers. Roro could no longer contain his excitement. He stepped forward, his voice rising with fervor. "My lord, the Stepstones are yours. With Salador destroyed at Bone-Gnawing Channel, there is no one left in these seas who can oppose you." His eyes burned. "You should wear the crown. Become the true king of the narrow sea and the Stepstones. This honor is yours by right." "King." Lo Quen repeated the word softly, his gaze turning distant, as if beyond the rough stone walls he could glimpse the long tide of history washing over these islands. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Journey to Old Town. He recalled that in the history of the Stepstones, more than one man had styled himself King of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, Daemon Targaryen, Rakalio Rinduin, and others. But each of these so-called kings held power for only a fleeting moment. After their fall, the Stepstones always slipped back into chaos, part pirate haven, part smuggler's paradise, part battleground where the free cities waged their shadow wars. It struck him that their reigns had all been so brief for a simple reason: the Stepstones had never possessed the foundations of a true realm. A nation needs people, land, food, and stable order. The Stepstones had little of any. Only a handful of islands, Bloodstone, grey gallows, broken spear held scattered fishing villages. The land was barren. When Lo Quen first stepped onto Bloodstone, he found only the thinnest layer of soil, badly eroded, incapable of yielding barley, oats, or rye. Thus, the pirates of the Stepstones fed themselves with imports from both shores of the narrow sea or lived on salted fish. Worse still, the Stepstones had always been contested ground. To the Iron Throne, the islands were a potential staging post for invasion, a threat that could not be ignored. To the three daughters Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys, they were territory within their own sphere of influence. Now that Quen had unified the islands, he knew all eyes on both shores of the narrow sea would turn toward him. And that was exactly what he wanted. If he was to build a kingdom, he would need land, real land, capable of sustaining people and armies. Where could such land be found? The answer was obvious. The question before him was no longer whether to call himself king, but whom to strike first, Westeros or the free cities. Westeros? No, not yet. Invading now would be meaningless. Quen knew the path of Westeros' future. He could turn that knowledge to his advantage. Already, a plan had begun to take shape. He would not sit idle, waiting for the story to unfold. He would stir the waters, push events toward even greater turmoil than the tale had ever told until the Seven Kingdoms tore themselves apart. Then he would claim the spoils. But the free cities, those were a different matter. Their strength was nothing compared to the Seven Kingdoms. While he maneuvered and sowed chaos in Westeros, he could strike eastward, breaking them one by one. There was another reason behind his east before west strategy. The others. The army of the dead beyond the wall. Quen had no certainty there. When he crossed into this world, the books had not yet ended. He had no way of knowing what the others truly commanded. Did they march with ice spiders, mammoths, ghouls, demons, even ice dragons? One day, he would go beyond the wall himself, see with his own eyes, and decide. And if the others did have such monsters at their side, he would not sacrifice himself for the good of Westeros. He was no savior. Let the followers of the Seven, of Arhillar, of the old gods, face them first. Let the so-called gods prove their strength. With his course decided, Quen's gaze hardened. He turned to Roro and Hal. Salador styled himself prince for holding 2 islands. I hold the Stepstones entire. I am owed a greater title. Not for glory alone, this is how we declare our presence and strength to both shores of the narrow sea. Roro, Hal, you will see to the coronation. It will be held here, on Bloodstone. Choose a fitting day. It must be grand. Let the world bear witness. He went on, but before the coronation, I must leave for several days to Old Town. Old Town. At once, Shyvana stepped forward, her brows drawn tight, her face filled with concern. My lord, that is one of Westeros' greatest strongholds. Must you go yourself? Could you not send a messenger instead? Quen shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. I must go in person. The man I seek is unlike any other, he is vital. He holds the key to the very foundation of our future. He meant Archmaester Marwyn, the reclusive, arrogant mage, obsessed with the higher mysteries. Magic was the heart of Quen's power, and the weapon he would need most when facing the unknown. And Marwyn could not be one with letters or envoys. This, he had to do himself. He turned to Shyvana and explained, the war has only just ended. Every faction is still reeling from the shock, still digesting the news. This is a rare window of strategic respite. I must seize it. Once they recover, trouble will follow one wave after another. Shyvana understood the urgency, but her concern lingered. You mean the free cities will soon challenge us? Not soon, inevitably, Quen replied firmly. Controlling the Stepstones means seizing their purse strings. They won't forgive it. That's why, while I'm away, you will hold full authority over all affairs of the Stepstones. Shyvana nodded with solemn resolve. Yes, my lord. Quen's tone shifted. But you cannot remain on Bloodstone. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Not on Bloodstone. Correct. I need you to command from Torturer's Deep, because Janice will be coming with me to Old Town. He had originally planned to go alone, but considering Archmaester Marwyn's eccentric nature and the likelihood of scholarly exchanges, he had changed his mind. Since fleeing the ruins of Valyria, Janice had made considerable progress in her study of blood magic. Her knowledge might well be the key to swaying Marwyn. But if Janice left, Quen needed a flame knight of absolute loyalty to guard Torturer's Deep. Otherwise, he would not rest easy. Yik will accompany you to Torturer's Deep, Quen continued. Bloodstone will remain under Roro and Hal. You will hold the east with Yik, guarding the gateway to Essos. Roro and Hal will hold the west from Bloodstone, watching Westeros. Together, east and west will reinforce each other, enough to keep the narrow sea in check and withstand any initial upheavals. 5 days later, at Bloodstone Harbor. The first light of dawn touched the sea breeze, carrying both the ease of victory and the promise of departure. A medium-sized galley had just docked, arriving from Torturer's Deep. This natural harbour named Prince's Port by Salador was vastly larger than Jawbreak Island's meagre dock. Quen stood at the quay, watching the bustle before him. Shipwrights worked on damaged warships, soldiers drilled, and surrendered pirates hauled supplies under the stern eyes of Dragon Soul guards. A surge of satisfaction welled within him, a sense of absolute control. Just days ago, this had been Salador's den. Now, it was his. Light footsteps approached. Janice descended the gangplank, travel-worn yet radiant. It had been some time since they last met, and Quen immediately noticed the change in her. Her face had shed much of its youthful softness, her frame seemed taller, and her violet eyes now held the focus and sharp light of one who had immersed herself in arcane study. Yet beneath it all, the unquenchable energy of youth still burned. Perhaps the relentless strain of war had made him overlook how much she'd grown. For the journey, she wore a fitted hunting outfit tailored in a man's cut. A velvet coat of purple draped her shoulders, while black trousers clung to her long, powerful legs. Her silver hair, no longer left loose, was neatly tied back. At her waist hung a sharp sword, lending her a striking air of confidence and poise. "My lord." Her voice carried the joy of reunion and the thrill of what lay ahead. "We're truly going to Old Town, in Westeros." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quen studied the vibrant young woman before him, and for the first time in days, the weight of slaughter eased from his heart. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, Janice. This will be our first step on Westerosi soil. Time is short, we must depart quickly." Janice nearly leapt with excitement, her silver hair catching the sun in rippling waves. "Marvelous! I've heard Old Town is the most splendid of cities, with towers piercing the clouds and the citadel holding all the world's wisdom. I long to see those legendary buildings and libraries with my own eyes." Her childlike excitement drew a smile from him. He teased, the words touched with the irony of one who had seen more. "Believe me, Janice. After you've seen Valyria's ruins, the spires etched with runes, stabbing into the heavens, every so-called wonder in this world will pale in comparison. Valyria's glory had long surpassed mortal craft. Its towers were born of magic and power. Against them, even the citadel was but a shadow. Their movements were a tightly held secret. Apart from Roro and Hal, who were busy preparing the coronation, no one else knew the truth. Even Yoram Mormont believed Quen had gone with Jaelena's host to Torturer's Deep. There were no ceremonies, no farewells. Quen and Janice boarded the warship. The sailors loosed the mooring lines, oars dipped into the deep blue sea in unison. With the command, the sails unfurled, swelling with wind. The ship glided from Prince's Port, once Salador's pride, and cut across the calm waters, striking southwest into the summer sea. Toward the southern tip of Westeros they sailed, bound for Old Town, the city of wisdom and the great beacon of the High Tower. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Speculations on High Tower Origins. For 7 days the vessel glided over sapphire blue waters, carried along by gentle currents and warm summer winds. In the latter half of the journey, the fertile lands of the Reach slowly unfolded along the river banks. Sunlight poured generously over endless fields, where emerald ridges crisscrossed like veins of the earth. Rolling hills, cloaked in deep green forests and lush meadows, dotted the landscape. Farmers labored in the fields, fishermen cast their nets across rivers and lakes, butchers' creaking donkey carts wound along country lanes, and merchants' cries echoed through the marketplaces, all alive with vigor and abundance. Amid this serene, almost languid countryside, Quen and Janice's ship entered the harbour of Old Town. That morning, a thick, milky fog hung low over the sea and the city, wrapping everything in hushed stillness. Only the coarse, energetic cries of gulls pierced the haze, ringing through the damp air. On the bow, Quen and Janice stood side by side, their robes fluttering in the salt-heavy breeze. Their eyes strained past the shifting veil, drawn to the massive silhouette rising above the mist on Battle Island, the high tower. 700 feet tall, its structure was built of fine white marble, radiating a soft, sacred glow even within the fog. At its peak, a blazing fire cut through the haze, guiding ships and wanderers alike. Its history stretched back to the Dawn Age. The grand white tower that now stood was the culmination of countless expansions by House Hightower. The first watchtower had been a mere 50 feet, a crude wooden structure. In those days, Hightower ancestors still huddled within shadowed halls, domed chambers, and fortresses of rough black stone. Through generations of rebuilding, the High Tower was reborn into the colossal stone stronghold. It became an enduring symbol of House Hightower's glory and power. As the ship passed the towering stone sentinel guarding the mouth of the Honeywine River and drifted toward the bustling harbor of the Whispering Sound, a sea of masts, sails, and clamorous voices, Janice's violet eyes lit with curiosity and a touch of familiarity. She turned to Quen. "My lord, is this the High Tower, the stronghold of Lady Linus's house?" During their days in Torturer's Deep, she and Linus had grown close. The melancholic Hightower girl had often shared tales of her family's ancient and noble history. Indeed. Quen nodded, but his gaze was fixed not on the shining marble spire above, but on the immense foundation beneath it. There, a square fortress sprawled, built of massive, rough-hewn black stones, dark and heavy. It clung to the jagged rock of Battle Island, its lines stark and ancient, radiating a raw, primal force in sharp contrast to the purity above. The black base bore the tower's splendor in silence, its formidable walls concealing whatever secrets lay within. Janice noticed where Quen's eyes lingered and followed his gaze. She studied the black stone for a long moment, her brows furrowed in thought, before murmuring softly. "The texture of that black stone is so similar to the walls of Tyria." Quen inclined his head. "The cutting and stacking of this black stone is nearly indistinguishable from Valyrian craft. Beyond Tyria's walls, the Black Wall of Volantis and the Valyrian roads all share the same style." Janice's violet eyes widened, astonishment flashing across her face. "Are you saying, that long ago, the Valyrians came to Old Town and built this black stone foundation?" Quen slowly shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the colossal structure. "The chronicles say that even before the Dawn Age, the ancestors of House Hightower built this fortress. At that time, the Valyrian freehold did not yet exist. Which means the knowledge of this black stone craft did not belong to Valyria alone." Confusion lingered on Janice's face as her slender fingers traced the ship's rail. "But, my lord, to cut, transport, and fit such enormous stones so perfectly without magic, it would be nearly impossible." "Magic?" A faint, knowing smile curved Quen's lips. "Tell me then, Janice, where do you think Valyrian magic came from?" Janice froze. Memories of old blood mage records she had once glimpsed surged to mind, and she gasped. "You mean? House Hightower and Valyria share a common origin?" Quen's smile deepened. Until now, his suspicions had been only theory drawn from ancient texts. But here stood the proof, silent and immense, a fortress of black stone, radiating ancient power, its craftsmanship indistinguishable from Valyrian ruins. House Hightower and Valyria were bound by a hidden tie, one far deeper, and far more profound, than anyone dared imagine. Janice, you've studied the Valyrian secret histories preserved by the Blood Mages. They clearly state that the ancestors of Valyria came from Yiti, far east of the Bone Mountains. More precisely, they were descended from the royal bloodline of the legendary Great Empire of the Dawn, the offspring of the Amethyst Empress and the Bloodstone Emperor. The Bloodstone Emperor murdered his sister and lover to seize the throne, turning his faith to powers from beyond the stars, and thus brought about the Long Night. His descendants fled in desperation. One branch crossed the Bone Mountains westward and founded the Valyrian freehold in the lands of the Long Summer. Which means House Hightower is very likely descended from another branch of those exiles. A wave of shock crashed through Janice, as if calm seas had been torn open by towering storms. She had never imagined that here, in the distant south of Westeros, thousands of miles from Valyria's ruins, the lords of the White Tower rising at the mouth of the Honeywine River might share blood with the Valyrians bound by the same origin. The threads of history suddenly stretched before her clearer, yet infinitely more tangled. Quen too felt the stir of unease, though his thoughts ran along a different line. What astonished him most was the timing. House Hightower had come to Westeros far earlier than the Valyrians had reached the lands of the Long Summer. As descendants of the great Empire of the Dawn, why had they remained so subdued on Westeros's stage for thousands of years? They had never wielded power like the Valyrians, never soaring on dragonback, never burning cities to ash, not even famed for sorcery. Instead, they were known for wisdom, wealth, and unwavering faith. So what had they truly carried away from that ancient realm of blood and magic? Or what had they hidden? Did the silent black stone foundation, or the fire blazing atop the tower, conceal another legacy of the great Empire of the Dawn, one the world had yet to see? As Quen pondered this vast mystery of origins and power, the ship around him suddenly grew loud with movement and voices. He drew back his gaze and saw they had docked smoothly at Old Town's crowded wharf. Pushing aside the tumult of thoughts, he turned to Janice. "We're here. Let's go ashore." For now, the secrets of House Hightower could wait, there were more urgent matters ahead. Together they followed the throng down the gangway, leaving behind the port with its press of bodies and mingled scents of fish, sweat, and foreign spices. They walked along the cobbled street by the Honeywine, its stones worn smooth with age, heading toward the heart of Old Town, the citadel. Mist still clung to the damp, chilly streets, and a flicker of surprise crossed Quen's face. Compared to Volantis, which he had seen before, Old Town revealed a strikingly different character. It was cleaner, fresher, almost orderly in its very air. Stone houses, 3 or 4 stories high, lined the riverbanks in neat but varied rows, their roofs covered with dark red tiles. Though slick with mist, the streets were free of filth and stagnant puddles. What struck him most was what he did not see: no ragged beggars slumped along the roadside, no gangs of idlers stirring trouble. The peace was remarkable. And unlike Volantis, there were no slave masters cracking whips, no slaves cowering beneath them. Here, only the cries of vendors filled the air as they hawked melons, peaches, apples, and fire plums from the reach. The fragrance of fruit and the warm scent of fresh bread drifted on the breeze. From the quill and tankard, perched on its river island, laughter and the clinking of glasses floated faintly across the water. Quen paused at a fruit stall, bought a few ripe, glistening pieces, and handed them to Janice. For the girl who had spent so long in Torturer's Deep, when had she last tasted anything so fresh, so sweet? Janice accepted them eagerly. As they walked, she bit into a juicy peach, its nectar flooding her mouth. Her eyes closed with delight, and a pure, joyful smile lit her face, as if it banished both the chill of the mist and the weariness of their journey. The heavy fog above the city seemed to lift, drawn away by an unseen hand. On the eastern horizon, the rising sun tore free of its shroud of clouds, spilling gold and crimson light across the world. Morning spread like a brush stroke over Old Town's bustling streets, its tall towers, its clustered rooftops draping them in warmth and brilliance, while casting long, deep shadows across the ground. Quen's eyes were drawn to the grand silhouettes of faith that loomed against the sky. The solemn spires of the September of the Seven, the sweeping arches of the Lord's September, the sigil of the Sailor's September, and the great dome of the starry September, symbol of the endless heavens. These temples rose vast and commanding, their scale immense. In the morning light, intricate carvings seemed to stir with life, and domes soared upward as though to pierce the sky itself. Then, sunlight broke fully through the clouds, bathing the whole city in a sacred blaze of gold and crimson. Dong dong dong! At that moment, solemn bells rang in turn from the towering septs, their deep voices reverberating across the air. The sonorous chimes wove together above the city, as though a grand hymn were rising to greet distant travelers. And so, accompanied by the roll of the morning bells, Quen and Janis at last reached their destination, the citadel. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Farewell to Marwyn. On either side of the citadel's ancient, weighty gates crouched two colossal green-grey sphinxes. The one to the left had a stern, angular male face. The one to the right bore gentler lines and a serene female visage. Weathered by centuries, they loomed like silent sages, their deep-set eyes watching every visitor who passed between them. Between the two statues stretched a broad staircase of white marble, rising directly to the citadel's great gate, the symbol of wisdom and mystery. Quen and Janis climbed the steps and reached the entrance. At the top stood a semicircular desk, where several assistant maesters in grey wool robes, each with chains of different metals at their throats, lounged idly as they handled the small petitions of Old Town's residents. Quen went straight to one of the older assistants. From his breast he produced a sealed letter, which he handed over with a calm, steady tone. "Good morning. Please announce us. We wish to see Archmaester Marwyn. This is a letter from a distant friend of his. I believe its contents will interest him greatly." His words and his striking appearance immediately drew the attention of the other assistants. One by one, they looked up, their eyes full of curiosity as they studied the silver-haired, violet-eyed pair standing before them. The assistant who had taken the letter wrinkled his nose slightly, his voice edged with quiet suspicion. Lysani. He had clearly mistaken them for Valyrian descendants from the Free Cities. Quen nodded without hesitation. Before arriving, he had used the ruby chai Yi gave him to cast a simple illusion, altering his features. In Essos, Valyrian looks were common enough, but his true face in Westeros might have drawn unwanted trouble. Yet, to his surprise, the resistance he half expected never came. The assistant only murmured briefly with a colleague to confirm whether Marwyn was within the citadel and receiving visitors. Then he called over a young apprentice and instructed him to deliver the letter at once to Archmaester Marwyn himself. The wait was not long. Soon the apprentice came running back, breathless. "The Archmaester asks for you. Please, follow me." He led them through the citadel's labyrinth of corridors and arched passages until they stopped before a heavy oak door. Before the boy could knock, a rough, rasping voice barked from inside, harsh as sandpaper scraping wood. "Ah, get in already. What are you dawdling for?" The apprentice flinched at the sound, as if relieved to be dismissed. He quickly pushed open the door, gestured them inside, and then slipped away in haste. Quen and Janis stepped into the chamber. Marwyn's office was less a study and more a chaotic alchemist's den, crammed with strange objects and hazardous contraptions. Books, scrolls, and parchment lay piled in heaps on the floor, across tables, even spilling from chairs. Odd-shaped glass vessels brimmed with powders and liquids of unsettling colors. Rusted metal devices of unclear purpose leaned against the walls, which were plastered with star charts, anatomical sketches, and diagrams scrawled with esoteric symbols. Archmaester Marwyn himself was hunched over a mess of papers, as disheveled as ever. He lifted his head, and his sharp, penetrating eyes keen enough to strip a man bare raked over the two figures at the door. For an instant, expectation flickered in his gaze, but it was quickly replaced by suspicion. "I thought it would be that Yiti boy. So why?" He bared his mottled teeth, stained with a disturbing red hue, and growled in irritation. Too frightened to come himself, so he sends you 2 messengers instead. Archmaester Marwyn, would I ever be so discourteous? Quen smiled easily, his composure unshaken. Without a sound, he tightened his grip on the ruby hidden in his sleeve. With a mere thought, the illusion rippled and faded like water, revealing his true features, the face of distant Yiti. The sudden change made Marwyn jolt upright from his chair. His eyes went wide, fixed on Quen as if he'd seen a ghost. For several long seconds he simply stared before finally exclaiming in realization, his expression twisting into a mix of annoyance and amusement. He strode quickly to the door, peeked out with sharp caution, then slammed it shut and slid the bolt firmly into place. "You audacious little Yiti brat!" Marwyn spun around, lowering his voice, the rebuke carrying both shock and lingering fear. "You dare use a Shadowbinder's trick in the citadel of all places? Do you even know where you stand?" Quen arched a brow, his tone laced with mockery. "What? Do you think the maesters here would start screaming heresy and witchcraft the moment they saw magic, then drag me off to burn on a pyre?" Marwyn rolled his eyes and stomped back behind his cluttered desk. He shoved a handful of sour leaf into his mouth and chewed noisily as he muttered, "Humph! Not burned, no. But those grey-robed sheep are stubborn to the bone. Nothing disgusts them more than magic or mysticism. If you showed off your tricks in front of them, they'd first sneer and call it some cheap street performer's scam. Then they'd have the guards politely escort you out of the citadel like a fly, blacklist you forever. And whether they'd send someone afterward to study you or deal with you, that only the 7 know." Quen smiled faintly, letting the matter drop as he cut straight to the heart of it. "Archmaester, tell me honestly, setting appearances aside, do you truly believe magic is nothing more than smoke and mirrors?" Marwyn stared at him as though he'd gone mad, chewing his sour leaf harder. "You just pulled off a vanishing act right under my nose, and you ask me if I believe? Tricks like that? I saw them 500 times if not 1,000 in that pit of shadows, ass I." Unbothered, Quen pressed on with his true purpose. "Then, Archmaester, would you be willing to leave this ivory tower of stifled thought and come with me? Help me solve a real magical riddle." His gaze was earnest, carrying an invitation that brooked no refusal. Marwyn's chewing slowed to a stop. He frowned, his heavy brow ridge casting a deeper shadow. "Go with you? Solve a magical riddle?" He looked Quen up and down with sharp suspicion. "Where do you come from? And where is this place of yours?" "The stepstones," Quen said calmly. Marwyn choked on his own spit. Cough cough, cough, cough. He hacked until his face went red, wheezing for breath. At last he steadied himself, eyes bulging as his finger trembled, pointing straight at Quen. "The stepstones. Don't tell me, you're that eastern pirate lord the merchant sailors won't shut up about, the one ruling the stepstones." "I didn't expect my name to travel all the way to Old Town so quickly," Quen replied with a touch of amusement. Marwyn let out a harsh snort and dropped heavily into his creaking chair. "Old Town's the biggest port in Westeros. More ships pass through here than fish swim in the sea. With the stepstones in upheaval, trade routes cut to pieces, how could people here not know?" He leaned in, voice dropping, his sharp gaze boring into Quen. "Judging from your tone, you've dealt with that so-called Prince of the Narrow Sea, haven't you?" Quen nodded evenly, his voice calm but heavy with force. "Yes. The stepstones are mine now." Marwyn narrowed his eyes, leaning forward as if to strip away every layer and look straight into Quen's soul. "So tell me, boy, why? Why go to all that trouble, crossing the sea to unite that cursed scatter of rocks? The Iron Throne won't tolerate some pirate king ruling the stepstones under their nose. And the free cities less, Tyrosh, Mir, you've strangled their trade routes, cut off their lifeblood. They'll come for you as well. Why not stay in rich, mysterious Yiti? Why stir the waters of the West? Quen spread his hands, a smile flickering across his face, casual yet carrying unfathomable weight. What if I told you, my goal is to conquer the world? To make the known world crawl at my feet? Would you believe me? Conquer the world? Marwyn froze as if struck by lightning, his mouth falling open wide enough to swallow an egg. In the dim light, his teeth stained a disturbing red glared all the brighter. Chapter 69, Marwyn's decision. He stood frozen for several seconds before snapping back, blurting in a tone of disbelief, sheer madness. A dream fit for fools. Even the Valyrian freehold, at the very height of dragon might and magical glory, never managed to conquer the world. Do you have any idea what that would mean? The lords and knights of the Seven Kingdoms, the howling warriors of the Dothraki, the mercenary fleets of the free cities. Boy, even if you told me you meant to conquer Westeros, it would sound more believable. But even if such madness festers in your mind, why come to Old Town? Why to the Citadel? Why to me? What cursed magical riddle could possibly demand the help of the old fool they scorn as the mage? Quen did not answer him directly. Instead, he glanced at Janice. She understood at once, carefully drawing from her leather satchel a heavy book. Quen accepted it and, with solemn hands, placed it before Marwyn. Marwyn frowned as he took the volume, but the moment his eyes fell on the script upon its cover, his clouded gaze flared wide with shock. He knew those letters: High Valyrian. His breathing grew ragged in an instant. Forgetting Quen and Janice entirely, he tore the book open with the desperation of a man dying of thirst, stumbling on a spring, plunging headlong into its pages. At times he slapped his bald head in sudden revelation, laughing aloud as pieces of long puzzling mysteries clicked into place. At others, his face drained pale as he sucked in a horrified breath at the chilling details of forbidden rites. Then again, he would pound the table in triumph, muttering feverishly as age-old magical riddles unraveled before him. In the dim chamber, only the rasp of turning pages and his broken gasps filled the air. Time slipped away unnoticed. When at last he tore his eyes from the text, the shock etched on his face had not waned, it had deepened, carved even sharper into his features. Clutching the tome with trembling hands, he spoke hoarsely, breathless with urgency. This book, filled with such forbidden sorcery, where in the seven hells did you find it? His gaze burned into Quen, raw with hunger and demand. The book Janice had carried for him was none other than the forbidden grimoire drawn from the very depths of the Valyria ruins, its pages detailing the use of black stone in blood magic. Meeting Marwyn's searing stare, Quen smiled lightly and gave the answer Marwyn most craved yet least believed. The ruins of Valyria. Impossible. Marwyn's denial was instant, shouted in reflex. He lurched to his feet so suddenly the book nearly slipped from his hands. Utterly impossible. No one walks out alive from the smoking sea, no one. That place is cursed, forsaken by gods and men alike. Any who enter are. His tirade broke off mid-sentence. For Janice had drawn the sword at her waist. When the blade slipped free, it was not with a harsh scrape of steel, but with a ringing, resonant hum that filled the room. A chill light burst forth, cold, pure, so sharp it seemed to freeze the soul, searing through the gloom. The brilliance was blinding, its edge unmistakable, its power undeniable. Marwyn squinted against it, his eyes stinging. This is... The words choked in his throat as his gaze locked on the ancient, elegant blade in her hands. His pupils shrank with shock. Valyrian steel. The lost house sword of House Lannister, Quen said evenly. Bright roar. The legendary blade Tommen II carried into the ruins of Valyria, vanishing with him into that cursed land. Marwyn stood as though spellbound, staring at the sword's cold radiance, then at Quen's calm, confident face, then at the forbidden tome trembling in his grip. Every doubt, every impossible, melted away like frost beneath the sun. The raw shock on his face slowly ebbed, giving way to something else, a dazed, disoriented haze, as though his very world had been upended. At last he slumped back into his chair, eyes fixed on Quen, his voice rough with awe. Never did I think you'd return alive from that land of death, spurned even by the gods, and bring these back with you. His gaze swept once more over the bright roar and the black book, his expression shaken beyond words. Archmaester Marwyn. Quen's voice carried the weight of command. In the stepstones, grimoires like this lie stacked high as mountains. They record Valyria's lost knowledge and seal away power that could reshape the world. Here in the Citadel, the truths you've pursued your whole life are dismissed as heresy, locked away, scoffed at, ignored. He stepped closer, his gaze burning. Come with me, Archmaester. There you'll find the magical mysteries you've dreamed of, ancient prophecies waiting to be unraveled, and treasures enough to reveal the world's true face. That's where you belong, not in this prison that shackles the mind. Marwyn's eyes flickered with hesitation. But I am of Westeros. I swore my oath at the Citadel, to serve its lords. Quen answered bluntly. If oaths truly mattered, the Iron Throne would still belong to the Targaryens. And more than that, Archmaester, your name. You were never meant to be accepted here. Marwyn froze, staring in disbelief. You know my name? Quen smiled. Marwyn Valyrian. A descendant of House Valyrian, who survived the doom. And Maester Aemon of Castle Black. I know his true identity as well. Marwyn could no longer maintain his composure. A bead of cold sweat slid down his brow. How do you know of such secrets, buried for so many years? In truth, Quen was only speculating. He remembered from the records that both Marwyn and Maester Aemon had been pushed aside by the Citadel. Anything real leaves traces in this world, he continued. Come with us, Archmaester. Stay here, and you'll never have what you seek. In the stepstones, you'll find everything you've ever wanted. Marwyn met Quen's gaze, his eyes torn with conflict. At last, obsession with truth outweighed every hesitation. He exhaled heavily, as if setting down a great burden. You've convinced me, boy. 7 hells, you really have. If you truly went to Valyria's ruins and brought these back. He gestured toward the sword and the book. Then I have reason enough to believe the treasures you speak of are real. For those long-buried truths, I'll go with you. The decision was made. A genuine smile spread across Quen's face. Welcome, Archmaester Marwyn. Your wisdom will be our greatest treasure. By the way, Quen added as if casually, do you know a maester named Qyburn? Marwyn's face darkened instantly, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Qyburn? Why do you ask? His tone was sour. That man was just expelled 2 days ago. The Conclave found him guilty of an experiment that, well, grossly violated the Citadel's laws. He was cast out, and right now he's probably skulking in his stinking quarters, stuffing his rags into a bag before being shown the door. Quen's smile deepened. That's perfect. We're taking him with us. His tone was light, almost playful. He intended to recruit Qyburn as well. As for the man's fascination with human experimentation, Quen already planned to provide him with condemned criminals for his studies. What? Marwyn nearly sprang from his chair, staring as though Quen had gone mad. Boy, do you have any idea what foul experiments he was conducting? And you'd dare take him in? That man's a lunatic, a danger to everyone. Quen's smile turned enigmatic, almost knowing. I'd guess forbidden experiments with necromancy. Marwyn's jaw dropped. He jabbed a trembling finger at Quen, voice caught between shock and despair. Why is it you always guess so damned well? Back in Volantis, you said I'd earn some ridiculous title at the Citadel, and sure enough, that vinegar violin stuck me with the mage, a laughingstock to all. And now you've guessed the truth of Qyburn's madness too. I don't even know what to call you. His tone dripped with frustration and disbelief. Quen's smile only grew steadier. That just proves you've made the right choice. Here in the citadel, you'll only be mocked, pushed aside, your talents wasted. With me, you'll face true magic, decipher lost prophecies, and uncover the world's ultimate secrets. Qyburn's methods may be extreme, but his research direction under the right guidance might yield breakthroughs no one else could achieve. We need his talent. Marwyn was left speechless. With a groan, he rolled his eyes and slumped back into his chair. Fine, fine. I can't argue with you. Take whoever you damn well please. Just tell me what else? Say it all now. Lo Quen's smile faded, replaced by solemnity. There is one more thing. Before you leave the citadel, I'll need your help. Can you use your authority to access a specific record for me? A record? Whose? Marwyn frowned, irritation sharp in his voice. Of a former High Septon. Lo Quen's eyes darkened. Maynard. I need to see his private diary. Chapter 70, Rhaegar has gone mad. Beyond the citadel's high walls, the noise of the city faded. Lo Quen slipped into a narrow alley and stopped before a shabby wooden door, its paint peeling. He raised his hand and knocked. The hinges creaked open to reveal a tall, thin old man with a slight stoop. His weathered face was lined like a parched riverbed, blue eyes sunk deep beneath folds of skin, sparse grey-white hair clinging flat to his scalp. Most striking of all was the faint smile at his lips, at once kindly and quietly shrewd. "Hello," the old man said gently. "Who are you looking for?" Lo Quen returned the smile. "Forgive the intrusion. Are you Maester Qyburn?" The old man's expression did not change. He gave a small nod, then slowly shook his head. 3 days ago, perhaps. But now the conclave has stripped me of the title. His voice was calm, as though stating something of no consequence. Meeting those mild blue eyes directly, Lo Quen spoke without preamble. "Maester Qyburn, if I were to give you full support resources, a secure place to work, even experimental subjects for your research into necromancy and other fields, would you join my cause?" For a moment the smile in Qyburn's eyes wavered, a sharp glint flickering beneath it. He showed no outward surprise, only tilted his head, studying the stranger with quiet curiosity. "And who might you be?" His tone remained level, but carried a probing weight. "I am from the Stepstones," Lo Quen replied evenly. "I came to the citadel to seek out minds like yours, men driven to uncover the world's deepest mysteries, yet bound and scorned by prejudice." He mentioned nothing of Marwyn, but the words alone were enough to stir something in Qyburn. The smile at the corners of Qyburn's mouth deepened slightly. He asked no more questions, nor did he hesitate. He simply nodded. "I understand." Stepping aside, he gestured toward the interior. "Wait here. I'll pack my things. I can leave with you now." His tone was as casual as if he were stepping out to buy bread. Lo Quen paused, surprised by how swiftly and eagerly he agreed. But he understood at once. This madman cast out of the citadel was, at his core, a pure scholar consumed by obsession. Give him the means to pursue knowledge, and reputation, identity, even morality itself meant nothing. Such a man, once his true need was recognized, was easily won. Lo Quen watched him turn back into the cramped room and begin gathering his possessions, jars, odd specimens, papers covered in strange symbols, with a speed that was orderly, not frantic. The sight only strengthened Lo Quen's conviction. Soon Qyburn emerged with a worn leather case in one hand and a bulging canvas bag in the other, clearly filled with his cherished notes and tools. "All set. Let's go." The same calm smile remained on his face. Lo Quen nodded and quietly led this freshly recruited talent from the alley. He escorted him to the Ord galley moored at the harbour, guarded by picked men, and ordered the sentries to keep him safe. Only then, reassured, did he turn back toward the citadel. When he pushed open the door to Marwyn's cluttered chamber, a mix of alchemical workshop and storeroom, the air inside was utterly changed. Marwyn sat hunched in his battered chair, surrounded by mountains of books, his face lit with a focus and solemnity Quen had never seen before, even tinged with humility. He was firing off question after question about blood magic at Janice, seated opposite him. She answered calmly, violet eyes shining with intelligence, her replies measured and precise. Now and then she quoted directly from the Forbidden Tome, and each time Marwyn's eyes went wide with sudden comprehension, his palm slapping against his thigh in delight. When he saw Quen return, Marwyn's head snapped up, his whole face alight with near-manic excitement. Pointing toward Janice, he cried out in his rasping voice, overflowing with awe and exhilaration. "Eastern lad! You're back at last! Gods, you've opened my eyes!" Miss Janice, her grasp of magic's essence, her command of Valyrian sorcery, she could forge a Valyrian steel link here at the Citadel. No two. This girl is a genius. His tone rang with the joy of a man who had stumbled upon buried treasure. Janice flushed faintly at the praise, pale cheeks tinged pink, though her bright eyes never faltered. Quen gave her an approving glance, then turned to Marwyn and went straight to the point. "Archmaester Marwyn, what of High Septon Maynard's diary? Did you have it sent over?" "Diary? Ah. Yes, yes." Marwyn smacked his shiny forehead as if just remembering, then leapt from his chair and lunged toward the desk that looked like a disaster zone. Both hands rummaged through the heaps of parchments, glass vessels, and mineral samples, muttering under his breath. "I remember. Peter brought it over and I just tossed it. Seven hells, where did it go?" Peter swore it was under this stack of drafts. Peter. Quen's heart gave a jolt. That mediocre apprentice who had lingered in the Citadel for years without achieving anything, never forging even a single link? The name pulled loose fragments of memory about that nobody. Peter had been obsessed with Rosie, the serving girl at the Quill and Tankard, desperate to claim her maidenhood. To get the coin he needed, he struck a deal with a mysterious alchemist. He traded the master key stolen from Archmaester Walgrave, the key that opened every door in the Citadel, for a single golden dragon. In the end, Peter died a fool's death, losing both life and fortune. But Peter's fate was not the point. What mattered was that the so-called alchemist, almost certainly Jaqen of the Faceless Men, likely assumed his identity after his death, using the key to slip deeper into the Citadel. Why would the House of Black and White go to such lengths, sending one of the many-faced gods' finest servants into this fortress of knowledge? What was their true aim? One theory lingered in Quen's mind. Euron Greyjoy had once boasted to his brother Victarion that he owned a dragon egg, claiming he tossed it into the sea in a foul mood. But that had been a lie. The truth was that Euron, eager to rid himself of his brother Balon, had hired the Faceless Men. And the price he paid was likely that very dragon egg. If that were true, then Jaqen's infiltration of the Citadel had a clear purpose. The Faceless Men needed away some lost secret, or some powerful relic to awaken that fossilized egg. Quen's thoughts raced like lightning until Marwyn's gravelly cry snapped him back to the present. "Ah! Here it is! 7 bloody hells, how did it end up under this pile? I swear I checked here already." He pulled out a book with an ancient binding from beneath a mound of mineral samples, clutching it as if it were treasure. Its cover was deep red leather, trimmed with faded blue thread, solemn and mysterious. Quen stepped forward at once and took High Septon Maynard's diary from Marwyn's hands. Panting, Marwyn wiped sweat from his brow with his sleeve, peering at him suspiciously. "High Septon Maynard served more than 10 years ago. Where in the 7 hells did you dredge up this old business?" Quen didn't answer. He flipped through the fragile, yellowed pages swiftly, his eyes skimming the faded ink with precision. At last, near the end of the book, in a corner where the paper was frayed and curling, one entry seized his attention. The script was clear, written with solemn care. "At the earnest request of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, I dispatched a Septon to the shore of God's Eye to officiate the sacred marriage between him and Lady Lyanna Stark, binding them in an eternal vow before the 7. Has Rhaegar gone mad? A storm of shock roared through Lo Quen's mind. He had always believed the story of Rhaegar and Lyanna's marriage shown in the series was mere invention. Yet here it was, in black and white. But there was a difference. The diary didn't say Rhaegar sought to set aside Princess Elia. He meant to follow Aegon the Conqueror's path to wives. Impossible. No, this can't be true. How could this be? Marwyn leaned over, cloudy eyes locking on the words. His face went ashen, drained of all blood. With shaking hands he tore the diary from Lo Quen's grip, clutching it so tightly his fingers trembled. His voice rasped, cracking under the weight of disbelief. Rhaegar, he actually wed Lyanna, before the faith of the Seven, bound in marriage under the gaze of the gods. Gods above. The shock nearly knocked him off his feet, his body swaying. If this diary were ever revealed, it would set all Westeros aflame. Robert's rebellion had been justified on the claim that Rhaegar kidnapped and imprisoned his betrothed Lyanna. This diary would tear that justification to shreds. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Ancient Tomes of the Isle of Ravens. Archmaester Marwyn. Lo Quen's voice was steady. The evidence speaks for itself. You've read the High Septon's own words. Prince Rhaegar did not abduct Lyanna Stark. At least on that day by the god's eye, they were of one heart, freely joining as husband and wife under the gaze of the Seven, swearing a sacred vow. Marwyn slumped into his chair as though his spine had been ripped away. Clutching his head, he groaned in anguish. But why? Why would Rhaegar do this? He already had a lawful wife, Princess Elia Martell. She gave him Rhaenys and Aegon. Why? He could not understand. As a Valyrian of ancient blood, his loyalty naturally aligned with House Targaryen. To him, Rhaegar's actions were nothing short of self-destruction. Lo Quen stepped closer, his tone carrying the weight of history. The dragon has 3 heads, Archmaester. You and Maester Aemon were close, you must know the prophecy. After birthing Aegon, Princess Elia was frail, unable to endure another child. Rhaegar, he must have believed it utterly, convinced he bore the duty of saving the world by bringing forth 3 children, 3 heads of the dragon. And it would not have been without precedent. Did not Aegon the Conqueror wed both his sisters, Visenya and Rhaenys? Marwyn lifted his head, sorrow and confusion filling his eyes. I know the prophecy. Aemon cherished Rhaegar, believing him the prince that was promised. But does prophecy excuse betraying his marriage vows, trampling on Dorne's loyalty, and enraging the Wardens of the North? He was a fool. He could have secured his throne first, then considered it. And he should never have chosen the betrothed of one of his bannermen's heirs. Gods! He shook his head in despair. And the faith, the sanctimonious hypocrites! How could they consent to preside over such a blatant act of bigamy? Was Maynard mad? Lo Quen considered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, Prince Rhaegar was no fool. He may have promised High Septon Maynard some great boon, perhaps special privileges for the faith once he took the throne. But the Targaryen downfall came too swiftly. Under the stag's crown, those promises could never be honored. For the faith, revealing this truth would be a scandal of the gravest sort, one that would shatter its sanctity and authority. So the survivors, and the faith itself, chose silence, burying the secret forever. Lo Quen mused privately that Maynard must have been a rare sort of man, writing everything down in his diary. He patted the old Archmeister's shoulder, trying to pull him back from his grief. Archmaester, enough. The past is done. What matters is the future. Marwyn let out a bitter laugh. The future? You uncovered this book for one reason only, to use it when you invade Westeros, didn't you? Lo Quen shrugged. If Aegon the Conqueror could do it, why shouldn't I try? Marwyn barked out a laugh, incredulous. Aegon had 3 dragons. How many do you have? Quen met his gaze calmly. That depends on your brilliance, Archmaester. Marwyn glared at him, struck speechless, unable to fathom what trick this cunning Easterner was preparing. Enough, Archmaester Marwyn. Quen cut the tension with a timely shift. Let us set aside this unpleasant lesson in history. I have one last request, something that requires what little influence you still hold within the citadel. Marwyn's face darkened at once, suspicion sharpening his eyes. You want to dig through someone else's diary now? Quen shook his head, his gaze settling on the ring of keys at Marwyn's belt. I've heard that each Archmaester possesses a unique master key, able to open nearly every door in the citadel, even those forbidden halls closed to ordinary apprentices. His voice carried a quiet curiosity. So tell me, Archmaester, what secrets are hidden in the deepest vaults of this fortress of knowledge? Marwyn sprang upright like a cat with its tail stepped on. I knew it. I knew you weren't here for honest reasons. You're after the citadel's hidden hoards. He jabbed a finger at Quen furiously. Even if I gave you the key, it wouldn't help. The citadel is full of eyes, apprentices everywhere. Your face stands out too much. You wouldn't even reach the locked gates of the forbidden books before guards or meddling students stopped you. Quen said nothing. He only smiled faintly, raising his hand and brushing the ruby hidden in his sleeve. A faint, almost imperceptible ripple of magic spread across his body. In the next instant, before Marwyn's horrified eyes, Quen's features, build, even his clothing twisted and changed. In just a breath, the figure standing before Marwyn had become another Archmaester Marwyn. The same shabby clothes. The same crooked nose. The same protruding brow. Even the sharp, irritable glint in his eyes was mimicked to perfection. Gods, 7 hells! Marwyn's eyes bulged round as saucers. He pointed a trembling finger at the mirror image before him, struck dumb. Quen rolled his neck, adjusting to the new body, then raised his hand, palm up, calmly meeting the real Marwyn's gaze. Marwyn's face twisted through several emotions before collapsing into a sigh heavy with defeat and resignation. With a bitter curse, he yanked a key from the jangling ring at his waist, the oldest-looking one, etched with fine runes across its surface, and slammed it into Quen's palm. Take it. Go on then. I'll never set foot in this damned citadel again. Do whatever you please. Quen closed his fingers around the cold metal, then, imitating Marwyn's gravelly voice, assured him, Don't worry. I'll just have a look around, satisfy my curiosity. I won't cause trouble. Humph. You've stirred up more than enough already. Marwyn rolled his eyes, slumping back into his rickety chair and turning his back with a scowl, as if to say, out of sight, out of mind. Quen didn't linger. On his way out, his sharp gaze caught a rolled parchment on Marwyn's cluttered desk. He tugged it free and unrolled it. It was a detailed map of the citadel, carefully drawn, marking every tower, library, and hall. I'll borrow this, Quen said, giving the map a shake. Without waiting for a reply, he pushed open the door and strode into the maze-like corridors, wearing Marwyn's face as his disguise. With the map as his guide, he headed straight toward the restricted libraries marked with special symbols. His steps mimicked Marwyn's impatient, distracted gait. Apprentices and junior maesters hurried past, but when they caught sight of his familiar face, they simply bowed respectfully and scurried aside. None dared question where the eccentric mage was going. Yet after checking several rooms labeled secret treasures and ancient manuscripts, Quen felt only disappointment. The books and scrolls were ancient and rare, some filled with forbidden knowledge, but none contained the crucial secrets of dragon incubation or taming, especially nothing on reawakening dragon egg fossils. It seemed that after the dragon's extinction, the citadel had deliberately suppressed, sealed away, or even destroyed such lore. Standing in a quiet corridor, map in hand, Quen frowned, weighing whether to abandon the search. Then his eyes strayed to the map's edge, where the honey wine split around a small island within the citadel's grounds. The island bore a name, Isle of Ravens. At its center was a lone building marked with a symbol. Ravenry. Ravenry? Lo Quen's pulse quickened. He remembered now. One of the citadel's oldest buildings, once the stronghold of a pirate lord, later converted to house the most ancient and least used records. The most obvious places were often the most secure, but the forgotten corners of history, those might hold real treasures. He changed direction at once, following the map across a wooden bridge linking the main campus to the Isle of Ravens. The island was quiet, shaded with trees. At its center rose an ancient tower of dark grey stone, its walls draped in vines, radiating the weight of centuries. The Ravenry. Lo Quen approached its heavy, green patinated doors and drew out the brass master key. The key slid into the lock with a click, and the bolt gave way. He pushed the door open. Inside was dim and thick with the smell of old paper and dust. The ground floor was large but sparse and untidy, littered with scrolls and books long abandoned. Lo Quen did not linger. He found a narrow spiral stair, just wide enough for one man, and climbed. The Ravenry wasn't tall, perhaps 50 feet. He soon reached the top floor, where a single oak door waited, bound by an ancient lock. The master key turned smoothly, and the door swung open with a groan. A heavier, mustier smell of decay greeted him. It was a low attic, thin light slanting in through small, high windows, shafts of sun illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air. At its center stood a single massive oak bookshelf, draped in cobwebs. The shelves held only a few scattered books and scrolls, their condition worse than anything below. Pages curled and yellowed, covers torn, worm-eaten, all cloaked in thick dust. Lo Quen held his breath and stepped closer, brushing dust aside and turning through the books one by one. Most contained trivial records from the Citadel's earliest days, or theories long since disproven. Then his fingertips brushed a thick tome with no cover, its spine bare and rough. He slid it free, blew off the dust, and opened it. With a single glance, his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, The Switched Manuscript. The writing on the pages was ancient yet clear, no longer trivial notes but a structured treatise. It began with an exploration of dragon physiology. Next came a detailed analysis of the varying temperatures of dragon flame among different dragons. The book also drew heavily from early Targaryen records of dragon taming, examining the compatibility between dragon riders' personalities and their mounts' temperaments. What truly set Lo Quen's blood racing, however, was the extensive section on the life cycle of dragon eggs, their physiological activity, and how different environments affected their development. It even documented several secret magical experiments during the reign of Jaehaerys I, conducted jointly by the royal court and the citadel, all aimed at reawakening petrified dragon eggs. The text described the preparations in detail, followed by thorough analyses of why each attempt had failed. Lo Quen's gaze shot to the title page, searching for the author's name. But all he found was a scraped patch. The ink stains and torn parchment made it clear, whatever name had once been there had been deliberately and violently erased. Still, Lo Quen had a strong suspicion. Who else but the legendary hand of the king under Jaehaerys I Barth, famed for his learning and reforms. His most famous, and most lamented, work was that very book later burned on the orders of Baelor the Blessed, Dragons, Wyrms, and Wyverns, their unnatural history. Lo Quen was nearly certain that the nameless tome in his hands was the surviving core of that lost masterpiece. By some twist of fate, it had been hidden away in the dust of the Ravenry Tower's upper chamber, its title and author carefully erased. Could it be that Jaqen Hagar, or rather, the House of Black and White behind him, had risked everything to infiltrate the citadel for this? Were they hoping to find within it the means of hatching a dragon egg? A cold light flashed in Lo Quen's eyes. Whatever the faceless men were after, he would never allow this tome of dragon lore to fall into their hands, especially if they truly held a dragon egg. A bold plan took shape in his mind. Without hesitation, he carefully replaced the book, turned, and descended the stairs, returning at once to Marwyn's office. When he shoved the door open, the sulking Marwyn nearly jumped out of his chair. "Back already? Found something?" Quen gave no explanation, instead asking directly, "Archmaester, do you have any books on dragons? Not the printed, widely copied ones. I need raw material, unbound manuscripts, fragments, the more obscure the better." Though suspicious, Marwyn held his tongue at Quen's serious tone. He rose and rummaged through one of his drawers, a cluttered chest of odds and ends. At last he pulled out a bundle of loose papers tied with hemp cord, covered in hurried scrawls. "Here. Notes and fragments I picked up years ago during my travels in the East, bits from ruined temples, old peddlers. Plus some of my own speculations. They're a mess, never put into proper order. Take a look." "Hey! What are you doing?" His words broke off in alarm. Quen had seized a quill, dipped it deep in ink, snatched several blank sheets of parchment, and begun writing in bold, sweeping strokes. Marwyn, fearing for his precious manuscripts, rushed over to see, then stopped, dumbstruck. The pen flew across the page with effortless speed, and the words left him reeling. His eyes bulged as he jabbed a finger at the text, his voice cracking. You mean to say this is true?" Quen didn't look up, his hand still moving. "Of course it's true, I just made it up." You're not planning to mix this nonsense in with my manuscripts, are you?" Marwyn's beard bristled with fury. His scholarly dignity had never felt so insulted. Quen ignored his outrage, filling several more pages. The content grew stranger, even absurd, but written with such authority, citing sources and weaving arguments with a logic that, at least on the surface, held together. After finishing his writing, he dug into the corner of the bookshelf and pulled out several strands of old cotton thread, darkened and yellowed with age, the kind once used to bind manuscripts. With quick, practiced motions, he stitched his freshly written masterpiece together with Marwyn's scraps, threading them into a crude, coverless book. "Archmaester, do you have any way to make these new pages look older? As if they'd been stored for decades, even centuries?" Quen held up the freshly forged volume as he asked. Marwyn, though seething with anger, looked at the boy's determined expression, clearly not one to quit until he got his way. And since Marwyn was leaving the citadel behind anyway, why should he care if chaos followed? A mischievous thought crossed his mind. With a disgruntled snort, he went to a shelf crowded with reagent bottles, rummaged a moment, and produced a small beaker filled with a viscous yellow liquid. A smug, wicked grin tugged at his lips. "Humph! You asked the right person. This is one of my special concoctions, perfectly mimics the natural yellowing and brittleness of ancient parchment. Just a little coating and..." Before he could finish, Quen had already snatched the beaker. Without hesitation, he poured most of the thick yellow liquid evenly across the freshly bound book. The pages absorbed it quickly, releasing a sharp, acrid stench, sulfur mixed with rotting vegetation. Before their eyes, the edges of the parchment began to yellow and darken, sprouting stains like mold and watermarks. The corners curled slightly, giving the book the appearance of having aged decades in moments. You reckless brat! My reagent!" Marwyn cried out in anguish. Quen carefully lifted the foul-smelling, now convincingly aged book, then flashed him a reassuring grin. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon, and I'll return with something even better." Before Marwyn could respond, he whirled around and bolted out of the office like a gust of wind. Marwyn stared at the open doorway, then at the residue of yellow liquid and the empty beaker left behind. A powerful sense of dread crept into his chest. What in the seven hells is that boy up to? Quen raced back to the top of the Ravenry Tower. He quickly located Barth's true manuscript, eased it from its place, and tucked it safely into his chest. Then he pulled out the freshly aged fake, still reeking of chemicals. He brushed away the dust where Barth's book had lain and set the forgery down in its place with exacting care. To complete the illusion, he grabbed a handful of dust from nearby and sprinkled it evenly across the counterfeit and its neighbors. The attic now looked untouched, as if nothing had been disturbed. With the priceless original secure against his chest, Quen slipped back into Marwyn's office like a ghost. When Marwyn saw him draw forth another tome, this one far older looking, its edges frayed, binding nearly falling apart, his eyes bulged like copper bells, and his jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. "What in the God's name did you just do?" This is..." The aura of true antiquity radiating from the book left no doubt. This was no mere bundle of scattered notes, but a treasury-level relic of the Citadel. Quen placed Barth's work gently on the desk, a sly smile flickering across his lips. "Nothing much. Just swapped the manuscript you gave me, plus my own masterpiece, with a certain book from the top shelf of the Ravenry Tower. You stole a forbidden tome from the Citadel." Marwyn's voice cracked as he jabbed a trembling finger at him. Quen only shrugged. "So what if they find out? What's it to me? By then we'll be safe in the stepstones. And if they don't notice?" He drew out the words deliberately, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Well, then things get interesting. Especially for a certain someone who risked everything to steal that secret manual, only to follow its instructions." Marwyn felt a chill run down his withered legs as he remembered the absurd ritual Quen had jotted at the end of the fake tome about sacrificing one's manhood to hatch a dragon. He could already picture some poor fool clutching that ancient treasure with reverence, only to go pale as they read through its earth-shattering incubation rites. Chapter 73, Departure. The next morning, as the first light crept across the horizon, Old Town still lay shrouded in a thinning mist. The air was heavy with the damp breath of the honey wine and the faint smoke rising from cook fires in the morning market. Archmaester Marwyn trudged behind Quen and Janice, dragging his battered leather trunk crammed with strange trinkets and curiosities. When their small boat slipped free of the harbour and out into the wide, blue expanse of whispering sound, Quen stood at the bow. The salt wind whipped against his face, and at last the corners of his lips curved into a faint, relieved smile. His venture to Old Town had yielded far more than he had dared to expect. Marwyn leaned against the rail, staring past the glittering waves at the shrinking white silhouette of Old Town's great beacon, the high tower. The flame at its pinnacle seemed less blinding in the morning light, yet it burned as stubbornly as ever. Quen stepped up beside him, following his gaze. Wreathed in dawn's haze, the towering spire looked at once sacred and faintly sinister. That Lord of Old Town. Quen broke the silence. Shut away in that tower for more than 10 years with his so-called mad daughter, what is it they've been studying all this time? Marwyn shook his head slowly, eyes never leaving the tower. 10 years, and not once have they set foot beyond those walls. Only rumors drift through the streets that they practice magic up there. He paused, frowning. But what kind? No one knows. The tower is too high, too sealed off. Its secrets are buried too deep. Quen's gaze lingered on the burning flame at the tower's peak, his thoughts running dark and quick. Meanwhile, in the depths of the citadel, a raven with glossy black wings fluttered down onto a cluttered writing desk. A young assistant maester hurried over, deftly untying the slim tube fastened to the bird's leg and drawing out the tightly rolled parchment within. He unrolled the message, but after only a few lines, the color drained from his face, leaving behind naked disbelief and fear. "Quickly report to the seneschal." He snapped his head up, calling to the other apprentices hunched over their work. "Urgent dispatch from King's Landing. That eastern sorcerer on the stepstones has utterly crushed the pirate Lord Saladorson. The letter says he commands an army of the dead. Grand Maester Pycelle demands the Citadel send at once a maester versed in necromancy to King's Landing. They need a way to counter the sorcerer's legion of corpses." The 7-day voyage passed quietly. When the ship finally slipped back into the familiar waters of Bloodstone and moored at Prince's Harbour, Quen stepped ashore with Qyburn at his side. Janice and Marwyn remained aboard, continuing on toward Torturer's Deep to study the secrets hidden within the ruins of Blackstone. Quen settled Qyburn in the depths of the fortress, setting aside several spacious and secure stone chambers, far removed from the bustle, for his use. Keeping Qyburn on Bloodstone rather than sending him to Torturer's Deep was no accident. The dungeons of Bloodstone still held many pirates fiercely loyal to Salador, hard-bitten men who would rather die than bend the knee. They would serve as the most direct source of material for Qyburn's studies. In a hastily arranged but well-equipped laboratory, Quen caught the unmistakable gleam of excitement in the maester's gentle blue eyes and posed his first question. "Maester Qyburn, what do you believe is the true essence of the force that makes corpses move again? What allows a lifeless shell to rise to its feet?" At that, Qyburn's usual mild smile faded, replaced by a sharp, almost fanatical focus. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke in the measured tones of a scholar. "My lord, based on some ideas and experiments I pursued at the Citadel, ones not much favored by the mainstream, I believe the key lies in the soul. When a man dies, the soul does not vanish instantly. Like embers, it clings briefly to the corpse. But with time those embers cool, drift away, and finally dissolve into nothing. This is the natural course of life's end and the reason a corpse ultimately rots." Quen pressed, intrigued. Then how might one stabilize those fading embers of the soul, even bend them to reanimate a body that has lost all life? "That is an immensely complex and forbidden problem, my lord." A light flared in Qyburn's eyes, his words tumbling faster. "From what I know, certain ancient and potent magics can bind those fleeting fragments of the soul, delaying or even halting their dispersal. In that way, the body can be sustained in a peculiar active state like a puppet on strings, able to carry out simple commands." He hesitated, then added, "But this remains only a theory. The exact rites, the energy required, and the stability of the binding are tremendous challenges." Quen smiled knowingly, but said nothing. He simply clapped his hands once. The heavy wooden door of the laboratory swung open without a sound. A figure clad in Valyrian armor stepped inside. Under Qyburn's stunned gaze, the corpse, once a pirate of Torturer's Deep, now turned into a dragon soul guard, moved stiffly but with perfect obedience. It stripped off its armor and garments, then lay flat on the great stone table in the center of the room, like a specimen awaiting dissection. The chill of the stone beneath its body mirrored the icy pallor of its skin, radiating a sense of eerie inhumanity. "Maester Qyburn," Quen said evenly, "this is a corpse reanimated through magic. We call them Dragon Soul Guards. It is yours now for study." The smile froze on Qyburn's face, giving way to a look of rapture, verging on madness. He rushed to the table, his wrinkled hands trembling as he stroked the guard's cold, unyielding flesh. He pressed against dead muscles, tested the joints, probing with the fascination of a man handling a wonder. A rough gasp broke from his throat. "This is a miracle, this magic is beyond belief, my lord." His voice rasped with excitement, his blue eyes blazing with the fire of insatiable curiosity. Quen watched him calmly and asked, "So then, Maester Qyburn, could you, with your knowledge and skill, recreate this magic?" Qyburn snapped his head up, eyes tearing from the corpse. He nodded fiercely, his voice steadier and more fervent than ever. "My lord, give me time, and I swear I will not disappoint you." Quen felt his thoughts settle. Qyburn's response confirmed his judgment. This so-called madman, cast out of the Citadel, truly possessed the gift of reaching across the boundary between life and death. If he mastered this necromantic art, then the forging of an army of tireless, deathless soldiers would no longer be fantasy. Even the others beyond the wall might have cause to falter. Pleased, Quen left the corpse-stinking laboratory. Outside, Roro and Hal were waiting. Roro stepped up at once, lowering his voice with a mix of pride and caution. "My lord, while you were away, I followed your orders and took Sir Yora to the black market at Spearhandle village." He did indeed reconnect with those men. Spearhandle village, on Broken Spear Isle, was one of only 2 places in the Stepstones not yet under Lo Quen's control, the other being Tyrosh itself. Both stood isolated in the archipelago's northeast corner, bordering the Myrish Sea, their positions highly sensitive. Lo Quen was not surprised. From the start, when he first sent Roro with Yora to Spearhandle village, he had known the disgraced Lord of Bear Island would use the chance to reach out to Varys, the Spider, master of Whisperers in King's Landing. It was almost certainly Yora's only hope of regaining his freedom and leanness. By sending him back again, Lo Quen had ensured that the carefully chosen fragments of intelligence he wished to leak would reach the Iron Throne. He could picture the report already, Yora painting him as a dire threat, warning of an undead host, all in the hope of earning Robert's pardon and spurring the 7 kingdoms to crush the Stepstones and deliver Lenis. Well done. Lo Quen acknowledged Roro's work, then shifted the subject. And the intelligence network I tasked you to lay across the 7 kingdoms, how fares it? Chapter 74, Mizo's Intelligence, Review Campaign. Roro scratched his head awkwardly. My lord, I handed that task to one of my men. He's much better at it than I am. His connections are unconventional. Oh? And who might that be? Lo Quen raised a brow. Do you remember Mizo Mar? Salador's round-faced eunuch. Roro explained, he used to follow Salador and knew all sorts: smugglers, bandit chiefs, merchants. His network is vast. I put him in charge of it, and truth be told, he's been getting results. A flicker of approval passed through Lo Quen's eyes. For a brute like Roro to spot and use talent was an unexpected surprise. He immediately had Mizo Mar summoned. The former confidant of Salador now stood before Lo Quen with exaggerated deference and a faint trace of fear. His plump face was creased in a humble smile, his posture slightly bowed. My lord, you sent for me. Mizo, any fresh word from King's Landing? Lo Quen asked without preamble. Mizo cleared his throat, then reported in an orderly manner, My lord, I've bought the loyalty of several informants in King's Landing and Dragonstone. At present, there's no sign of major movement in the royal fleet itself. However, according to the deployment our men uncovered. He paused, his expression turning oddly strained. The royal fleet is officially listed at 210 ships. Of those, only 50 remain stationed at King's Landing. The other 160 are all anchored at Dragonstone. And among those 210, just 80 are true Ord warships. The rest are sailing transports. Worse still, those 80 warships are said to be so poorly maintained, most can't even put to sea. His tone carried open disbelief at the state of the Iron Throne's navy. Lo Quen rubbed his chin unconsciously. So the royal fleet had fallen into such a sorry state? The ratio of warships so low and even those barely seaworthy? He looked back at Mizo. And where has the Iron Throne been focusing its energy of late? A small smile touched Mizo's lips. According to our source among the Antler men, His Grace has grown quite taken with a grand tourney soon to be held at Duskendale. He's announced he will attend in person. Because of this, the Hand and the Master of Coin are in a frenzy, scrambling to raise the funds to cover the enormous costs of the King's progress. The Antler men, wealthy merchants of King's Landing, were often privy to whispers from within the Red Keep. Lo Quen let out a dry laugh. No wonder. With Robert pouring the treasury into his pleasures, how could there be coin left to keep warships afloat? He pressed further. So, in the short term, they're not planning to march against the Stepstones. Mizo shook his head cautiously. Not necessarily, my lord. The Hand of the King, Lord Jonaran, has been convening frequent councils in King's Landing. One of the chief topics is the situation in the Stepstones after Salador's fall, and how the Iron Throne should respond. It's said the Hand has taken a firm line. He believes your expansion must be checked. He even had Pycelle petition the Citadel for expertise in necromancy, specifically to devise a counter against your so-called Army of the Dead. A glint flashed in Lo Quen's eyes. So, the word had already reached the top of King's Landing. Fortunately, he had acted first, luring Qyburn to his side. Leaking knowledge of the Dragon Soul Guards was meant to spark panic at the Iron Throne enough to drive them to act rashly and sail their fleet straight into his hands. Anything else? Yes, my lord, Mizo continued. The Hand has also summoned Lord Redwine of the Arbor to King's Landing. They appear to be discussing countermeasures. Lo Quen's tone turned amused. With the royal fleet a wreck, they're banking on the Arbor fleet? And what of Balong Greyjoy? Do they not fear he'll seize the moment? Mizo reasoned, my lord, compared to Balong's possible raids, the Iron Throne clearly fears far more the prospect of you seizing the Narrow Sea. That passage carries the bulk of trade between the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities. Should you choke it off entirely, their customs revenues will collapse, and the nobles will lose their flow of luxuries. The impact would be devastating. Thus, they would rather risk the Ironborn for now and strike at you first. Lo Quen nodded. That was exactly what he had hoped for. The Iron Throne's logic was falling neatly into place. If they gathered their fleets and sailed to war, he would finally have the chance to play the trump card he had carried since leaving the ruins of Valyria, one decisive blow to wipe out the naval strength of the Seven Kingdoms. His magic was limited, he could not hunt down their fleets piecemeal. But if they came together, he could annihilate them all at once. And once both the royal fleet and the Arbor's main strength were gone, Westeros would be stripped of any chance to rebuild a navy for years. Shipbuilding was no peasant's craft. It demanded skilled shipwrights, rich timber reserves, and immense gold. Even Bravus, famed across the world for its shipyards, could not launch ships like loaves from an oven. At most, they built one warship per day. Lo Quen had gathered 400 to 500 seasoned shipwrights taken from Salador and Tyrosh and managed to repair more than 100 warships. Yet even now, they had not produced a single new vessel. He knew well how hard it was to raise a navy from nothing. And with the Iron Throne drowning in debt, once its fleets were broken, it would not rise again for years. Years enough for him to accomplish much. The strength of House Redwine is indeed formidable. Mizo added smoothly, according to reliable reports, they command 200 purpose-built Ord warships, and 5 times that number in merchant galleys, altogether a fleet of more than 1,200 vessels. Even though Lo Quen had braced himself, the sheer wealth behind such numbers left him momentarily astonished. The Arbor's wine truly did flow with gold. But he quickly steadied himself. The Redwines can't possibly commit their entire fleet. Most of their merchants are out on distant trade runs, keeping their lifeblood flowing. At most, they'll bring those 200 warships. Just so, my lord. Mizo nodded. Their merchant ships are scattered across countless routes. They cannot be gathered quickly for war. Good. Lo Quen's tone carried approval. Expand your web further. Every major port in the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrosh, Lys, even Pentos, and Volantis, I want them all covered. Whatever it costs in gold and dragons, Bloodstone's coffers will pay. I want to know every move, every whisper. As you command, my lord. Mizo bowed deeply, and in his eyes gleamed the thrill of a man newly trusted with real power. Lo Quen turned on Roro and Hal, his voice hard as iron. You too. Drive the work on Salador's captured ships at full pace. At the same time, keep our own fleet in top condition. I want every vessel ready for battle at a moment's notice. Yes, my lord, the two answered in unison. Lo Quen paced to the heavy stone window, gazing out at the endless blue sweep of the narrow sea. Since walking free of cursed Valyria, he had barely drawn on his true magic apart from the dragon bone bow, building his hold over the stepstones one step at a time. Not because he lacked the will, but because his magic was as precious as a desert spring. He would not waste a drop on pirates. But this time would be different. If the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms truly dared to sail against him, then he would make them feel for themselves the fury of a true dragon. Chapter 75, Alliance. Time slipped by quietly amidst the tense preparations for war. Since Salador's beheading, the stepstones looked calm on the surface, but beneath the still waters, fierce currents churned. The shipyards of Bloodstone, Jawbreak Isle, and Torturer's Deep rang day and night with the clamour of hammers and saws, the air heavy with the pungent reek of tung oil. Each day, several repaired warships returned to service, swelling the fleet's ranks. On this day, the silence finally broke. Roro and Hal all but kicked open Lo Quen's study door, their faces burning with outrage. "Lord, trouble! Spear-Handle village has seized 3 of our grain ships. The Tyroshi, they've struck." In the hall, Jalana and Chai Yi had hurried back from Torturer's Deep upon hearing the news and now stood present. Jalana wore full battle armor, her long hair bound behind her. Chai Yi stood silently at her side. At the report, Lo Quen did not rage, he laughed, like a hunter who had waited patiently for his prey to stumble into the snare. So, they couldn't restrain themselves any longer. Good. Since the Tyroshi were the first to tear off their mask, they cannot fault us for showing no mercy. He rose, his voice sharp as unsheathed steel. "Jalana! Here!" The knight stepped forward, her voice ringing firm and strong. "I order you to take the fleet at once against Broken Spear Isle. Drive every last Tyroshi cur squatting there into the sea to feed the fish." His command was absolute. At once. Jalana's eyes blazed with battle fire as she accepted without hesitation. Then Lo Quen's gaze turned to Roro and Hal, his words heavy with killing intent. "Roro! Hal! Carry my orders. From this moment, the waters of the Stepstones are under total blockade. From Bloodstone to Grey Gallows to Torturer's Deep, every major channel, every hidden passage patrolled day and night. Any merchant flying the Tyroshi banner attack without warning. All seized goods and ships, half divided among the fighting brothers, half turned over to the treasury. Half." Roro's eyes gleamed instantly, greed and excitement almost spilling out. "Rest easy, Lord. I swear not a single Tyroshi vessel will slip through our blockade. Plunder." This was the hunger bred into every pirate's bones. Hal said nothing, but the iron hook he bore glinted coldly in the candlelight, and a cruel smile tugged at his lips. Since Lo Quen had seized the Stepstones, he had forbidden large-scale raiding, demanding only tolls to keep the trade lanes steady and avoid needless enemies. These hardened pirates had long itched for blood. Now, with war against Tyrosh upon them, their instincts at last could be unleashed. Meanwhile, on the Isle of Tyrosh, within the Grand Lord's palace, Peter Baelish, envoy from King's Landing, was taking in the famed splendor of the Tyroshi Lord's seat with evident interest. Pearls and mother of pearl inlaid into the stone walls shimmered with dreamlike brilliance under the lamps. Gold and colored glass formed intricate patterns, and the air was thick with exotic spices. His grey-green eyes seemed to admire it all like those of a dazzled traveler, yet deep within them lay only a cold, calculating gleam. "Great and noble Archon!" Littlefinger turned around, his face brimming with sincere admiration, utterly devoid of any pretense. "The splendor and exquisite craftsmanship of your palace are truly unparalleled in the world. When I first stepped into this hall of glory, its dazzling radiance nearly made me believe I had stumbled into the paradise of the gods' revelry." His flattery was perfectly measured, neither excessively obsequious nor overly indulgent of his host's vanity. Perched upon a throne inlaid with ivory and jewels, the Bluebeard Archon sat like a giant barrel stuffed with cushions, his massive frame sunk deep into the seat. His fat fingers roamed unabashedly over the voluptuous, scantily clad paramour beside him, eliciting exaggerated sighs of pleasure. At Littlefinger's flattery, a smug grin spread across his face, thick blue beard framing it. He opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a cold voice beside him. "Lord Beric." The green-bearded man seated below the Archon's throne spoke with icy impatience, "Spare me the flattery. As an envoy of the Seven Kingdoms royal house, you crossed the narrow sea to Tyrosh. Surely your purpose extends beyond admiring our palace. State your business." A flicker of sharpness passed through Peter Baelish's eyes. His smile remained unchanged as he turned to the green-bearded man, his tone shifting to one of solemn concern. "My lord, I come at the behest of King Robert Baratheon and Lord Jonaran, Lord Paramount, bearing the Iron Throne's most sincere goodwill. We seek an alliance with mighty Tyrosh to mount a joint campaign against the eastern sorcerers who have made their nest in the Stepstones, becoming a grave threat to our very heartland." "An alliance? To eliminate a mere pirate chieftain?" Greenbeard emitted a short, contemptuous snort. "Our Tyrosh fleet dominates the narrow sea, invincible in every campaign. To deal with a single pirate, must we join forces with your 7 kingdoms and share the spoils?" His words brimmed with suspicion toward the Iron Throne's ambitions to lay claim to the Stepstones. Littlefinger's smile remained flawless, as if oblivious to the sarcasm. "Lord, perhaps your knowledge of this pirate chieftain is insufficient. According to our confirmed intelligence, that eastern sorcerer commands a truly terrifying army, a legion of genuine, magically reanimated corpses. They wear indestructible Valyrian steel armor, wield Valyrian steel weapons that cleave through iron like butter, know no fatigue, fear no death, and possess combat prowess far surpassing ordinary soldiers." Greenbeard's scorn froze on his face, his pupils tightening slightly as the shocking revelation visibly unsettled him. Yet he quickly regained his composure, forcing skepticism through gritted teeth. "On the water, Valyria holds none of its land-based advantages. As for your so-called Legion of the Dead, humph! Utter nonsense. Only a fool would believe such ghost stories." Littlefinger remained unflappable, now offering a more compelling proposition. "Lord, the Iron Throne seeks alliance not for the lands of the Stepstones, but out of concern that if this sorcerer grows unchecked, he may become a second Ninepenny Kings or even more dangerous. Moreover, we have a crucial mole within the sorcerer's inner circle. All intelligence regarding the necromantic legions and the Valyria weapons was risked at great personal peril by this informant. Lord, what if this intelligence proves accurate? Can Tyrosh alone withstand an undead Valyria legion? And what of?" He shifted his tone. "After the fall of Salador, have the Lysane not set their sights on the Stepstones? Might they too be secretly gathering strength, waiting to reap the spoils?" The words Lysane struck Greenbeard like a sledgehammer. The rivalry between Tyrosh and Lys over the Stepstones ran deep, an inescapable enmity. Littlefinger had pinpointed Tyrosh's greatest external threat. Greenbeard's face darkened completely. His brow furrowed as he fell into a prolonged silence. He weighed the pros and cons, envisioning the horror of battling an undead army and the Lysane's potential opportunistic invasion. Finally, he lifted his head, his gaze hardening with resolve. Turning to the Bluebeard Archon still needing his paramour upon the throne, he declared in a deep voice. "Archon, I believe it is in Tyrosh interests to collaborate with the Iron Throne. We should jointly deploy forces to pacify the Stepstones and eliminate that eastern sorcerer." "Great and noble Archon!" Littlefinger turned, his face glowing with earnest admiration, not a hint of insincerity showing. "The splendor and craftsmanship of your palace are unmatched in all the world. When I first stepped into this hall of glory, its brilliance nearly made me think I had wandered into the god's own feast." His flattery was perfectly measured enough to please, but not so much as to reek of servility. Upon a throne inlaid with ivory and gems sprawled the Bluebeard Archon, his massive frame sinking deep into the cushions like a barrel overstuffed with cloth. His thick fingers wandered shamelessly over the curves of a scantily dressed mistress at his side, drawing from her a chorus of exaggerated moans. At Littlefinger's praise, a smug grin spread beneath his dense blue beard. He was about to speak when a cold voice cut him off. "Lord Baelish." The green-bearded man seated below the Archon's throne spoke with icy impatience. "Spare us the flattery. You crossed the narrow sea as envoy of the 7 kingdoms, surely not merely to admire our palace. State your purpose." A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Peter Baelish's eyes. His smile did not falter. Turning to Greenbeard, his tone shifted to one of solemn gravity. "My lord, I come at the command of King Robert Baratheon and his hand, Lord Jonaran. I bear the Iron Throne's most sincere goodwill. We seek alliance with mighty Tyrosh, to join forces in eradicating the Eastern sorcerer entrenched in the Stepstones, a growing danger at the very heart of the realm. Alliance? To put down a mere pirate? Greenbeard let out a short, scornful laugh. The fleets of Tyrosh rule the narrow sea, undefeated. To deal with one pirate, must we share the spoils with your 7 kingdoms? His words dripped with suspicion, wary of the Iron Throne's designs on the Stepstones. Littlefinger's smile remained as flawless as ever, as though he had not noticed the scorn. My lord, perhaps your knowledge of this so-called pirate is incomplete. From our confirmed intelligence, this Eastern sorcerer commands a fearsome host, a legion of corpses, truly reanimated by sorcery. They are clad in unyielding Valyrian armor, wield Valyrian steel that cuts through iron as if it were butter. They do not tire, they do not fear death, and their strength in battle far surpasses that of mortal men. The disdain on Greenbeard's face froze. His pupils contracted ever so slightly, betrayed by the shock of such a revelation. But he forced his composure, clinging to skepticism. At sea, Valyrian steel holds no advantage as it might on land. And this nonsense of an army of corpses, ha! Only a fool would believe such tales. Littlefinger's expression did not waver. He pressed on, sweetening the lure. My lord, the Iron Throne seeks no land in the Stepstones. Our concern is that, unchecked, this sorcerer may rise to become another Ninepenny King or worse. And know this: we have placed within his ranks a most crucial agent. The reports of necromantic legions, of Valyrian weapons, all come from this man, who risked his very life to pass them on. So I ask you, what if these reports are true? Can Tyrosh alone stand against an undead Valyrian host? And more than that. His tone sharpened. Since the fall of Salador, do you not think the Lyseni have cast covetous eyes on the Stepstones? Do you not think they too gather strength in secret, waiting for their moment to strike? The name Lyseni landed like a hammer blow on Greenbeard's heart. The struggle between Tyrosh and Lys over the Stepstones was ancient, an enmity that could never be ignored. Littlefinger had touched the rawest nerve. Greenbeard's expression darkened, his brows drawn tight. Silence stretched as he weighed the horrors of facing an army of the dead against the threat of Lys seizing the spoils. At last, he lifted his head. His eyes held the weight of decision. Turning to the Bluebeard Archon still pawing at his mistress on the throne, he said in a deep, deliberate voice. Archon, I believe it is in Tyrosh's interest to ally with the Iron Throne. Together we must strike the Stepstones and rid ourselves of this Eastern sorcerer. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Fall of Spearhandle Village. At Quen's command, Shyvana led 5,000 well-drilled pirates in leather armor and 400 dragon soul guards in Valyrian steel onto 20 oared warships. The blades of the oars bit into the leaden grey sea, driving the ships forward as they surged toward Broken Spear Isle. The jagged shoreline of the isle loomed through the morning mist. Without meeting resistance, the warships ground roughly onto the pebble shoals outside Spearhandle village. The pirates poured over the gunwales like sharks scenting blood, shouting and shoving one another, heedless of the cold salt water that reached their knees. Shyvana was the first ashore, her stride steady, her cloak snapping in the damp sea wind. Spearhandle village was caught completely unawares. The Tyrosh garrison numbered no more than 400 or 500, most still lost in the haze of wine or a whore's embrace from the night before. The blare of horns, the pirates' savage roars, and the clash of steel tore them from their stupor. A few half-dressed soldiers stumbled from barracks and watchtowers, clutching rusted spears that shook in their hands. The fight erupted in a heartbeat and ended even quicker. The Dragon Soul Guards advanced like a tide, cutting down scattered pockets of resistance with chilling efficiency. Their movements were precise, pitiless. Valyrian steel blades traced arcs of death in the morning light, every stroke punctuated by the crunch of bone or the choking gasp of the dying. The pirates were beasts unchained, storming the village's narrow lanes and low houses, battering doors open with fists and the flats of their blades, dragging panicked soldiers from their beds. Cries, curses, and desperate pleas tangled with the screech of steel, shattering the village's fragile calm. At the entrance stood Jelena, her gaze hard as ice, surveying the chaos. She watched a Tyrosh officer attempt to rally his men. He barely lifted his sword before a dragon soul guard's blade punched through his throat, his blood spattering the mud. "Surrender! Drop your weapons!" The pirates' shouts rang out in every corner. Those Tyrosh who lived, paralyzed by fear, flung down their weapons, raised their hands, and sank to their knees. The few who fled toward the harbor or the woods were swiftly felled by arrows and axes, collapsing with strangled cries. Within the hour, all was decided. The air hung thick with blood and brine. Hundreds of Tyrosh captives, faces ashen, were strung together with ropes like livestock bound for slaughter. Spearhandle village, this smuggler's nest turned black market hub, was stripped bare. Warehouses filled with silk and spice, storehouses crammed with grain and casks of wine, even the soldiers' own stashes of gold dragons and silver stags, none were spared. Jelena looked over the prisoners and the spoils, her violet eyes as calm and unyielding as stone. Her first order was crisp and cold: bind the captives tight. Put them on the ships. Send them back to the dungeons of Bloodstone. Then her gaze cut to the black market traders peering nervously from the shadows, their eyes darting. She raised her voice for all to hear: "Spearhandle village is ours now." At dawn on the fourth day, Quen led 300 dragon soul guards ashore onto the cobbled beach of Spearhandle. By then, Jelena had already sent the prisoners back to Bloodstone and set her men to reorganizing the black market. Order returned with startling speed. The smuggler's den, once chaotic, thrummed with life again under her firm hand. The black market of Spearhandle was built for smugglers, its stalls overflowing with contraband. Furs and timber from the north, Dornish red wine, Myrish blankets, goods from every corner of the world lay in dazzling heaps. With no tacksman to bleed them, the wares sold cheap. Quen stepped into Jelena's temporary command post, a stone hut reeking of sea salt and dust. "Lord." Jelena's voice was steady. He nodded and looked to her. "Any movement from Tyrosh?" Her violet eyes narrowed. "Patrol ships report dead silence around the main island. Only merchant sails in the harbor, no sign of warships gathering." Quen frowned. "We're striking right at their doorstep, yet the Tyroshi remain so patient." He had expected their fleet to swarm out like a disturbed hornet's nest. Instead, this silence was more unnerving than the beating of war drums. What were these arrogant Tyroshi plotting? No. A sharp thought pierced his mind. The Tyroshi had likely already struck a bargain with the Seven Kingdoms. Jonaran, that old falcon of the Vale, was a master strategist. He would never act rashly without first testing his enemy's strength. Gathering armies, moving supplies, readying ships each required time. He would surely use that interval to court others on the far end of the stepstones who also stood opposed to Quen. Tyrosh and Lys. But Tyrosh and Lys had been at odds for decades over trade disputes. For them to reconcile and march together against him would be difficult. That made it far more likely Jonaran had dispatched envoys to Tyrosh. Tyrosh, being closest to the stepstones, had the most urgent reason to crush him, and its merchants depended far more heavily than Lys on the trade routes that passed through these seas. A joint pact between the Seven Kingdoms and Tyrosh was the most probable outcome. And if so, it was exactly what Quen wanted. His voice rang with certainty. "Jelena, hold Broken Spear Isle. Make a show of strength enough for Tyrosh to believe we've stationed our main force here." A flicker of confusion crossed her violet eyes, but she said nothing, answering simply, "As you command, my lord." After giving his orders, Quen returned to Bloodstone. No sooner had he arrived than Roro, Hal, and Mizo came before him. Mizo stepped forward, speaking calmly. "Lord, word from the Antler men in King's Landing, the Hand has dispatched Peter Baelish, the master of Quen, to Tyrosh for secret negotiations with the Archon. As expected, Lo Quen thought. He nodded, his face unreadable. How far along are preparations in the Seven Kingdoms? Mizo continued, the realm is already in war mobilization. The king has just returned to King's Landing from the tournament at Duskendale. At the feast, he declared his intent to pacify the Stepstones just as he did with House Targaryen and the Iron Islands. Let him come. He had better come. I can't think of anything more worth boasting of than capturing the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Roro spat, his eyes burning with old hatred. Lo Quen's gaze sharpened. And their fleet? How stands the muster? How many men? Mizo rattled it off without hesitation. The Redwine fleet is ready to sail. The royal fleet is under repair. And word is, the Hand has compelled the Iron Islands to contribute 30 longships are being sent to war. Lo Quen frowned. And why would the Ironborn obey so easily? Mizo explained, the Hand wrote threatening Balon directly. This war will see Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, bring with him his ward, Theon Greyjoy, to King's Landing. Lo Quen paused. He had nearly forgotten the little Kraken. Balon might bluster, but with his son held hostage, he dared not defy the Iron Throne now. Not that it mattered much. Any ship could burn. Any man thrown into the sea lost his strength to fight. Watching Lo Quen's pensive expression, Mizo went on. As for troop numbers, those are harder to confirm. Several versions of the report are circulating in King's Landing. But overall, the Hand has called, in the King's name, upon the Wardens of the Four Quarters, as well as the Lords of Dorne, the Stormlands and the Riverlands. How these lords will actually respond to this war, however, that remains to be seen. Lo Quen was pleased. Truth be told, Mizo Mar's skill at gathering intelligence had far exceeded his expectations. The man's thinking was sharp too, embedding informants among the wealthy antler men of King's Landing. Those merchants loved nothing more than gossiping about Red Keep affairs, especially talk of war. After all, war struck directly at their purses. Still, unlike Lo Quen, they knew little of the true intrigues between the great houses of Westeros. From his vantage, the lords might answer the call, but they would not commit their full strength. For he knew well how many ambitious souls lurked in that land of sunset. Indeed, many would likely see this campaign in the Stepstones as a chance to break the fragile balance of power in the Seven Kingdoms and sow the seeds of chaos to come. Lo Quen had no intention of being anyone's pawn. This war would be his chance to lay the groundwork for his own bid for dominion over Westeros. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Choice of Commander, Bonus Review Campaign. King's Landing, the Red Keep, the small council chamber. The tall, fat king of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon, sat on the Iron Throne, arguing with the small council about the war that looked set to break out. Robert Baratheon's huge frame sank into the throne, his face flushed with drink. His thick black beard trembled with every oath. Those damned Iron Horse spawn! 30 ships? And I'm supposed to outfit them with swords and spears? If I'd known, I should have had Balon and his stinking sons' heads put on pikes battlements years ago. Lord Jonaran, the Hand of the King, rubbed his temples wearily. Your Grace, we actually have enough ships. The royal fleet is working round the clock to repair the warships, and Lord Redwine's fleet is ready. We can muster at least 400 warships. But the real problem isn't that. Jonaran paused, looked around at the other lords seated before him, and said solemnly, we must consider the cost of this campaign. This time. At the word cost, Robert's jowls quivered like a rattle. 7 hells, John, don't talk to me about money. I know you'll sort it out. Maybe you'll send men to the Iron Bank across the narrow sea, or go beg Lord Tywin at Casterly Rock. By the 7, Tywin's shit's made of gold. You could flog the crown's debts to the High Septon. Anyway, I trust you, Jon. You'll find a way. Bitter memories rose in Jon Arryn's chest as he thought back to the days in the Vale. Back then Robert had been tall and handsome, his eyes bright, half the kingdom's maiden's dream. Now Robert was lost in drink and women, his step unsteady, neglecting the realm's business and shirking the duties a king should keep. He had overthrown a mad king only to place a drunken one on the throne. Robert left the court to brothels and hunts, the work of ruling fell on Jon's shoulders. As hand, Jon had to carry the 7 kingdoms. Faced with crushing debts, he had to swallow his pride and beg favors and loans. And every time money was mentioned, Robert's flippant attitude made Jon feel the burden grow heavier. Your Grace, let us return to the matter at hand. This campaign will likely require you to remain in King's Landing. Jon cut off the debt talk and steered the conversation. Robert interrupted at once. Hide me away in the castle like a coward? I'd rather die. Jon frowned. Your Grace, the battlefield is too dangerous. We cannot let you risk yourself. Robert's eyes went wide. I won my place on the battlefield. I smashed Rhaegar Targaryen on the banks of that cursed trident and took the Iron Throne. Now you want me hidden behind others? No, Jon, you'd make me a laughingstock. Jon urged, Your Grace, those days were different. Now you are king of the 7 kingdoms. Your safety determines the realm's future. Robert bellowed, No. It's always the same. If a king can't win respect on the battlefield, he can't win it from his vassals. I must go. It's a king's command. Jon had no words left. Watching Robert's stubborn, bloated face, a thought slid into Jon's mind. Robert might be a fine warrior, but he's no good king. Putting him on the Iron Throne could have been a mistake. Jon dismissed the chilling idea and stopped arguing. Your Grace, if you insist on leading the campaign, at least have the vanguard land first. Sea battles differ from land. Once you're in the water, no armor no matter how strong will save you. Robert snorted and seemed to agree. Either way, I'll smash that eastern sorcerer's skull. A sorcerer without a head is still a dead sorcerer. With the decision for the king to go set, the question turned to who would command. Robert chose bluntly, bring Ned Stark. He won for me before, he'll win for me again. Jon sighed inwardly and hastened to answer, Ned may be a fine commander on land, but he's unfit at sea. Wolves don't do well in water. His gaze fell to 2 empty chairs. The king's 2 younger brothers were not in King's Landing. Renly had left half a month ago for Storm's End to muster the Stormland's vassals. As for Stannis, a few nights before, Stannis had angrily confronted the king at small council about the royal fleet's neglected upkeep, blaming the crown. He left that night for Dragonstone to ready his forces. To rebuild the royal fleet, Jon Arryn had had to borrow funds from the Faith to pay for the ship repairs. Pycelle spoke in a trembling voice, perhaps Great Lord Stannis could take command. He is master of ships, his seat is Dragonstone, and he knows naval warfare. The king roared, No, he shall not command. That bastard Stannis only knows how to oppose me. The memory of his brother's iron-faced scowl sent a hot, unnameable rage through Robert. Jon replied patiently, Your Grace, Lord Stannis is the best choice, unless we want to put an Iron Captain of the Iron Fleet in charge. Robert turned to the Master of Whisperers, Varys, who had been silent. What of Tywin? Varys, in his slick, silky voice, answered, Your Grace, Lord Tywin has sent his brother, Sir Kevin, to lead the Westerlands host. He remains at Casterly Rock. Robert scowled. What's he doing, hiding in a pile of stones? He paused, then looked to Jon with hopeful eyes. Any other able men in the Vale? Jon shook his head helplessly, then offered another feasible option. Your Grace, perhaps Lord Redwyne should command. He has the Arbor fleet and knows naval warfare ideal for an expedition to the Stepstones. He knew Robert would never appoint Stannis. The brothers' feud had become almost overt. As for Renly, he was too young. When Robert rose in rebellion, Renly had still been a boy, untested in war. Counting options, only Pakester Redwine of the Reach seemed qualified to lead. Though Pakester was a vassal, his strength on the water rivaled that of many great lords. House Tyrell had sent their second son, Garland Tyrell, to the Stepstones campaign, while House Hightower dispatched their heir, Baelor Hightower, along with Morin Tyrell, the former commander of Old Town's garrison. From that perspective, Lord Redwine could hold the line, he could serve as commander. Robert considered briefly, then lifted a silver goblet and gulped. Very well. May Lord Pakester's skill in war be as fine as the golden wine his house brews. He belched with satisfaction. Varys slid in, honeyed as ever. Your Grace, my lords, Sir Jorah writes he will prepare the intelligence for our fleet's landing. He is striving to learn the Eastern Sorcerer's future tactics. Once the Seven Kingdoms' armies are assembled, an attack from within and without should crush the Eastern Sorcerer in a single stroke. Robert wiped wine from his beard and nodded. Tell Jorah that if he brings me useful intelligence, I will pardon him in the king's name. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Farewell to Linus. 2 months slipped away like sand. Bloodstone Isle. Sir Jorah Mormont dragged his weary body from the training grounds, sweat and dust soaking through his coarse tunic. Since Broken Spear Isle had fallen to Low Quen, many black market traders had begun sailing to Bloodstone Isle to do business. Now, Jorah only needed to make contact with Varys's little birds on the island, which made passing on information far more efficient. But troubling news had reached him. The Seven Kingdoms' armies were nearly ready, and the royal fleet's warships were repaired. The Great War was drawing near. Varys's little birds had pressed him to provide Low Quen's tactical plans as soon as possible. The demand filled him with dread. How was he supposed to learn Low Quen's battle strategy? He had never been invited to Low Quen's war councils. Low Quen did not trust him, a truth silently accepted by nearly all the high commanders. All Jorah could do was spend his days drilling that unruly, undisciplined band of pirates. Of course, he never believed training pirates would truly trouble the Seven Kingdoms' armies. Even when he didn't slack, even when he drilled them in basic maneuvers and taught them standard battlefield orders, he knew this rabble would never match the elite soldiers of Westeros. The true danger lay with the Dragon Soul Guards, hard and unyielding as steel. But how to uncover real secrets? Storm into the war tent? That was suicide. Bribe a commander? He was penniless, and no one dared betray the Eastern Sorcerer. Jorah's brow furrowed as his thick fingers tapped unconsciously against the hilt of the sword at his hip. Jorah! A voice he longed for more than anything reached his ears. Jorah spun around. In the doorway, the setting sun cast its golden glow around a slender, graceful figure. A pale pink silk gown clung to her enticing form. The sea breeze teased her golden hair, a few strands brushing against her smooth neck. It was his Linus. Months had passed since he followed Low Quen to war. This was the first time he had seen his beloved wife. Longing and love surged through him, driving him forward. He wanted nothing more than to crush her in his arms. But Linus stepped lightly aside, evading him. Jorah, you're covered in dust from the training grounds and the smell of sweat. Even in exile, the Lady of House Hightower kept her natural reserve, her distaste for foul scents. Seeing her cover her mouth and nose, Jorah froze mid-embrace, embarrassment washing over his face. Linus, I just came from training. You don't know how much I've missed you, day and night. In Torturer's Deep, that Eastern man, he hasn't harmed you, has he? His voice was hoarse, heavy with longing and fear. Linus let out a quiet sigh. She lifted her eyes, those once proud, willful blue eyes now carried a maturity Jorah had never seen. He hasn't mistreated me. But Torturer's Deep is a pirate's den with little comfort. No soft beds, no fragrant gardens, no fine silverware, no servants at my beck and call. Only rough stone walls, the salty sea wind, bland food, and guards everywhere. When war drew near, they moved the army of torturers deep to Broken Spear Isle, leaving only a few behind. That eastern man feared I might escape, so he brought me here to Bloodstone instead. Yora's heart lurched. Quen had shifted the forces of torturers deep to Broken Spear Isle as well. What were they planning? An attack on Tyrosh? He narrowed his eyes, silently weighing the chance to escape. Yora, what's wrong? Linus's voice carried genuine concern. Yora snapped back, resolve hardening in his gaze. His voice was low and heavy. Linus, I'm thinking about when we'll finally break free of this eastern sorcerer's grip. I endure this humiliation, drilling that rabble like a beast tamer, breaking my back for him day after day for one reason only. To protect you. To make him believe you still have value, so he won't dare harm a single hair on your head. I swear it, by the old gods and the new. His fists clenched, knuckles cracking. I will get you out of this hell. Back to Westeros or anywhere you wish to go. Linus gazed at him silently, something softening in her eyes. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward. Her delicate hands, once meant only for silk and harp strings, reached for his, rough with calluses, damp with sweat, and scarred by training. Her touch was cool and soft, yet carried a strange strength. Your heart is enough, Yora. Her voice was gentle as the evening breeze, yet every word struck true. In those endless nights in Torturer's Deep, lying on a cold stone bed, I thought of so much. The woman I was, like a spoiled child, selfish, willful, demanding only your love and indulgence. I broke your heart, even drove you to commit an unforgivable mistake, just to satisfy my vanity. A single tear slipped down her smooth cheek, shining as it fell. If the gods truly show us mercy, and the day comes when we win back our freedom, Yora. Her voice carried a dreamlike yearning as she clasped his hand tighter. I don't want to return to Old Town, nor to Bear Island. I want to be with you truly together. We'll sail east, across the Jade Sea to explore Karth, seek the legendary ruins of Yiti, and drink from the ancient well of wisdom in the shadow city of Asai. We'll see the world, just you and me. Her gaze was clear and resolute, filled with hope for the future and trust in the man before her. Yora was stunned, as if struck by lightning. The Linus before him was no longer the girl who cared only for jewels, feasts, and vanity. Years and hardship had stripped away her frivolity, leaving behind a quiet, resilient glow, the deep tolerance of a grown woman. That belated, profound love and understanding melted Yora's long-frozen heart like molten fire. He seized Linus's cool wrist and all but dragged her into the low, dim stone hut. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind them, shutting out the world. The room was dark. Yora did not light a lamp. He pulled Linus into the shadowed corner and lowered his voice. Listen, Linus. Listen carefully. You're being brought to Bloodstone. Perhaps this is the gods granting us a chance. These months, I haven't only been training pirates. I've been secretly contacting the lords of the small council in King's Landing. I warned them of the Easterner's ambition. Taking the stepstones is only his first step. His true goal is the Iron Throne, Westeros itself. He drew a deep breath, as if binding himself to a long-cherished vow. The small council has promised me that if I can secure the Eastern Sorcerer's detailed war plans, if I can prove my worth, the Iron Throne will pardon all my crimes. We will be free. Truly free. We can go home. Linus's small hand squeezed tighter, her knuckles whitening with emotion. Yora. Her blue eyes shone in the shadows, bright and unwavering. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we go, whether it's back to Old Town to face my father's wrath, to your cold Bear Island, or eastward across the sea to seek the Well of Wisdom. I will follow you. That unreserved, almost martyr-like confession shattered Yora Mormont's last defenses. She was so young, in the very bloom of life. Once, their marriage had seemed little more than a maiden's infatuation with a knight's glory. But now, the true love shining in her eyes tempered by hardship was like pure sunlight, chasing away every shadow of his exile. That late but weighty love nearly drowned the great bear, long used to giving and nursing his wounds, in a flood of happiness he could hardly bear. But fate always bared its fangs at the sweetest moment. Yora! Linus's voice trembled faintly as she slipped free of his hand. I must go. Go. The tenderness on Yora's face froze into shock. Linus, you've only just come. That Eastern man. She cut him off, humiliation and fear flickering in her eyes. He forbade me from seeing you. He keeps me in a stone house across the harbor, under guard. I only got here because I begged and begged the watchman. My time is nearly up. A surge of cold fury erupted in Yora. His face twisted, veins bulged at his temples, and his teeth ground so hard they threatened to shatter. Damn Eastern bastard! He growled, fists trembling with the force of his rage, knuckles turning bone white. He's using you as a hostage, a chain binding me. If not for your safety. His head snapped up, murder blazing in his eyes, his body ready to storm out and face Quen in blood. No. Yora, no. Please, don't act rashly, don't throw everything away. You've already reached the Iron Throne, you have hope now. You must endure. You must stay calm. Her tear-filled eyes lifted to his, full of pleading. When the Seven Kingdoms armies come, when His Grace's Warhammer strikes Bloodstone, that will be the day we are free. Promise me you'll endure. For me, endure. Yora's chest heaved, his harsh breathing filling the cramped space. He looked at Linus's tear-streaked yet steadfast face, at the fear and plea she forced down for their future. He shut his eyes, drew in a long breath, and when he opened them again, the storm had been replaced by heavy calm. You're right. Linus, you're right. The closer we are to the end, the calmer I must be, the more I must endure. After Linus left, Yora stood frozen, staring after the light of her figure until it vanished at the street's corner. The sea wind howled through the cracks, carrying a cutting chill. He must get the plans. At any cost he must save Linus. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Empty Bloodstone Isle. That night, Bloodstone lay buried in oppressive darkness. The training grounds, noisy by day, were deathly still. Only the endless waves roared and wept among the reefs, like the gods playing a cold, monotonous dirge beneath the moon. Yora was about to toss restlessly on his crude wooden bed when he heard hesitant, liquor-heavy footsteps outside, followed by a rough knock. Master-at-Arms! Master-at-Arms Yora! A slurred voice called out, Lord Roro wants you to come drink. Yora's heart gave a sudden jolt. Roro? The coarse, hot-tempered former pirate captain, now a trusted commander under Quen? He wanted to drink with him? That had never happened before. A flicker of caution and an undeniable stir of anticipation rose within him. He quickly threw on a cleaner tunic and followed the guard, who also stank of drink, through dark, narrow alleys that reeked of fish and rotting waste, until they reached Roro's courtyard. It was far better than his own stone hut, higher walls, and even a small watchtower. Who goes there? Growled the guard in the shadows of the gate, hand on his dagger. Yora Mormont. His voice was calm, steady. Master-at-Arms. Recognizing him by the dim torchlight, the guard straightened at once and saluted with the crisp precision of a sailor. On Bloodstone, his work-drilling pirates had earned Yora the title of Master-at-Arms, not noble, but useful. The guard pushed open the heavy wooden door. Lord Roro waits inside. He gestured toward the main hall, where the strong stench of spirits drifted through the cracks. Yora stepped in. The hall was lit only by a few tallow candles, their glow flickering faintly. Roro sat alone at a rough-hewn table, a massive earthen jug before him. The rich, heady aroma of pear brandy from Tyrosh filled the air, sweet, strong, with a sharp fruit note. In the candlelight, Roro's face burned red, his eyes bleary. Spotting Yura, he split his mouth in a grin, showing crooked yellow teeth, and slapped the bench beside him. Ha! Yura! The Knight of Bear Island himself. His voice was thick with drink, his tongue sluggish. Come, sit. Taste this Tyroshi pear brandy, the good stuff. Not that sour grape water from Liss. He seized the jug and poured into a chipped clay cup until the amber liquid nearly spilled over. Yura sat down without protest, his eyes taking in Roro's condition. Unsteady steps, glassy eyes, slurred words. He was deep in his cups. Yura's nerves eased slightly. He picked up the cup but didn't drink, letting the pungent fumes sting his nose. Good stuff. Roro downed a great gulp himself, smacking his lips in satisfaction, then slapped his huge hand on Yura's shoulder with such force it made him sway. Sir Yura, ha! Who'd have thought we'd be drinking together? His breath reeked of spirits as he leaned closer, drunk eyes staring hard. Back then, I was at sea, raided your ship, and you rammed me, you bastard, and what happened? We all got thrown into the stew together, served up to the Lord. Yura's mouth twisted into the stiffest of smiles. That skirmish where his and Linus's fate was sealed was one of the memories he hated most. Truth is, Yura. Roro took another swig, swaying, but his gaze sharpened with the candor of a drunk. I used to despise you Seven Kingdoms lot. Pretentious bastards. A pack of silk-wrapped cowards. He belched loudly. Until you came. Hells, I hated you too at first. Always stone-faced, like a gargoyle, and you thought you could teach my men to march? Pa! He mimicked Yura's drill commands in a mocking, sing-song tone. Yura's weathered face darkened, his fingers tightening around the cup. But Roro suddenly boomed, slamming Yura's shoulder again, nearly spilling his drink. I saw you, you taught for real. You showed the brothers how to live behind their shields, how to strike where it hurts, how to follow orders, not scatter like headless gulls. I was impressed. He jabbed a thick finger at Yura, his bleary eyes clouded yet strangely earnest. You're a Mormont. You're the first and only man of the Seven Kingdoms I, Roro, have ever respected. You've got balls. A storm of emotions churned in Yura's shame, anger, and bitter irony. He remembered Linus's tearful plea. Endure. He raised the cup and took a long, burning swallow. The fire scorched his throat, smothering the turmoil inside. He set down his cup, his voice deliberately calm, touched with just the right amount of humility. Brother Roro, you give me too much credit. What I taught was nothing more than scraps of battlefield survival. The brothers' courage comes from the Lord's command, from hard battles fought with real steel and blood. I only helped rein in their wild nature a little. War? Yes. War. Roro lit up, his voice suddenly rising with drunken bloodlust, though his words grew more slurred. It's starting again, a big one, a hard one. The brothers, all being sent away. Yura's heart clenched as if a cold hand had seized it. He forced his breath steady, his face showing just the right mix of puzzlement and the sting of being left out. Sent away? Where? To besiege Tyrosh, isn't it? On the stepstones, that's the last nail sticking out. He asked it casually, but under the table his fingers clenched tight. Roro chuckled, leaning close, his breath a sickening mix of wine and sour food washing over Yura's face. Dropping his voice, he spoke with the smugness of a man sharing secrets, dulled by drink. Of course. The Lord, he's decided. Emptying the nest, we're gonna rip Tyrosh out by the roots. And Bloodstone. He belched loud enough to rattle the table, his head lolling. Bloodstone's yours, Master-at-Arms Yura, with 500 brothers, to guard the home, watch the gates. Guard the island? Only 500 left on Bloodstone. Joy exploded in Yura's chest like fire. This was a gift straight from the gods. His face twitched as he fought to keep a grin from breaking through. Instead, he forced a look of anger and wounded pride, his voice rising with a warrior's dignity. "Leave me here to guard the gates." "No. Brother Roro, that won't do. Tyrosh is ripe for the taking. The brothers are marching to fight, to win honor and glory. How can I cower in the rear? I'll petition the Lord myself, I'll. Shhh. Roro thrust up a finger, his bleary eyes darting about, though the room was empty save for them. He leaned in, his voice dropping lower still, thick with drunken secrecy. Don't shout. This was Council's orders. Every man fit to fight, gather at Broken Spear Isle, to strike fucking Tyrosh. You, stay behind, guard the home." He paused, a flicker of wary clarity glinting in his muddy gaze. "And, one more thing. Top secret. Not a word, you hear?" He licked his dry lips. "The Seven Kingdoms, been stirring lately, ships in and out, if those bastards learn bloodstone's an empty shell, het." He trailed into a meaningless drunken laugh, the rest swallowed by his throat. Yora nodded, keeping his face fixed in reluctant obedience, the picture of a man frustrated at being left behind yet bound by duty. But inside, the storm raged. He hadn't lifted a finger, yet all had fallen into his lap. Lo Quen's intentions. Troop movements. Bloodstone's fatal weakness. Secrets he could never have reached spilled out like beans by a drunkard's tongue. The rush of triumph, followed fast by the edge of fear, made sweat bead in his palms as he gripped the cup. He lingered long enough to match Roro with a few more empty toasts, listening to his rambling tales of pirate glory, before finding an excuse to leave. Outside the courtyard, the night wind cut cold, cooling the fire in his veins but sharpening his mind to a blade's edge. That night, in the quietest corner of Prince's Harbour, a raven with glossy black feathers and sharp eyes spread its wings. Cloaked in the dim moonlight, it rose soundlessly and vanished into the northwest sky like a ghost swallowed by the dark. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 80, The Armies of the Seven Kingdoms Assemble. Dragonstone, beneath the stone drum. Great Lord Eddard Stark stood at the edge of a sheer cliff, the salty, icy wind lashing his weathered face and whipping his dark grey fur cloak into a frenzy. He lifted his gaze to the black stone fortress looming before him. Unlike any castle in Westeros, it seemed less a man-made structure than a primordial dragon, born from lava and nightmares, coiled menacingly upon the volcanic isle. Its twisted towers reared like heads, its winding, battlement-lined walls like the coils of its body. Countless grotesque gargoyles half-demon, half-stone beast jutted like jagged spines along its back. Now, rows of soldiers in black armor stood atop them, long spears in hand, silently watching the steel tide gathering below. The air was thick with a suffocating stench, the salty tang of the sea, the iron bite of rusting steel, the musky odor of tanned leather, and the mingled sweat, grease, and nervous tension of tens of thousands of men. Banners of bright and somber hues snapped in the wind. The dire wolf of the north, the roaring lion, the golden rose, the sun and spear, the crowned stag. The sigils of the Seven Kingdoms converged here, a display of power unmatched, heavy enough to crush the breath from the air. Then came a heavier tread, loud and metallic, joined by the hurried patter of attendants and the clatter of silver and steel. King Robert Baratheon approached, surrounded by lords, courtiers, the king's guard, and a gaggle of young squires carrying great jugs of wine, silver platters, and even roasting spits. His bloated bulk strained inside heavy plate, each step booming like a smith's hammer. Tucked under one arm was his great visored helm, exposing a face puffed and ruddy from drink and excess, veined with red, his thick black beard bristling like thorns. Ned. Robert's booming laugh crashed like war drums, drowning the clamor around them. He strode up to Eddard, reeking of wine, and with his gauntlet hand slammed the dire wolf on his friend's shoulders so hard it sent pain lancing through his back. Ha! Years go by and you're still the same. Haven't changed a bit. He laughed loudly. Eddard steadied himself, studying his old friend. Robert's face was more bloated than when they'd last met at Pike, his eye bags deep, his once bright blue eyes now bloodshot and dull. Even beneath his finely crafted plate, his gut bulged alarmingly. Eddard realized that the memory of Robert as he had been tall, handsome, sharp was fading, leached away by the years. Time had stripped away that image, just as it had not at the indomitable stag who once triumphed at the Trident. Your Grace. Eddard inclined his head slightly, his voice steady. You've changed more than a little since those days. Robert barked a laugh, half a curse. Ah, damn you, Ned. You're the only man in the Seven Kingdoms who'd dare say that to his king. With a note of pride, he patted the curved breastplate that cleverly accommodated his swelling belly. The smiths of King's Landing had worked their craft well, and Robert had paid dearly for armor that could still fit him. Eddard turned the talk to business. Tell me then, Your Grace, how do you plan to take the stepstones? Robert glanced toward Pakester Redwine, the king's appointed naval commander and leader of the campaign. With Jonaran remaining in King's Landing during Robert's absence, Pakester now held the greatest authority among the lords here. Pakester looked frail, his shoulders slumped, his thin frame topped by only a few wisps of orange-gold hair. He addressed Lord Stark. Lord Stark, Lord Varys has gathered detailed intelligence on the Eastern Sorcerers' battle plans. They are currently massing troops on Broken Spear Isle, pinning Tyrosh in place. Therefore, our primary objective is to seize their stronghold Bloodstone Island. Bloodstone Island. Lord Eddard Stark fell silent in thought. The Dornish prince, clad in gleaming bronze armor, smiled faintly. The largest island in the Stepstones, directly opposite Sun's Pair. Every night the Dornish can hear the sounds of pirates and whores reveling on Bloodstone. The lazy voice of Oberyn Martell, Prince of Dorne, drifted into the council. His lips carried that perpetual, mocking smile with hidden bite, as though this war council, on which the fate of the realm might rest, were nothing more than a play for his amusement. Lord Pakester shot him a cold glance. Ignoring the Prince of Dorne, he turned to the assembly, his finger landing firmly on Bloodstone. According to reliable reports, Bloodstone is the Easterners' most heavily stocked supply base in the Stepstones. If we seize it, we gain a foothold, a solid bridgehead from which we can advance or retreat. His finger shifted eastward. From there, our fleet can sweep the eastern islets, clear out the remnants, and finally join with our Tyrosh allies to crush the Easterners' main host in a pincer strike. Sir Quen Lannister, who until now had held his silence, finally spoke. Clad in shining gold and red plate, the roaring lion on his chest glimmered, though his voice was low and heavy with doubt. Reliable reports? Lord Pakester, do you mean Sir Yoram Mormont? He paused, his hawk's gaze sweeping across the room. In his secret missive, he spoke of an elite legion under the Easterners' command, clad in Valyrian steel, moving strangely, nearly undying. Is this not too far-fetched? Oberyn gave a sharp, mocking laugh, shrill as a night owl's cry. Oh? Since when did the proud lion of Casterly Rock take interest in the drunken ravings of tavern scum, or the ghost stories spun by exiled knights to save their hides? Or is it that the Lannisters' courage has grown soft as silk? Kevin's face darkened at once. His hand fell to the lion-headed hilt at his side, muscles tightening beneath his golden red plates. Eddard Stark stepped forward before tempers broke. His voice was grave. Sir Yoram Mormont bears the heavy crime of slave trading, wanted across the Seven Kingdoms. His credibility is already suspect. And being deep in enemy lands, eager for pardon, he may exaggerate or even invent such tales to prove his worth. He cast his gaze over the lords, his tone carrying the North's blunt caution. Until we see it for ourselves, we should treat all such claims beyond reason with care. Sensing the atmosphere turned taut as a bowstring, Lord Pakester quickly interjected. My lords, whether this so-called Undying Legion exists, whether it is exaggeration or truth, one fact remains undeniable and must be faced: the Easterner has, in a short span, unified the Stepstones entire, save only Tyrosh. His soldiers number, by modest count, over 10,000, and he commands no fewer than 100 oared warships. This strength cannot be ignored. Just so. The Eastern sorcerer has united the Stepstones. Once he takes Tyrosh, he will march upon the 7 kingdoms. We must hold him at the narrow sea. King Robert cast Lord Pakester an approving glance. Oberyn, though, seemed untouched by the grim mood. He straightened lazily, as if searching the room. Such fire in the air, yet the true master of this hall is missing. Cruel amusement curved his lips. Where is Lord Stannis? The great lord of Dragonstone, master of ships. Will he begrudge us even his presence, at so grand a departure, to bid farewell to his grace and his fellow lords? Though softly spoken, every word carried clearly through the chamber. Robert's face darkened at once, purple with rage. Lord Pakester's expression grew as heavy as Dragonstone's storm-laden sky. Do not speak his name! Robert roared. If he will not march, let him rot here with his stone dragons. Since the king's landing on Dragonstone, Stannis had hidden behind the excuse of military duties, sending men and a barely repaired royal fleet, but refusing to march himself, claiming he must guard the island against attack. For Lord Pakester, who bore old grievances against him, even the name Stannis brought a surge of irritation. His eyes fell darkly on Garland Tyrell, the second son Mace Tyrell had sent. The youth stood with a hand on his sword hilt, watching the outspoken Dornish prince warily. Damn these Dornishmen! Pakester cursed inwardly, temples throbbing harder than when commanding fleets. Your Grace! He forced down his anger and frustration. The eastern host is held fast at Broken Spear Isle, leaving Bloodstone lightly defended. Our fleet stands ready. Give the order, Your Grace. Let us set sail and strike Bloodstone at once. Robert drew a deep breath, as if to turn all his fury into strength. He raised his massive warhammer high overhead, the cruel spikes on its head glinting coldly in the dim light. With every ounce of strength, he bellowed a deafening roar. Forward! For the 7 kingdoms, crush them! Woohoo! A heavy, mournful horn blast, like a dragon's lament, split apart Dragonstone's brooding sky. One call followed another, echoing between the jagged cliffs and rolling across the harbour. In an instant, Dragonstone's sombre harbour boiled with life. Like a slumbering beast awakened, the vast fleet began to stir. Thick ropes were cast loose, heavy iron anchors hauled up with the groaning of winches. Great square sails and triangular sails snapped open like banks of cloud, swelling under the sea wind with a thunderous, muffled boom. More than 400 warships of every size rose into a forest of sails that blotted out the sky, slowly gliding away from the harbour's jagged black reefs. On every deck and along every bulwark, soldiers from the 7 kingdoms crowded shoulder to shoulder. Clad in every kind of armour, gripping weapons that glinted coldly, their faces showed murder, fervour, or emptiness melding into a suffocating tide steeped in the stench of rust and blood. 5,000 from the north, led by Lord Eddard Stark. 6,000 raised by Sir Quen Lannister of the Westerlands. With Jon Arryn holding King's Landing and his heir too young, the eastern host marched under Lord Yohn Royce of Runestone, bringing 4,000 men from the Lords of the Vale. The south sent the most. House Tyrell sought to make a show. Highgarden alone, under Garland Tyrell, fielded 3,000, House Hightower another 2,000, and Commander Pakester himself added 2,000 more. With 200 warships, the Reach sent 10,000 in all. The Stormlands Lords, beneath Renly Baratheon, mustered 5,000. The Riverlands, under the Blackfish and Edmure Tully, sent 5,000. Prince Oberyn of Dorne brought 3,000. To these were added 3,000 from the Crownlands and 2,000 from the Iron Islands under Captain Victorian. The Seven Kingdoms had gathered 43,000 soldiers, more than 400 warships, and a massive train of supply vessels loaded with provisions, siege engines, and countless laborers, all bearing down on their target, the island called Bloodstone. Never had the winds of the narrow sea carried such a heavy, choking reek of rust and blood. The storm of war had come. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Showdown, Review Campaign. Bloodstone. Yora gazed north from the window of his lodgings. Beneath the heavy clouds, the sea churned dark and chaotic. A storm was coming. Varys Littlebird had told him the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms would arrive at Bloodstone today. Not yet. His brow furrowed tightly, his rough fingers unconsciously scraping the cold stone sill. For months he had lived like a trapped beast. Every attempt to approach the stone house where Linus was held ended the same way, the silent dragon soul guards turning him back. They were no mere pirates. Well armed and deadly, they were masters of the blade. Yoram might best won in a duel, but under the cold stares of several, he never stood a chance. The torment of being so close yet out of reach drove him nearly mad. He prayed for the Seven Kingdoms fleet to come soon, to free them both. But the instant he pushed open his door, it was like striking a wall of iron. 7 dragon soul guards stood in the narrow, dim corridor, barring his way without a word. Yora's heart dropped into a frozen pit. Almost by instinct, he drew his sword. A thin gleam of steel flashed in the gloom. The moment the blade lifted, a wet thud split the silence. Agonizing pain burst from his left calf, sharp as fire lancing into his bone. Before he could react, his vision spun. A scream tore from his throat, raw and uncontrollable. Ah! He tried to twist, to strike back, but the guards closed in like wraiths. One seized his wrist with unerring precision. Agony forced the sword from his grasp. Clang! It struck the stone floor. More hands pressed him down, pinning his shoulders and back to the cold, rough ground. His cheek ground into the stone. He could smell dust and the thick reek of his own blood pouring from the wound. Through the pain and humiliation, he managed to turn his head, his bloodshot eyes lifting. Lo Quen stood before him. The black-haired, black-eyed Easterner wore a cold, mocking smile. At his side stood Chai Yik, clad in Valyrian armor. Lo Quen's grin widened. "Forgive the rough welcome, Sir Yora." Yora's mind went blank, horror washing through him, stronger even than the pain in his leg. Weren't they supposed to be on Broken Spear Isle? Questions stabbed through his mind like shards of ice. But when he saw the sneer twisting Lo Quen's lips, the cruel amusement in his eyes, everything became clear. "Don't glare at me like that. You were the one who betrayed us first." As though reading his thoughts, Lo Quen raised the bloodied spear still dripping at its tip. Yora clenched his jaw against the pain, voice ragged with defiance. "When did you find out?" Lo Quen's smile turned sly. "From the very start. When you began feeding information to King's Landing, we already knew. My apologies for letting you suffer. I suppose my act wasn't very convincing." Yora's face flushed a dark, ugly red. His secret had been exposed all along. Shame and despair crashed over him. He had been nothing but a fool. He roared. "Don't think you've won. The Seven Kingdoms fleet will soon land on Bloodstone. Even if you've uncovered the plan, you can't stop their army." Lo Quen arched a brow. "Oh? Is that so? Seems you still don't grasp the situation. But you will. Lock him up." The Dragon Soul guards obeyed. Cold, iron-hard hands dragged Yora up, his vision going black from the pain. The thought of the plan ruined, of Bloodstone becoming a slaughterhouse, of Linus caught in the flames, rage flared one last time. "Release Linus. If anything happens to her here, I swear I'll tear you apart." His cries echoed down the stone corridor as the guards dragged his mangled leg mercilessly along the floor, until the darkness swallowed his voice. When the last sound faded, Chayik's brows knit. But isn't Lady Linus in the torturer's deep? How could anything happen to her here? Quen smiled faintly. Who says it couldn't? And that ruby you borrowed, return it. I'll need it soon. Chayik handed him the gem, puzzled. Need it for what? Quen did not answer. He stepped to the tower's narrow window, staring past the curtain of rain toward the raging sea beyond. The gale hurled raindrops the size of beans against the stone walls, pounding out a dull, heavy rhythm. He nodded. It should be time. Roro and Hal will be in position by now. He had ordered Roro and Hal to hide their warships near the reefs, while Jelena and Chayik led the soldiers lying in wait at Prince's Harbor. Chayik's violet eyes flickered with unease. Lord, the Seven Kingdoms army is nearly here. Can we really defeat them? Quen's reply was calm and certain. Of course. I'll see to it they never return. Chayik couldn't understand his confidence. She searched his face for answers, her violet eyes fixed on him. But under her startled gaze, Quen began unfastening his robe. Lord, you. She froze, her eyes going wide. Without a word, Quen stripped off his clothes, one by one, until he stood naked. He shoved the discarded garments into her stiff hands. Then, as she stared in disbelief, he stepped barefoot onto the cold stone sill and leaned forward. Lord! Chayik's cry was instantly ripped apart by the violent gale. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar split through the storm raging above Bloodstone Island. A pure, blinding golden light burst outside the tower, so fierce it instantly dispelled the gloom around the stone window and forced Chayik to squeeze her eyes shut. When she opened them again, her pupils shrank violently in shock. Outside, a colossal creature stretched its wings wide enough to blot out the sky. Golden scales gleamed with a sacred, awe-inspiring radiance against the backdrop of leaden rain and swirling storm clouds, each one shining like molten gold. Its vast, fluid body circled through the air with effortless power, its very presence radiating a soul-shaking pressure. A dragon! Chayik's lips parted, but no sound came. Her mind had gone completely blank. The golden beast raised its regal head and loosed a roar across the sea of storm clouds, a roar filled with ancient majesty and the raw power of a god returned. Since leaving the ruins of Valyria and cut off from a source of magic, this was the first time he had invoked his ultimate skill, true dragon's descent. Quen, now a golden dragon, spread his immense wings and climbed into the heavy sky. With a bloodline purity of 22.3%, the golden dragon Quen measured a terrifying 67 meters over 220 feet, placing him among the largest dragons of House Targaryen. Rising above the clouds, his burning golden eyes pierced the dense storm, scanning the ink-dark sea below for any trace of the Seven Kingdoms fleet. According to Mizo's intelligence, they had sailed from Dragonstone days ago. By now, they should be nearing Bloodstone Island. Circling higher, Quen beat his massive wings with a force that churned the air into violent currents, scattering the sheets of rain around him. Like a bolt of golden lightning ripping through the heavens, he plunged into the higher, thicker clouds, hiding his enormous body behind the roiling curtain of darkness. Only now and then did a glint of golden scales flicker through a gap, watching the world below. Crack! A jagged bolt of sickly purple-black lightning slashed open the thick clouds. An instant later, thunder exploded with a deafening roar, enough to tear the eardrums. Rain poured in torrents, each drop like hailstones hammering the sea, raising froth in endless bursts of white. The gale drove the waves into towering walls of water, as though the entire narrow sea were about to be overturned. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Hidden Schemes. The vanguard of the Seven Kingdoms fleet, Lord Redwine's flagship. Pakester Redwine's bald head stung under the icy rain, a few strands of sodden auburn hair plastered limply to his scalp. Wiping the water from his face, he shouted to the ever-smiling laughing Baelor beside him. "Damn this weather, Baelor! We must take the fortress on Bloodstone Isle before this storm goes completely mad. Give his grace a place where he can eat a hot meal." Baelor Hightower, heir to House Hightower, kept his trademark smile even in the raging storm. He nodded, his voice carrying clearly over the wind and waves. "The Hand reminded us again and again, His Grace's safety comes first. Our vanguard's duty is to clear the way, roll out the red carpet, and have the wine ready. May the so-called Valyria treasures on that island prove real. Just one or two would be enough to amuse His Grace." His tone was light, as if speaking of a feast. "Treasures? Humph!" A slightly aged but vigorous voice cut through. Morin Tyrell, former commander of the Old Town garrison and uncle to Lord Mace, wore open skepticism on his face. "How much faith can we put in Yoram Mormont's words? He claims there are Valyrian steel swords on the island? I say he exaggerated whatever's inside Bloodstone to save his own skin." For the first time, Baelor's smile faded. He sighed, his voice tinged with pity for his brother-in-law. "My poor sisterliness, she is dearest to Sir Yora's heart. But his intelligence on the island's defences cannot be false. A mere 500 rabble are nothing to fear. Look, the Westerlands." From the gunwale, Garland Tyrell, Lord Mace's second son, shouted and pointed. The Westerlands fleet, flying the Golden Lion banners, had abandoned formation. Their oars churned wildly as the ships raced past, surging at full speed toward the faint outline of the island through the rain. Paxter's face darkened as grim as the storm clouds above. The Lannisters dared to openly defy command. And worse followed. On the other flank, longships of the Iron Islands, flying the Golden Kraken, shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, charging through the storm at near suicidal speed. "Those damned bastards!" Paxter's roar was shredded by the gale, his whole body trembling with fury. "Do they even know what they're doing?" Morin Tyrell let out a cold, derisive snort. "Seems someone took Sir Yora's treasure talk too seriously. Can't wait to ransack the island, afraid they'll be too late and someone else will snatch it all first." A flash of memory struck Paxter, Kevin Lannister's pointed questions about Valyrian steel back on Dragonstone. And then he understood. So much for the coalition. So much for the kingdom's cause. From the very moment these bastards set foot on their ships, all they had in their heads was Valyrian steel. They'd never seen him as their commander at all. As if to prove him right, the Dornish ships suddenly picked up speed, joining the mad dash. In the space of moments, the entire vanguard formation of the Seven Kingdoms collapsed. Every ship, large or small, no matter its banner, rode like crazed gamblers with bloodshot eyes, throwing themselves into a ridiculous race across the sea. Their goal was the same, to be the first ashore on Bloodstone. Worthless fools! Row, damn you! Full speed ahead! Paxter bellowed at his oarsmen, veins bulging at his temples. His warship from the Reach surged forward under his furious command. Bastards! A pack of ungrateful curs! Sailing in my ships, and they still dare play their tricks! He ground his teeth as he watched the ships scrambling ahead. Baelor Hightower looked at the chaos born of greed and let out a heavy sigh. Whether there's treasure on the island hardly matters anymore. What matters is that every man here is convinced someone else will steal his treasure. Morin Tyrell shrugged. Who can argue with that? Aft of the fleet, aboard the king's flagship, Robert sat in the captain's cabin, clad in gleaming plate. He snatched a golden goblet of deep red wine from his squire's hand and drained it in a single gulp. The thick liquid ran down his black beard and dripped onto his breastplate. Eddard Stark's brow tightened. Your Grace, with the landing so close, you ought not. Ought not what? Ought not drink. Robert bellowed with laughter, his breath heavy with wine as he slammed the empty goblet down on the table. Only drunk do I have the strength to swing my hammer. Only then can I smash those pirate bastards' skulls like rotten pumpkins. A savage, clouded light gleamed in his eyes. At that moment, Renly entered, resplendent in enameled armor. He pulled Eddard aside, lowering his voice so the king could not hear. "Lord Eddard, the vanguard's fallen into chaos. Redwine and the others are charging toward Bloodstone like flies to blood, paying no heed to formation." Eddard's face hardened. He strode out onto the storm-lashed deck. The sight before him made his heart sink. Ahead, the fleet scattered like a flock of broken sheep, stretching away from the main force amidst wind and waves. Banners whipped wildly, no order remained. "What are they thinking?" Eddard snapped. "Why doesn't Lord Pakester rein them in?" "A pack of fools," Renly sneered. "They just want to land before the storm breaks." Eddard's grey eyes swept the tumultuous sea, then rose to the heavy clouds rolling at the horizon. A chill foreboding coiled around his heart like a serpent. "I fear, it's not so simple," he said, his voice nearly drowned by wind and rain. "Still, if they take the fortress first, it may not harm his grace's safety. The hand commanded us to guard the king above all. If they seize Bloodstone first, all the better." Jon's warning echoed in his mind. "Lord Stark, did you leave your courage in Winterfell? Or are wolf pups born afraid of water?" The lazy, mocking voice came from behind. Jaime Lannister stood cloaked and armoured in white, golden hair whipping in the gale, his handsome face twisted in that loathsome smirk. Eddard turned, his expression hard as winter itself. "Sir Jaime, I don't believe you have the right to speak to me so. If I left my courage in the north, where is yours? Did you leave it behind when you betrayed your sacred vows? Kingslayer!" The grin froze on Jaime's face. His hand shot to the gilded hilt at his waist, fury blazing through the shame. "Stark! If you've any guts, let your sword speak." Great Lord Eddard answered coldly. "My ice punishes only the guilty. The blood on your blade would only stain its name." Jaime began, but his words were cut short. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the black sky, flooding the sea in blinding white. The flash carved every detail clear, the heaving storm clouds, the raging waves, the fleet in chaos, and the faces twisted with shock and fury. Then came thunder, rolling and deafening, shaking the very air. Rain lashed down in sheets, the gale drenching deck and men alike, quenching the fire of drawn swords. Eddard stared at the sky as the light vanished, then turned to Renly. "Lord Renly, we may need to hasten as well. Look! The sky, look!" A soldier's voice, shrill with terror, pierced wind and thunder. All eyes followed his trembling finger upward, toward the lightning-lit depths of the storm clouds. In that ruinous white glare, the shadow of something vast as a mountain wheeled in the sky, edged into every eye. The light died. Darkness reclaimed the world. Silence. Only the storm's roar remained on deck. The men stood frozen. What was that? Before they could look again, the heavens were black once more. A bead of cold sweat slid down Eddard Stark's brow. He longed to say he had seen nothing, yet his sharp eyes had caught enough a glimpse that filled him with dread. He spun and ran for the cabin, shouting, "Retreat! Get his grace out of here!"